All right. Good evening. That's right. I decided to do one more live stream of this game because I want to listen to the aftermath of the Super Bowl game that happened last night. Yep. Yes, I did. I was live streaming this game while I was listening to the second half of the big game last night. That's what I did. And, yep, of course, I found out who won and what happened. I watched the highlights on TSN Sports Center with Jay Onright. And yeah, that was basically it. But here's the weird thing. Towards the end of the game, it was thunderstorming like crazy down here. Like the thunder was loud. Like there was just this one loud thunder. It sounded like an explosion, like right outside my window. It's like, holy crap, that's nuts. Luckily, I didn't have my microphone turned on because I was listening to the game. So after I heard that loud booming sound, I turned up my speakers. I'm like, I don't want to hear that outside, you know. So, yeah, that's what I did. So for those of you that tuned in last night, thank you very much. You took your time to watch my stream instead. So, but yeah, today I was listening to shows of people talking about the game and stuff. You know, it's podcasts where, you know, you can call in the show and give you your opinions and all that. So yeah, I did that. And it's on Sirius XM. It's on this channel called Mad Dog Sports Radio. Yeah, lately I've been kind of getting into that channel. It's pretty good the past month. I don't know if they always talk about football. I don't know if they talk about other sports. They probably do. Once, you know, the NFL season's over, they'll probably talk about other sports because he's still got basketball season and hockey season going on, and in about a month and a half, baseball season will start up again. So you got those in the spring. So yeah. So last night I was the stream before last night, so Saturday night, it was a long stream. Yep. It was a long stream. However, I wasn't playing the game the whole stream. I was mainly playing the game the first half of the stream, where I told you guys I'm going to buy a third truck. The reason why I bought a third truck was because there's this certain paint job that I want to use that requires that truck. So I bought that truck, and I believe that truck was the dream truck that I chose. Part of my my profile. You know, when you first played the game and you don't have your own truck, you have to pick a picture, your preferred truck design, and I believe that was the truck that I chose. So it's another Kenworth. I wasn't sure if it was a Kenworth or a Peterbilt, but I looked at the Peterbilt truck. They're very similar. I think both companies are like related. You know, they're very similar. So I got the Kenworth. I forgot I forgot what it's called. It's W something. But I bought that truck so I can use this certain paint job. I also bought my own trailer for the first time. Yes, I know it took me that long to finally buy my first trailer. I didn't know what the purpose was to buy a new trailer, but then I found out what the purpose was. You can use your own trailer to deliver goods. You know, you go to this company, you pull in, and then people will load up your trailer with stuff in it, and then you go deliver that stuff to a different company in a different city, you know, and that's what I was doing for a little bit. I was testing them out. I was testing out the truck and the trailer and all that. And then I took a break, and it was a very, very long break. And since no one was watching at the time, I decided to leave the stream going all night until the next time I have to rest. Yep. So when I rest, I took a break, and then I kept the stream going until the next time I have to go to rest, you know, in the game, which is like 14 hours in game time. So in real time, that's probably over, I don't know. Let me go. I'm gonna go check right now, because I still have it. The stream itself was almost 7 hours, and I was playing. Wow, I wasn't even playing half of the stream. Yeah. But while I was not playing the game, I kept my my playlist going, playing the football talking videos, so I was still listening while I was doing something else. So no one was watching at the time, so which that didn't bother me, because that was in the middle of the night, late at night. So let's see. I'm going to do an estimation on how long that took. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, it was like over 4.5 hours. About 4.5 hours. I didn't know. I didn't thought it would be that long, but man. So yeah, if you're just sitting there in the same spot, 14 hours in game time is basically over 4.5 hours in real time, which is unbelievable. That long. But of course, when you're traveling, the time goes by faster. Which I guess that makes sense, because like I know in real time it's the same for everything, but like if you're doing something, time's gonna go by faster. But if you're just sitting there not doing anything, it's gonna go by slow, you know? Which makes it boring. But these two versions, 18 Wheels of Steel, American Long Haul, and Haulin', the game time is fast. Basically, the minutes in this game, these two games, the minutes in the game are seconds in real time. The minutes, or excuse me, yeah, the hours in these, I can't talk. Let me start over. The seconds, or excuse me, the minutes in this game are basically seconds in real life. The hours in this game are basically minutes in real life. So an hour in this game is a minute in real life, real time. That's how fast the game time is. So, and it's like that no matter what, even if whether you're just sitting there or traveling, it's the same. And I didn't like that because it was like too fast. So obviously I like this version the best, you know, that's why I play it so much. Look at that, over 4 hours, 424 hours playtime. So yeah. And For those of you that saw some of the last stream, you guys probably know why I picked that certain truck to buy. That's right. Here's a screenshot. There you go. Yep. This Kenworth truck. I put the this was last night. I used this Kenworth truck with the San Francisco 49ers paint job and my own trailer with the Kansas City Chiefs on the trailer. Yep. Because those were the two teams that were playing in the Super Bowl. Yeah, that was my plan actually. I didn't decide, oh yeah, I'm gonna go live. I didn't decide that. I planned that in advance, like a few days in advance, since I did all these streams of me listening to the football talk. I'm like, alright, why not do it during the big game itself? And that's what I did, the second half of the game. Because, you know, at the same time, I didn't really care who wins this game. So, you know, make it a little more interesting. Well, now we know who won the game. Yep. Kansas City. They done it again. Speaking of Kansas City, that city is in this game. But it's also in the state of Missouri. It's not just in Kansas. It's also in the state of Missouri. And the state of Missouri is one of the next states that will be released as a DLC. The next one will be Arkansas, or no, Nebraska. Nebraska's next, then Arkansas, and then Missouri. I'm not sure if all three of those states will be released this year. I'm hoping. I mean, that would be great. But yeah, Kansas City is mostly in the state of Missouri, which is weird, you know, like shouldn't it be called Missouri City? I don't know. But yeah, that's where it is. Okay. Of course, San Francisco's in this game because that's part of Los Angeles, or excuse me, that's part of California. One of the first two states that came out when this game came out. California and Nevada. And speaking of Nevada, that's where the big game was played at, Las Vegas. And at the time that state came out, they didn't have Allegiant Stadium, home of the Vegas Raiders. Yeah, they didn't have that stadium at the time. 8 years ago, the Vegas Raiders were not playing there. They were still playing in Oakland. Okay, the same funky stadium where the Oakland A's play. Yeah, that weird stadium that they have. Hey, Acer Money 456. You said school was canceled for you tomorrow. Oh. I guess you like that you're not going. Oh, never mind. Then you say this sucks because you have to make up the day in the winter. Oh, right. Yeah, I didn't thought of that. I got a notification from your other channel. You were like tracking a winter storm. Is that why? That it's canceled tomorrow? The winter storm? You're getting another winter storm? That is one of the most stupidest laws in the world. Well, I'm sure it is for you because it's normal to get snow and a winter storm up there. Like for me, that we don't get that. Although earlier, a couple weeks ago, it might have been a month already, where we got not quite a month. A couple of weeks ago, we had the hard freeze warning and ice. Yeah, and I did a big vlog of that, so because that was not normal in South Louisiana, getting ice, freeze. Also, I did a weather video last night, so I might release that video later this week. I don't know. I still have to. I still gotta plan out when I'll be doing what, so that I can kind of get an idea. So, Acer, I assume you're at your parents' house right now, or your grandparents' house. And what about last night? So if you're wondering how I did this, first of all, I did not make this. It's a mod. You can get mods in this game. For those of you that play this game, to get mods, you go to the workshop, I believe. Yes. This is where you get mods. Welcome to the American Truck Simulator Workshop. Are you interested in driving custom trucks with custom cargo? Steam Workshop is where you can really download fan-created mods, plug them right into the game, and keep them up to date. Yes. One of my early episodes of this game that I did over 2 years ago, I was basically doing episodes of certain mods. I don't know, that might be something that I'll probably get back into later this year. Just do regular episodes, regular videos of certain mods. Maybe not all of them, but like the ones that are really interesting. But last night I got a bunch of mods because at the time, that was over a year ago when I got most of those mods from last night's stream, and I'm like, you know what? It's been a while since I've came to this workshop. I want to see if there are any other mods I can get. Like here's one that I got. The Acme / Roadrunner skin for standard trailers. Look at this classic cartoon. I know, and there's all kinds of mods, but you got to be careful. You got to look at the stars, and the reviews, because some mods might not work, but most of the mods that I use, they work, so that's good. And you can always unsubscribe, and it's free. You don't have to pay. You don't have to pay any money to get these mods, so that's great. It would be cool if I can make my own. It's kind of like, I don't know, it's like making your own game for the game, if that makes sense. So that's how I got the San Francisco 49ers paint job and the Kansas City Chiefs paint job. That's how I got them. I checked to see, are there any sports teams on here that I can put on? And yes, they have quite a bit of them. So that's great. perfect for last night's stream during the big game. Acer says, I was planning to get out of school on your birthday this year, and the snow day ruined your chances of doing so. Oh. So your last day was going to be on your birthday until that happened? Huh. And I forgot. It's at your private school or whatever, so that's why you don't have to do this during the summer season, because it's at your school. Okay, I guess that makes sense. Yep, I guess you don't like snow days because of it. It ruins your schedule. But I'm the complete opposite, because it's not normal for South Louisiana to get snow, but the last time we got snow was over 6 years ago, and it was on a Friday, which was a school day, and I don't remember if they made up that day or not, because it was over 6 years ago. They might have, but I don't know. But we have Saturday and Sunday. The snow was already melting. And then, Monday, back to normal. The weather was warmer. So that's good. I think the last time I got snow before that was over 10 years ago. So we get snow like once a decade. Isn't that crazy? Once a decade, but sometimes every couple of years we get ice. Ice is no fun, because you can't drive on ice. You can't walk on ice. It's slippery. Can you imagine if they have ice in this game? Truckers are gonna drive on ice tonight, and they'll slide off the road and damage their truck 100%. So, is it snowing for you right now, Acer? And what house are you at? I remember you did a live stream of the snow. You were like, it was like you were like streaming it out your window. Oh, let's see. We got some news for today. Under the Hood, Kenworth T680 Signature Edition. In December 2023, the Kenworth T680 100 Years Anniversary Edition was launched for American Truck Simulator. Seizing this moment, we engaged in a conversation with the developers responsible for the truck's design. In our latest Under the Hood blog, we had the chance to chat with Daniel and Renju, key contributors to bringing this exceptional truck to life. This looks like my former truck that I have. Yeah, because this was the first truck that I drove, that I bought. So I still have all 3 trucks. And if I want to get a 4th truck, I have to upgrade my garage first, because my garage currently has 3 slots. So if I upgrade my garage, it'll give me 2 more slots, so I can buy 2 more trucks, and that'll be $100,000 if I want to upgrade my garage. So I might do that. Anyway, oh, okay, these are the guys who made the truck, who designed it. Oh boy. Yeah, they looks like the one right here. Yep, these trucks in this game are real life. You see them in real life. And it's funny, whenever I see one in real life, I like to look at the front to see what brand it is. You know? Wow, that's awesome. Golly, look how big this is. Look at the size of this and the sleeper cab. You don't really see many trucks without the sleeper cab because that's where you sleep, you know? Otherwise, how are you gonna sleep? You need to, like, rent a motel, you know? Oh my gosh. Look at that. But yeah, Kenworth, last year Kenworth hit its 100th anniversary, which I did not know that. Because when I bought this truck, I didn't know it was the 100th anniversary, so I guess that was perfect. Ah, I like that. I like that. And also, during the 100th anniversary, yeah, I think it was back in March or April of last year, I did some deliveries of me hauling Kenworth trucks. Yep, you can do that. But it was kind of slower delivery because you know how much these things weigh? Exactly. I don't think you guys want to know. Oh. Acer says, no, your birthday is a Wednesday this year. Your summer break was supposed to start 4 school days before, not counting Saturday and Sunday because that's the weekend. So it's going to start on a Tuesday. It was originally supposed to be on a Monday. Then we got a snow day at the start of the year. Then it went to Tuesday. And now it's Wednesday because another snow day. Wow. So that's when. Oh, wow. So you get a summer break just like the teachers do? Wow. Well, that's great. Can you imagine if you become a teacher at that same school? Yeah, I'll become a teacher at the high school that I graduated. That would be kind of weird. Yeah. But you know, teachers and students, they get those school days off, you know? Pretty much all of them. It's funny because when I used to be in school, the last day of school would usually be around my birthday. So I like that because that means summer break's gonna start. And there's this one guy I know. We're not friends, but he said his birthday is always around the first day of school. I'm like, wow, that kind of sucks, you know. Your birthday is always around the first day of school. But now I don't think he is in school anymore, so I guess he doesn't have to worry about that anymore. But at the time, yeah, that must have been so awkward for him. All right, for those of you that play this game, That's right, the Holland Hearts event is still going, but it's going to end this Sunday, February 18th, which is also my 12th anniversary on YouTube, and I still haven't decided yet what I'll be doing for my 12th anniversary. I gotta start thinking. But yep, I finished this a couple days ago. It's very simple. You just gotta do 14 deliveries. That's it. You know why it's 14? Because that's the date of Valentine's Day. So it ends Sunday the 18th of February at 11:59 p.m. Czech Republic time. So that is about 6 hours ahead of me. So that's 5:59 p.m. Central Time. Okay? But I already got this done. So it's very simple. It doesn't matter how long the delivery is or what city it is. Doesn't matter. Very simple. And that is why I got the Valentine's DLC paint job, even though that DLC is about 7 years old already. I think this was the first time ever where they had a Valentine's event. I guess it's about time. Acer says, yeah, but it's much shorter because you go to summer program now. You get paid to go to the summer program. Oh, what's the summer program? Is that something else? Is that basically just work and stuff? You forgot to answer my question. What house are you at? Are you at your parents' house or grandparents' house? You okay? Wow, that's great. Next week is a winter break for you. Oh, so like you get a break next week? Alright, so this will be the last stream of this game for a while. I know I've been streaming this game a lot the past 2 weeks, so this marathon, or whatever you want to call it, will finally come to an end after tonight. Because I'm going to be doing something else. Change it up, you know? And then I'll get back to this game, I don't know, whenever. Because I got some other plans going on for fun. YouTube. More live streams of other games and stuff. And regular videos. But yeah, episode 79, I believe. That's a lot. I wonder... I don't know if we'll get to episode 100 this year, maybe. It depends. if you go to that playlist of all the videos and streams of this game, I put in the playlist description of the seasons. Yeah. So, like, the first season was, like, I'm talking about, like, a whole year after my first episode, which is October 30th. I counted how many episodes from October 30th, 2021 to October 30th, 2022, and that's 25 episodes. So I did the same thing from 2022 to 2023, and I believe that was 30 episodes. Yep. So that's 55 total. And technically we're in season 3. This is episode 24 already. Yeah, I know. Yep. Sonic Frontiers Boz LFG. Wow, I know you can't wait for that. That's my very first Sonic game on YouTube. Streaming. I guess we'll have to do a video call so you can tell me what to do, or if I need help, you can be my lifeline, you know? Yep. But that's just gonna be for fun. It's not gonna be like me trying to be perfect, you know? It's just gonna be for fun. I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna play for a while to see if I like it. And if I do like it, then I might do another one. So, yeah. I saw the stuff that you sent me on Instagram. Interesting. Alright, I think that's all I gotta say before I mute my mic again so I can listen to the football news of people's thoughts on the big game last night. So, Acer, did you know that the game was also on Nickelodeon last night? Because I watched a little bit of it, and it looked pretty interesting. Like, if you're a fan of SpongeBob, you probably would like that, because I grew up watching that show, especially when I was in elementary school. I would wake up early, and then, like, early in the morning they would show SpongeBob on Nickelodeon, like at 6:30 a.m. before I have to go to school, you know. And then sometimes when I come home, it was also on, like at 3 p.m., you know, or 4 p.m. Yep, I was really addicted to that show, man. I was really addicted, but now I don't really watch it anymore because I'm all, you know, grown up now. It's just one of those things when you're addicted as a kid, but then when you start turning into an adult, it's less and less and less, and now it's like zero, you know. It's the same with, you know, other stuff like games. Well, you know, there's certain things where you like as a kid and an adult. Yeah. Like this game. Although this game didn't exist when I was a kid, so I was playing this one and this one, the old version. Yeah. But yeah, a lot of these games that I have on Steam I grew up playing, so it's nice to, you know, revisit them once in a while just to see how much you remember from the past, your childhood, you know. Acer says, yeah, Sonic was there too. Who knew he was part of the Nickelodeon cast? Wait, Sonic was part of the Nickelodeon cast? I didn't see him. There's a highlight video of that, so maybe I'll watch that after later. So, Oh man. Alright, I think that's it, so how long I've been live? I've been live for like 45 minutes already. This stream will probably be a few hours. I'll see what I'll be doing. Maybe I should drive to Kansas City, because that's where the champions are. Yep. Oh boy. I think in the future of this game, I'll have to, one thing that I've never done in this game was doing the recruitment agency. That's where you hire other drivers. So, I'll save that for later this year. Until then, that's basically all I have to say before I start playing this. One final time for a while. Yup. I'm glad that I'm a little surprised that the Super Bowl radio broadcast was not copyright claimed. I did get a few copyright claims from last night's streams, but that was from music, not from the actual radio broadcast, so that's good. I wasn't sure if it really was, you know. I decided to just go for it and see what happens. So, luckily I didn't get in trouble. That's good. But yeah, that was on Sirius XM radio. It's really good. It's a really good app. You can get it on your phone, your computer. I even have it in my car. Yes, I have Sirius XM in my car, so I can listen to any channel. Going to work, coming home. It's really good. I think it's worth it. They got all kinds of stuff that you can listen to. And I also, I don't know if I ever told you guys this, but I also got YouTube Premium. YouTube Premium is where you'll have no ads. No ads in any video you click on. You can get YouTube Music. You can like download videos and save it to stuff. But you gotta pay every month. I think it's what, like $12 or $13 a month, something like that. But yeah, I finally tried that out for the first time last month, because I'm like, yeah, I'm tired of these ads. These ads are annoying. I know you can just skip the ads, but still, sometimes an ad pops up like every minute or two in the video. It's annoying. So, but I think it's worth it because I'm on YouTube literally every day. Yes. That's the last thing I'll get rid of is YouTube. Yep. Because that's what I do for fun. You know? There's also YouTube TV, but I don't need that. I don't need that, but I'm sure it's pretty good. And you can also buy or rent any movie on YouTube. Like, how cool is that? Like, any movie. Like, it can be like a 45-year-old movie, and you have to, like, search it on Google, and then, like, you can click on the YouTube logo to see if they have it, and then a lot of times they do have it. You can rent the movie or buy the movie. It's real easy. Very simple. Yep. Alright, I think that's it. So, I'm gonna start playing. Oh, Acer, I don't know if you're still here or not, but I can probably tell you this later. But last night there was this one guy that tuned in. His name is Michael. I don't think he's watching right now, but I know we all love the Santa Tracker, right? We all love it. But he kept asking me questions about the Santa Tracker, and it was getting a little annoying to me, so I finally said, hey man, what is with you asking me questions about the Santa Tracker? You know, it's not Christmas season, you know? And he says, well, I just like it so much. And I'm like, I get it, but can we not talk about the Santa Tracker like all the time? You know, it's kind of annoying. And I'm like, and I told him, hey, if you have questions about it, go ask Acer, because Acer, you have your other channel, your tracking show channel, you know? And I told Michael that you're going to be streaming the Easter Bunny tracker so we can all tune into your stream, you know, whenever that is. He asked me if I'm going to do it again this year, and I'm like, nah, I just didn't like it. It was just weird to me. I don't know why it exists, you know, but I don't know. I gave it a shot. And only because 3 people asked me to do it, and that was you, Acer, and Michael. Both of y'all asked me to do it last year, so I finally did it. But instead, we'll probably tune into your stream, since I will most likely not be doing that this year, or maybe ever again. Only the Santa Tracker, because that's more fun. But I just want to tell you that. I don't know if you're still here or not. Doesn't look like you are. So I think I'm gonna start right now. Alright. I'm gonna start playing the football news while whatever I'll be doing in this game for the last time for a while. Yep, this marathon of this game will be coming to an end. Alright, guess that's it. Let's resume.
Let's break it down with Tim Hasselbeck, Mike Tannenbaum. I'm Zubin Mehenti. First blush thoughts on one of the most epic Super Bowl games ever played, again, with Boomer and company on the way.
It was an epic game. I think Kyle Shanahan made a massive mistake. I think when they won the coin toss to start overtime, go on defense, because now you could go play 4-down football, and that's actually what happened in that drive. They had to convert the 4th down, and Kansas City was able to go score a touchdown. And in a game where so many small plays could have made the difference, I think by not deferring, it hurt San Francisco.
25-22, Tim, your takeaway thoughts, and then we're going to dig in. We'll have all your stats, all your post-game reaction, player reaction, all on the way tonight. What you have off the jump?
I mean, I just think it's about Patrick Mahomes. Look, it's the best player in football, my estimation, and they put it on him. We had 46 pass attempts in this football game, was over 300 yards. And then to think what he did on that final drive, basically just willing his team down the field. I mean, and I think it's a little bit what Mike is saying. You're giving Patrick Mahomes the opportunity to play 4-down football, but yeah, like that to me is the difference. I think what we really are witnessing is greatness at the quarterback position, and Patrick Mahomes did it under immense pressure.
Let's dig into that a little bit more, Tim. Mike, hang tight. I know there's so much to talk about. Fourth Super Bowl in 5 years, third Super Bowl win in 5 years, 28 years old. What are we on the precipice of seeing right now?
Well, listen, I mean, I think when we see Brady, I just keep thinking that certain records don't feel like they're going to be broken, right? So Brady's 6 Super Bowls. Like you think, well, hey, no one's really going to catch that. Well, look where Patrick Mahomes is in terms of just the start that he's off to. And look, no one can dispute Brady's greatness, but I mean, it's incredible that, you know, Patrick Mahomes in such a short period of time has found himself with this many championships. And then obviously, as we see the double-digit comeback there in the biggest game of the season, yeah, it's incredible.
And 2 of those 3, of course, came against San Francisco, bookending the first one, the last one against the Eagles, and now this one against San Francisco. Go at it.
Yeah, and Joey, just one other point to Tim's point, he was their leading rusher. He had 66 yards rushing. He was their leading rusher. Had over 7 yards a carry. I didn't love how they had to manufacture some 4th-down conversions, but, you know, they brought pressure. He got the ball out. They play coverage. And if you play man-to-man against Patrick Mahomes, he's going to tuck it in and run. And I think that's why he's the best player, best athlete, best decision maker. And now he's literally unstoppable.
Literally, in the prime of his career at the age of 28. Again, Chris Berman on the field where that epic Super Bowl was just played, Allegiant Stadium. Vegas, first time Super Bowl. Alex Smith, Booger, they're on the field. We'll get to them in just a second. SVP after that, one-stop shop, all your post-game coverage all night long right here on ESPN. Tim, it was an up-and-down season. The Chiefs essentially said that. Their season changed after that loss at home to the Raiders. They were carried by their defense all season long, yet when it counted the most, it was their offense that ended up winning the Super Bowl.
Yeah, it was an up-and-down season. I think that's why you have to give Andy Reid a lot of credit for just kind of keeping the team together. You know, we saw, you know, even in this game, I thought there were moments where the Chiefs looked like they had lost their poise. There's kind of a calm about Andy Reid to weather some of the storms. I mean, it seemed like, you know, you saw Matt Nagy kind of yelling at the offense. You saw Chris Jones trying to bring the defense together. You saw Travis Kelce nearly knock Andy Reid over, but it's kind of Andy's steadiness in this football game. And I think really throughout much of the season that held the team together the way that it did. And it was a defensive-led team for much of the year. It was a defensive performance for much of this game, but ultimately, I do think it still comes down to Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes, final drive in the biggest moment.
And I can tell you're chomping at the bit. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, no, they got better as the year went on. And punctuated by that, Zubin, was 8 different Kansas City Chiefs caught passes today. So they lose the great Tyreek Hill, right? And they go win back-to-back titles. How do they do that? It's a little bit Rashee Rice. We saw McCole Hardman, who wasn't even on their team to start the year. He was a New York Jet, and yet there he is getting the game-winning touchdown. So it was like Travis Kelce and Band-Aids. And to Tim's point, like, even in this game, they sort of had to like reinvent themselves because Pacheco was really held in check for the most part. So to me, like, their adjustment was like a couple of quarterback runs. Kelce got open a couple of times. And they just made enough plays, one more play than the 49ers.
We are still waiting for the MVP. It was a later than expected night in Vegas, but then again, aren't they all? Take a look at the scene in Kansas City where they are celebrating their 3rd Super Bowl championship in 5 years. You know, they had to wait 50 years between championships, between Super Bowl 4 and 54. Now 3 in 5 years.
You know who this is?
Yeah, I think so, man. He's a
My
fucking
man
dog,
right
man.
here, my man. How we doing, huh?
Congratulations.
How we doing?
Patrick.
Yeah.
How are you?
Surreal. It's just surreal right now.
Congrats,
I mean,
man. Congrats.
I don't even think it's sunk in. Just being able to say back-to-back champs and the season that we had this year to be able to be a Super Bowl champ, man, it really is surreal.
You get the ball in overtime. I mean, okay, good. We only – still, the Niners defense had your number a lot of the game. What was working on the last drive that maybe wasn't most of the other game?
Yeah, I think we just kept fighting. I mean, at the end of the day, it wasn't like we called a lot of different plays. We stayed within our offense, kind of like we did all year long, and guys just continue to battle. And that was kind of our whole season. It wasn't always great, and we just continued to battle, and we were able to get enough there at the end to win the game.
Well, how about that run?
Oh, my gosh.
How
Look at
about
that guy.
your run?
My friend. There he is. What's up, baby? Congrats again, baby. We keep on fighting.
Oh, man.
Stop having such a good time.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby. You already know. Whoop. That's all I had going on in my head when Pat kept running was whoop. Hey, Trav, listen. I think he's the best player that's ever played this game.
Ever.
What makes him so special in crunch time?
Man, preparation, man. This guy works harder than anybody I've ever met in my life. And it only makes me want to play harder for the guy, man. And we know that he's prepared, and then his instincts just take over, man. His instincts just take over, and he
My
goes,
dog.
and he leads us to another one, baby.
And listen, first half, I'm looking, Travis Kelce, 1 catch for 1 yard.
Man,
I said,
what a jabroni. What a jabroni, man. Guys got to get in the game, man.
You got 3 points at halftime.
Yeah.
What was the conversation?
Yeah, the conversation at halftime was, let's just get back to being us.
Yeah.
And we always talk about it, but I think just get back to being us, going out there executing at a high level, playing with intensity. I felt in the first half they brought the intensity to us, and we matched it in the second half and then took over. We got in the overtime, and we started getting the big guy the ball, and usually good things happen.
Yeah.
All right now.
When you and Andy Reid had that, what I call a very engaging conversation.
Oh, you guys saw that?
What was the conversation about? Was
there
it?
were a few cameras.
I mean, was it, hey, I need the ball, I can help us win? What was that about?
Man, it was. I'm gonna keep it between us unless my mic'd up tells the world. But I was just telling him how much I love him.
No, but for real though, I mean, that moment right there, that speaks to the team that we are.
Right.
Everybody loves it. Everybody loves the game, wants to compete. And Coach Reid wants to compete.
Yeah.
If you watch out, you might get a little bit too. So I mean, that's just the type of mentality we've always had. And that's why we can win games like we won today.
Well, here's the thing. So, Mecole Hardman scored the winning touchdown.
Yeah.
Valdez-Scantling got a touchdown. So, in the end, everybody contributed on the offense, even though it's like during the year,
Yeah,
what's
but
going on?
Yeah, but
you never had a doubt.
We never stopped believing. We never stopped believing. And if you see how those guys work every single day, when I walk to lunch and I see 6, 7 receivers out there catching all the time in their off time, that proves to me that they're going to make those moments happen whenever they get the chance. And that's why I never lost faith, and that's why they made moments like today.
Do you understand that this doesn't happen a lot, like back-to-back championships? I know you do.
Might have been talked about a little bit this week.
No, I know that, but not that much, right? Like.
Well,
Tell me.
we knew after last year, really after the first year we won it, there was another tier of teams that have that back-to-back because it's one thing to go and get one, but it's another thing when you got that target on your back. You're getting everybody's best shot. It felt like about 6 weeks in a row there, NFL decided to schedule some games where the other team was getting more off days than we were. They were getting just a little bit of a head start on us. And you know what? We persevered through a lot of that adversity, and man, I couldn't be more proud than the guys in red today.
And speaking of that adversity, I mean, you guys heard all the noise. The tackles aren't good enough. We don't have a number 1 receiver. To go through all that and then win this one, how much more special does that make this one, knowing everything that was said about you guys all year?
It's the most special one I think I've ever gotten.
Ever.
I mean, just
Really?
to battle through that adversity, and then to come through that and be better on the other side.
Pat Mahomes can't play on the road. Pat, we got to go up against the juggernaut of the MVP and Baltimore Ravens. And we heard it all, baby. All we did was just circle those wagons.
There you go.
Okay, that's it.
Fire me up, baby.
You guys have to be down by 10 all the time? Is that the deal?
I like to just
like you like it, right?
If you get down
like
10,
a 3-goal lead in hockey, baby.
if you get down 10, it just wakes us up just a little bit. It kind of gives us that spark that we need. And I mean, we can make it easier sometimes, but I mean, what's the fun in that?
What did Coach have to say? I mean, you said get back to him, but did he have a couple of words that you haven't heard before? I don't mean off color. I just mean a couple of things you hadn't heard.
Yeah, at halftime, I mean, he just said, go back to the fundamentals. He said, be who we are, just play hard and believe in each other. I mean, that's what it all takes in this league. I mean, everybody's great. If you can come together as a team and be the best on that day, that's how you get to here, and that's how you win Super Bowls.
When you got in the huddle, trailing by 3 in overtime, What was the
fire me up, baby?
What was the
fire me up?
Right when that defense got stopped and got the field goal, I had all belief in the world that we were going to go down there and win it.
Not a doubt in our heart.
I mean, that was a big stop for them to get those stops there on second and short, third and short, and they gave us a chance, and we were able to go down there and win it.
And then speaking of overtime, they won the toss, took the ball, which gave you guys the advantage.
Yeah, we were going to kick if we got it. So, I mean, they let us know what we were going to do so we can go for it on that fourth down. Now, we talk about those situations all the time. I mean, we changed the rules, so, I mean, we can execute them on both ways. I don't know how they're going to change it this time.
All right now.
You know, just not that you care. We'd never seen this before in the NFL. Had you needed another play, the quarter would have ended, and we would have kept playing a second overtime because it's your first possession. Bizarre, actually, if you think about it.
Yeah, but it's funny. We joke about it. We joke about it, but at the same time, we talk about it like every week, especially in the playoffs. We have a guy come up and tell us all the different rules, so we weren't panicked. We were ready to go, and that speaks to the coaches. They keep us prepared.
Best in the league, baby.
Listen, you've done something that very few teams have done. So we say congratulations.
He's done things that very few quarterbacks have done.
Well, you know what?
Give that man his crown. Give that man his crown.
Talking like he's got the best tight end ever. I mean, what are we talking about?
Always.
Congratulations.
Appreciate you.
Proud as heck of this team,
Always
baby.
great seeing you.
You know what, Pat?
Yeah.
Hey, best I've ever seen, kid.
I appreciate
no
it.
doubt about it.
I'm not done, though. We got a long way to go.
I know it.
You're done for tonight. You're done. Okay, you don't need a sixth quarter, right?
Exactly.
Congratulations. Great to see you. Proud of you.
Always. Yes, sir. Absolutely. Yep.
If you like football and you didn't want the season to end, boy, was this the night in Super Bowl 58. And even though it looked dire, yes, the Chiefs have been behind before.
Yes.
But dire with the way the offense was playing, kind of a microcosm of their year. But when push came to shove, number 15 rose above them all.
He's the best player I've ever seen, Patrick Mahomes. And that's no disrespect to Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, or any of the great ones. But Patrick Mahomes gives this team confidence. Think about this, Boom. We all said that San Francisco had the better team, but nobody picked them because of Patrick Mahomes.
Right.
And he showed you, Boom, game-winning drive, running the football on fourth down, the plays he made, the will he showed, and the confidence he gives that team is unreal. And it was on display tonight.
And the confidence he did, we're going to show you whole highlights a little later. We expect some of the Chiefs, or a lot of them, to come over. We may just show the game-winning drive first. But a lot of the name. Okay, so Mecole Hardman scored the winning touchdown. Now, who had that? Marquez Valdez-Scantling caught a touchdown. So these are guys that all year long, oh, my goodness, are they ever going to have anyone that can? Yes, they made plays. And Mahomes stuck with him.
No doubt. He stuck with him, and he gave him confidence all year long. Think about the confidence that he gave MVS early in the season when MVS dropped the ball, and he took it on himself. But in this game, Boom, yes, he went to those other guys. But when they were down and the offense was sputtering and the offense needed to get going, he finally got Travis Kelce involved. And I thought it was a key point in the game when Andy Reid said, you know what? I'm going to stop calling plays, and I'm going to call players. And he kept dialing up those little sit routes to Rice, the little sit routes to Travis Kelce, and he got his playmakers involved. And anytime your big guys get involved, it gives your team confidence. So it was an amazing adjustment to the game plan because they were getting outplayed in the first half.
Oh, by a wild margin.
Up and down the field.
They only had the one bomb to Hardman was about it on offense except for the 4 minutes at the end of the half.
And then they turned the ball over after that.
You're right.
So everything was going against this team, and then they came out, they settled down. Their defense was outstanding. So even though the offense was struggling, the defense kept them in the ball game, holding San Fran to 10 points. But boom, when it's all said and done, it was Patrick Mahomes making plays to Kelce on fourth down. It was Patrick Mahomes running zone read, running the football. They couldn't block Nick Bosa, so they let him go down inside, and Mahomes went to the outside. Play after play after play by number 15, Boom. I cannot overstate to the audience how good Patrick Mahomes is.
Well,
we witnessed greatness personified tonight.
I do want to say one thing, because I noticed this when Joe Montana won his second in a row Super Bowl, his fourth. That was in '89 when they blew out the Broncos 50, whatever it was, by a lot.
Yeah.
The song I heard on the speaker about 5 minutes after that game was over was Tina, Simply the Best. And about 5 minutes after this game was over, it didn't blare for 10 minutes like it did that night in New Orleans, but I heard Simply the Best. And I couldn't, and I understand we have Tom Brady, and we're not trying to go there yet. But okay, Joe Montana, Patrick Mahomes. Look, back-to-back Super Bowls. They played the same song. I've heard this before.
And boom, think about this. Let's not discount Andy Reid.
No,
maybe his best coaching performance that we've seen. The 2 tackles weren't good enough, we said. They didn't have a #1 receiver. They went through a lull where this Chiefs offense didn't look like the Chief offense of old, and everybody to a man that's an analyst, including myself, doubted this team. Andy Reid kept saying, you know what? We're going to win a different way. We're going to lean on our defense. The offense, just do enough. We don't have to make the Tyreek Hill plays down the field, but what we have to do is do our part offensively, and they did that. So when you look at Andy Reid, you look at Steve Spagnuolo, the job they did was absolutely outstanding.
And even despite the fact that the San Francisco 49ers, their defense came to play and looked the best they did in the last 6 weeks of the season.
Absolutely, no doubt about it, because that's crunch time. That's when you need to play, as we're joined by one of the best linebackers in the league.
Well, Nick, how are you?
I'm good. How you doing?
Congratulations, champion.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
It never gets old, huh?
Nah, man. Winning don't ever get old, man.
Well, you got your defense. You know Booger. You know.
Yeah, I know Booger.
What's up, baby?
I watched Booger since I was about 4 years old, man.
Oh.
So listen, your defense has put it on your shoulders pretty much all year long, even though it's, hey, we have Patrick Mahomes. We're used to scoring a lot. And tonight was no different, was it?
Yeah, man. I think it started early, man. We had a big forced turnover, and it kind of got them out of their game a little bit. We wanted to start running, stop the rushing the ball. Able to do that. Of course, in the long third downs, man, let our DBs, what we think is, and our D-line, is our strengths of our defense, man. Let those guys get going. Let them do what they do best, man. Put hands on wide out and get sacks. And, yeah, man, so they was nothing short of that, man. It took all of us. Again, offense got to go in the second half when we needed them to. Defense settled in, and Spaz made the checks at halftime like per usual.
Well, you know how much after the catch, and McCaffrey speaks for itself, right? Debo, all those guys, you guys had to concentrate. I mean, look, they broke some 18-yarders from 16-yarders. The wrap-ups.
Yeah, I think
the most important things.
Yeah, I think we're the best tackling team in the league. We'll start our secondary, man. I think nobody in the league, man, has willing corners who want to come out there and actually make tackles out in space and hit running backs. And that was nothing short of that, man. They was able to get guys in the middle of the field. We let a couple of explosive plays happen, but again, bend don't break. Forcing to kick field goals, and it worked out for us in the end.
I'll let the Super Bowl champion play defense talk to the Super Bowl champion.
Yes, sir.
By the way, outstanding game. 13 tackles led the team. Unbelievable.
Yes, sir.
When they were moving the ball in the first half and getting those chunk plays, what adjustments did you guys make? Because the defense played better in the second half.
Yeah, man, I think we started playing a little more man coverage. Our corners, again, I think I said a little bit earlier, is the strength of our defense, man. And being able to get hands on and disrupt routes. We're in zone, man. There's so much moving and motion, and you can't really get hands out to get guys up there pressed. And second half, he's up there, man. The corner's been aggressive, taking away the inside routes, man, making them throw the ball outside, and just rallying and tackling the run game.
Overall, what was the game plan going in against Brock Purdy?
Yeah, man, I think earlier we want to play a little bit more zone, man, and it just didn't work out for us the way we wanted to. Drew it up on paper. So we came in the second half, man, started playing a lot of more man, more zeros, trying to get the ball out of his hands quick, man, and don't let his pass catcher do his thing with the ball.
Overtime, San Francisco gets it, and they drive it deep. Talk about the stand you guys made that resulted in just a field goal.
Yeah, man, I think it's just Coach Spaz, man, again, he's going to heat you up, man. We got to heat him up. Got a couple of negative plays there, and on third down, we run that house, got the ball out quick, and again, our corners up pressed, getting hands on guys, man, just up to the route, forcing him to kick a field goal. I kind of think he wanted to go for it there. He kind of took it away for a little bit, because on 4th and 4 down here, they went for it. But again, just all 11 guys, man, doing their job every single snap, and they needed that in that moment. Yeah.
Did you have a doubt?
Oh, no, without a doubt. I knew 15. We went on the field, man. 15 said, you give me a chance, I got to win. And I think he came out there and showed that early in the drive, man, using his feet, throwing the ball, short checkdowns, moving the ball, a little bit of everything all drive, man. And that's the reason why he's so special.
Leading team in tackles.
Thank you.
You win another, been 19 years since the team has won back-to-back Super Bowls.
Yes, sir.
I know you guys knew that, but you put it aside, didn't you?
Yeah.
We have to win this game.
Yeah, it came down to winning just one game. I think early in the year we deserved the right to be a part of greatness. And, yeah, man, today we figured out a way to find a win and cement ourselves in history.
Congratulations, man.
Thank you.
Again, baby.
Congratulations. You write a different script every time, don't you? What's the matter with you?
What's up, baby?
Congratulations, Coach. Hi, Tammy. Come here. Don't make sure Tammy gets you. Coach Andy Reid, Super Bowl champion again. You love being down by 10, don't you? Is that the thing?
I'll tell you, the guys did a great job with it. We were, same as last year, and able to come back. And I'm just so proud of the guys and the coaches for the job that they did.
Are you So the last drive, let's just do it from the end, and then we can go through other stuff. Your defense makes a stand. You needed 3. What's the talk? Because San Francisco's defense played you really tough, tougher in many ways than you thought, right? Maybe.
Yeah, well, Kyle's done a phenomenal job there, and that's a good football team, and very, very talented and well coached. So we knew we wanted to score a touchdown, obviously, and not give them the ball back. That can be dangerous with that crew. So, that's the way it fell for us. So I wish it would have fallen a little earlier that way, but it fell that way then, so it was great.
4th and 1 in your own territory after a 3rd and 1 got stopped, and Patrick's in the shotgun, I think. That was interesting.
Well, we had a naked play called, and he said, "Listen, if it's not there, I'm running it." So he did that. He used his legs that last drive and did a great job with it.
Coach, from the standpoint of strategy, were you surprised? Kyle wins toss, takes ball, which gives you the advantage because now you know what you have to do in overtime. Were you surprised by him taking the ball?
He's a pretty smart guy, so there's got to be a reason why he did that. Everybody's got their own philosophy on it.
Right.
And I get it. So I don't know if there's a right or wrong way. We felt that you kick off first, but that's here nor there. I mean, that's what we think, but listen, the guy's a great football coach.
What, with 3 points at halftime, Andy, what was the strategy and what was the change and what was maybe conversation, although maybe not that long knowing?
Yeah, well, listen, we knew we needed to be more positive on first down. We were struggling there. I felt like
man right here and tell me this.
How about you, man?
God, man.
Huh?
You brought me back, man.
Congrats, man.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good job. Yeah, love you too, man. How about that kid?
Yeah.
All of them.
Yeah. So we wanted to be more positive on first down, and we were able to do it, with the run of the pass game in the second half. There wasn't a whole lot different play-wise, but it worked out okay for us.
It's kind of a microcosm of the whole season because, okay, the defense has to carry us. We're struggling for different reasons.
Yep.
And, okay, Valdez-Scantling scored a touchdown. Mecole Hardman scores the winning touchdown in the Super. I mean, a few weeks ago, it's like, are you kidding? Not you, but the outside world, right?
Yeah, nobody questioned it. You were there. You saw how they function, and nobody questioned. Our defense is unbelievable. But doggone it.
Yeah.
They just play their hearts out. Spags does a great job with that crew, and he just positive energy all the way around through that staff and the players. Big Chris and the whole.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Early in the game, the offense wasn't quite clicking, and we saw Trav come over and I say have an engaging conversation with you. What was that convo about? Because it seemed like the offense and everybody changed after that. What was that convo about?
He caught me when I wasn't looking.
I saw that. It's a fumble. That was another turnover.
Yeah, he didn't know
that. Your play sheet.
He didn't know I was going to go that far.
Right.
So he came over and gave me a hug. So sorry about that. But you know what? He just wants to be on the field and he wants to play. And so there's nobody I get better than I get him. He's a competitive kid, and he loves to play, and he makes me feel young. But my balance is terrible, Booger.
Listen, Andy, I think this year's job has been your best coaching job ever because of all the outside noise. We talk about the tackles, the receivers, everything going on with the offense, and having the confidence in those young men. How'd you do it?
Well, they build that in you. So every day I get to be with these guys, and they're phenomenal. They want to play well. They want to win.
Yeah.
And as a coach, I mean, what more can you ask for? They don't get down on each other. They support each other. The offense supports the defense. Defense supports the offense. Special teams comes through with a couple big plays.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a team, and that's the way they happen. In this day and age, that can be a tough thing. There's a lot of egos. There's a lot of money involved. But this crew just they're willing to go. You saw Big Chris, man, just suck it up at the end.
No question. Yes. Yeah. He was outstanding.
A lot of plays. And so, and when the guys saw him doing that, they all picked it up with him.
I got a couple other things for you, but Tammy, you've been good enough to hang with us. You told me, I saw you before the game, you go, Andrew, you're the only one that calls, and I can't call you Andrew. Andrew has been pretty calm this week. Would you call him calm now after 5 quarters of that?
He's still calm, but he's very excited now.
Well, excited, sure, but is he calm still? I mean, he's always kind of calm.
I mean, look.
Were you calm?
I'm calm. I was calm till the very last second.
She's got all the personality. You know that.
I do know that.
I'm kind of a wet leaf, but that's all right.
You know what was a big play, and it was a defensive play. When San Francisco was deep with 2 minutes to go, and McDuffie came on the disguised blitz. I think it was McDuffie, right? And came right in and then held them what essentially then was a field goal.
Yeah.
Big play by Spags.
Yeah,
team.
big play. There were a couple big plays.
Well, I know.
But that was a good one. McDuffie's had a great year. LJ's had a great year on the back end. I mean, those guys are that whole back end. We have more reads on the field than ever today. With my son and Reed, Justin Reed, and
a lot of
I mean, there were reads everywhere.
Yeah.
It was a good day for the reads.
So it was a read and react game. Is that what you're telling me?
That's what I'm saying.
Andy, last time these two teams played, it was the two Jet Wasps play. Everybody talked about the play to Tyreek. What was the game-winning touchdown play called this year?
Yeah, believe it or not, I mean, we had corn dog last year, and that was corn dog.
That was corn dog.
This was corn dog with a little mustard and ketchup.
Corn.
Well, listen, I know you like corn.
Oh, I love him. There's nothing like it.
How much? It was late in the year. I mean, I'm talking Christmas. Lost Raiders.
Yeah, big.
Not like the team changed. Even the players, it's like, okay, if we're going to go somewhere, we better make a change of our perception right now. Am I misreading that at all?
Yeah, well, the Raiders just got a great head football coach, and I talked to him, texted with him the other day on the bus ride back after I got a chance to see that facility of theirs, which is unreal. But listen, I told him, I just said, I appreciate the kick in the butt. I mean, they kicked our tail, legitimately kicked our tail, and it was a wake-up call, I think, for everybody, and coaches and players. And the guys just said, hey, we got to pick our game up. You know, we're not playing the way we're supposed to. We're dropping balls, penalties. I mean, both sides said, "Hey, we gotta elevate this thing," along with special teams, and the guys did it. You know, and that's why I'm so proud of these guys. I mean, they've done a great job with all that.
You know what? Special teams, real quick. Okay, the fumble where it hit the foot, and then San Francisco had to get it, but a blocked extra point. Maybe this doesn't happen. Maybe it doesn't happen.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That was huge. I'm glad it happened.
Well,
but our guys,
understand that.
you know, the guys did a great job with it, and we'll take it.
Listen, to the victor go the spoils. Back-to-back Super Bowl champ. I know you've thought about it, but it's sinking in. But what needs to sink in now is something. Well, wait a minute. We have burgers.
Thought about you, big fella. We talked about this last year, didn't we?
We have In-N-Out burgers for you.
No, you guys
don't have to eat it on set. It's up to you. They're you, champ. You can take it with you, but you don't leave ESPN set empty-handed.
You know what's sad is I could smell the onions. That's a bad sign.
That's why you're omnipresent as coach. You're in rarefied air, my man.
I appreciate you.
Go
guys.
enjoy a snack.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Congratulations, Coach. Very much so, sir. Very much.
Yep.
Tammy, congratulations.
It's just something we talked about with, you know, that none of us have a ton of experience of it, but we went through all the analytics and talked with those guys, and we just thought to be better. We wanted the ball third. If both teams matched and scored, we wanted to be the ones who had the chance to go win, and we got that field goal, so we knew we had to hold them to at least to a field goal, and if we did, then we felt it was in our hands after that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it sucks, man. You want to win it for that kind of guy, and he's a great coach. Everybody wants to go to war with that guy. The way he handles himself and carries himself, like we want to win for him. And obviously the older guys, the vets, Trent Williams, Eric Armstead, like all the guys that have been through it, man, you want to win for them. So, but it starts with coach, man. That's who I heard for.
Well, I don't think it's fair to. Okay, you might wonder later, but look, this is also down by 3. Went for it on 4th and 3 deep. I know it's not the same thing. Ended up with that pass to Kittle and then scoring the touchdown to take the lead. So if they get a touchdown and they have the ball first, then I don't know that you're pointing at this. I really do. But in retrospect, you think he would think it over again, Booger?
In retrospect, I think he make the opposite decision again.
You do?
Well, because think about this, Boom. Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers win toss, take ball. go down and get a field goal. So now that gives all the advantage to the Chiefs because the Chiefs know exactly what they have to do. So now when it's 4th down in your own end, typically they would have punted the football. They didn't punt that ball. They went for it on 4th down. So you give the advantage to the Chiefs. And I understand what Kyle is saying. He's playing the long game. But when you're in overtime, you're trying to score a touchdown and win this game now, or at least put your team in a position to win the game. So I get it. Wrong decision by Kyle. And one day, hopefully he'll admit that.
Well, they get a touchdown. I don't know that that doesn't mean they win the game.
Right.
I get it.
But even then, it's still schematically an advantage to the Chiefs because they know what they need. If they score a touchdown, boom, they can go for 2 and win the game.
Listen, let's do Niners big picture.
Yeah.
Used a lot of people on offense.
Yeah,
Here's
they did.
Juszczyk. Here's Chris Conley. Here's Juwan Jennings. I thought defense played the best they had since Christmas.
Yeah. This game was won in the first half because of the lack of 49ers offense. They dominated the game. The offensive line, the defensive line, they were dominating the game, boom, but it was still only 10 Scoreboard. That's all that matters. If you're Andy Reid, you went into halftime saying, guys, I feel good about where we are. Because we haven't played, other than the one play down, the long play down the field, we haven't played a good game.
Correct.
And then in the second half, Spags went to more man coverage, less zone. They pressured Purdy, and the game flipped, and the game totally changed. They should have had a lot more points on the board, and they didn't, and that was Kyle's fault.
Even though, look, the Niners lose it, I hate to even, well, they did. They're part of a lot of history. Of course, a full five-quarter Super Bowl. We said already the second overtime game in Super Bowl history. 5 ties or lead changes in the second half and overtime. We've never seen that.
Yeah.
We've had 58 Super Bowls. It's the first time. Of course, a lot of the field goals, including 2 of them, which set records. First Moody, then Butker. And so, it is the Chiefs over the Niners with an exhale at the end of the 5th quarter.
Yeah, I mean, they brought 0 and was trying to get the ball to JJ. That's what was hurting me, just knowing that, yeah, we're going to execute the field goal, trusting Jake and all the guys on special teams, but obviously their offense is really good. Mahomes is really good, and you just don't want to give him an opportunity, to go down and win the game off a touchdown. So when I wasn't able to connect with him, it hurt. So, yeah. Man, it was just tough. I feel like first and second down was tough. I feel like it was like 3rd and long. I have to be better on first and second down, taking what they have given me, and I feel like they were just sticky across the board when they played man coverage and stuff. So that was another challenge. And then, yeah, so I just feel like on 3rd down, we have to execute better. For our defense to give us that many stops like they did, and then for us to go 3 and out and not do anything with those opportunities, that's what hurts me. So. I mean, a lot of guys are quiet, and a lot of guys are still quiet right now. Not a lot has been said. It just hurts. We have the team, obviously, to do it, to win the whole thing, and come up short like that. The way things have been the last couple of years here, everyone wanted it so bad. So I think we're still trying to sort of gather, our thoughts and everything right now. But everyone in that locker room loves each other, I'll tell you that.
All week you talked about touchdowns, not field goals. Is that what it came down to?
Yeah, I think so. When you have a good offense like the Chiefs do, and what Mahomes can do, for us it's like, all right, we have to, score touchdowns, and we had opportunities to do so. I think shot ourselves in the foot with just penalties and the operations and stuff. So I got to be better in terms of leading the guys and just I think how I handle things in the huddle and telling them what to expect, stuff like that. So. But yeah, at the end of the day, I think we had the team, the offense to score touchdowns, and I think I failed to put our team in position to do that.
What do you think what attributed that start?
Did you say that again? Sorry.
Slow
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure it out. I'm not gonna lie. You know, I think first and second down we just got to be better. You get into these third and longs, and it's tough to convert in those kind of situations, and so just got to be better. I think first and second down. You know, there's just a couple plays where I feel like defense, you know, got the stops like they needed to, and then our first like couple plays were, you know, just either negative or we're not moving the ball. So it's as simple as that.
Never doubt in my mind, baby. Never doubt in my mind. We knew when they had to kick a field goal that it was on us. We got the best quarterback in the league. We got the best offensive mind in the league, and we got the most determination out of any team in the NFL. And you saw all of that today, man.
How like specifically with Patrick Mahomes, like how much more confidence does it give you just knowing like, all right, it's crunch time, but he's there?
I guess at this point I take it for granted, but I know we're in every single game I've ever played in with him. No matter what the score is, no matter how much time is left, that guy's got magic in his right arm, man, and he found ways to propel us, even with his legs, as you saw today.
What do you say in the huddle before the last drive?
He said, "Let's go win this thing." That's the last I remember.
What's the first Taylor song you're listening to tonight?
I don't know, whichever one the DJ plays. I was just telling him how much I love him.
Hey, Travis, what your speech that the players were talking about? I think "Moved to Tears" was the term that was used. What was your speech about?
That we had the formula, that we know how to go and get it, and they didn't. But that being said, I got nothing but respect for the 49ers. They showed a lot more than even I imagined. And there's going to be a lot of words being thrown around, but that team was every bit deserving as we were. And I got a lot of respect for them, their coaches, and how they go about their business. That game went all the way down the wire for a reason.
Travis, you only had one target in the first half. What turned it around in terms of getting you the ball?
Stop playing like a jabroni, man.
What comes through your mind when you think about the journey that this season represented for this team?
Man, with the target on our back, man, knowing that we were going to get everybody's best shot to have the doubters, to have the road that we went through, man, it meant everything to even get to this point. But to find a way through adversity yet again for 4 quarters, 5 quarters, man, I couldn't be more proud of the guys, and it's such an honor to be on this team and in this organization, man.
Patrick said you guys are going to keep it going. You got a young team. Do you want to be part of that journey?
Man, I'll tell you what, man, I'm gonna go ahead and enjoy this one, and everything that just happened. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity that I've been able to go through 3 times now, and man, it gets sweeter and sweeter every time, baby.
Travis, after last year's Super Bowl, you said it was the happiest year of your life. How does this year compare?
Man, it's just when you think things couldn't get any better. I'll tell you what, being on a mountaintop with my brother is something special that I'll remember for the rest of my life, and it brings me to tears even thinking about that moment and being here all week or being there all week with him. But what we had to endure with this team, to see guys rise to the occasion, to see guys put stats aside, to see guys just put their heart in every single day and focus every single day for the person next to them. That's something special that I'll not only learn from, but I'll take with me, and these memories will last forever.
Sunday to Sunday, has any couple ever had a better week than Grammys to Super Bowl? Tweet it out.
Man, it's on top of the world right now, baby. It's a good feeling.
To see McCall rise to the occasion after he had the struggles in Buffalo and comes back to this team in the middle of the season to see McCall rise there and get that game win.
Man, I couldn't be happy for my guy, man. I'll tell you what, it brought me to tears seeing that he was the man that got us this ring, man. It's sometimes the media world can be pretty harsh on a guy. I love you, dog. Super Bowl champion, baby. 3 times. Talk to him. Man, McCall is he's one of my favorite teammates ever. It's because he just keeps showing up, and he keeps trying to find ways to win. Had a huge play for us early on that kind of sparked us, and then on top of that, found a way to win the game for us. When everybody counted him out, even the Jets counted him out, and man, we were so excited when he got back in the building because he's the kind of guy that brings everybody together. He's got that kind of personality.
How'd you get sprung
Why shallow cross, baby? We knew Fred Warner was gonna play outside leverage on me if it was man, and good thing my old ass can still run.
Yeah, I mean, I hope people remember not only the greatness that we have on the field, but the way that we've done it. I mean, I feel like we enjoy it every single day. We have fun. We play hard. And it's not always pretty, but we just continue to fight to the very end. And I know you get fatigue of the team sometimes, of one team winning. But we try to enjoy it and just enjoy the moment that we have together and enjoy just kind of what we can do every single day to bring the best out of each other. I don't know if it was this week, man. I played with McCole for a long time, man. He's always ready for the moment, and he's someone that continues to practice hard and get better. And obviously, that receiver rotation, we were bouncing around a lot of guys all year long, and those guys just continue to work. And I mean, just like last Super Bowl, man, it's like you never know who it's going to be. It's about everybody being ready for the moment, and he was ready for that moment in a couple of big plays. Yeah, the play call, I think it started because Clyde was the first one to run it, and Trav was the other guy, part of it, so it was like Tom and Jerry, you know, that whole thing. It was, that's the concept of the play, and then the motion was the exact same motion that we ran in the Super Bowl last year, and they actually covered it pretty well at first, and then I kind of looked back and looked back to them, and that's a little risky always, so I was a little like, hey, let me make sure it's open. But obviously, Coach Reed, man, knows when to call those plays at the right time. Yeah, that was the play. I mean, calling the timeout, I thought was important for us to go over there and discuss what we wanted in that moment. And we all agreed on that play. I knew before the play, it's more of a man design play where Kels kind of comes from behind the line of scrimmage. And I talked to Rasheed about maybe if you can't set the little rub, if you can kind of set up open. And with them being so focused on that, it opened right open for me to run. And I knew I was going to get a yard. So I actually got down on that one. And we were able to get that first down and keep the drive going. I mean, he's one of the best coaches of all time. I believe he's the best coach of all time. I mean, I know he doesn't have the trophies yet, and I have a lot of respect for some of those great coaches. But the way he's able to navigate every single team he has, continue to have success no matter where he's at. And for me, he brings out the best in me because he lets me be me. I think that's important, is he doesn't try to make me anyone else. I don't think I'd be the quarterback that I am if I didn't have Coach Reed being my head coach. And other than that, he wants you to be the best person you can be, and that's something that I think is truly special. Yeah, I think it means more, man. I mean, to be able to battle through that adversity and come out better on the other side, and I think it prepared us for the playoffs. Obviously, we've had a lot of great playoff runs, but this is going to be up there because just the way that we kind of continue to battle whenever times weren't great. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to celebrate tonight. I'm going to celebrate at the parade, and then I'm going to do whatever I can to be back in this game next year and trying to go for that three-peat. So it's an ongoing thing in the NFL. I think Tom said it best, is once you win that championship and you have those parades and you get those rings, you're not the champ anymore. You have to come back with that same mentality, and I learned from guys like that have been the greatest of all time at the top of the level. So that's my mindset, is I'm going to celebrate with my guys because of how we done this, but then we're going to work our way to get back to this game next year. Yeah, I think the biggest thing for me is the way we did it. The battle throughout the middle of the season, to continue to have that mindset of we're going to continue to believe. It truly is special. I'm going to try to stop getting down 10 points in these games and make them a little bit easier, but I was proud of how the guys fought. I mean, they're all tough. I'm not gonna act like one's tougher than the other. It takes your best, and I think for me personally, it was just battling through adversity throughout the season. Whenever the offense wasn't playing like I wanted it to play, and just continue to believe and fight. But I'm not gonna act like one's tougher than the other, because all these games are tough, and it takes your best football. Yeah, I mean, it's special. I think it's that championship mindset. I mean, whenever stuff isn't going great, we're going to continue to fight. And this game we had times we weren't playing great, especially the offense, and we were able to step up to the occasion while the defense is making those stops. And people are going to talk about the offense. We had those last few drives, the defense is going to make us in that game. And that's our entire season. They're going to give us chances, and we're going to make it happen when it counts. The Rashee Rice, man, I mean, I think if I would have looked at him at the end of regulation, I might have got a game-winning touchdown there. So he's a guy who wants it. I think that's the biggest thing, is he wants to be great. And for someone to be in this offense and learn the offense of Coach Reed and continue to get better and better, I think he's just at the beginning of where he's going to end up being at. And luckily, I don't know if it's lucky for him, but he lives in Texas, so he'll get to see me a lot this offseason as we continue to try to make him one of the top receivers in this league. I mean, that's a great football team, but once they stopped and held them to a field goal, our mindset was go win the game right here. Once we got that ball, we fell short in regulation. We're not going to let it do it again. We're going to go out there and win the game. Defense got the stop, and we were able to do that.
Mahomes, Hardman, and everybody in a championship. This is a kingmaker game, and these guys are royalty. The reactions after this epic ended in Las Vegas.
There was no doubt. I mean, the guys were great. Defense played out of the How about that D, baby? Our defense played great, and then the O just kept persevering and pushing and pushing and pushing and did a great job. I'm so proud of the whole group. Special teams jumped up in there and dominated right at the end there. It was beautiful.
Really, just the whole game was just kind of our whole entire season. It was the defense just keeping us in there, and then the offense making plays when it counted. And then, of course, Harrison Butker hitting from about 70. So it was a microcosm of our whole season. I'm just proud of the guys. They kept believing, and I'm proud of the coaches for calling up those plays. They got us some touchdowns there at the end. Just know that the Kansas City Chiefs are never underdogs. Just know that.
They were 3 games in a row. They won them all on the field. How some of the key players in this game performed. Patrick Mahomes. There were stretches in this game where it was quiet, but he put it well. When push came to shove, they made the plays they had to make. An MVP performance from number 15, who led the team in rushing yards to boot. Kelsey, after just 1 catch for 1 yard in the first half, nearly 100 in the second half. The man's literally wiping the sweat from his eyes. You can see the dirt on the jersey, but the smile on the face as Travis Kelce is once again a world champion. Thank you for throwing the headset on. Let's start with that beard. When are we going to trim that thing up? The Yeti was out of control this week, man.
Oh, you don't want to see the Yeti. You don't want it. I'll tell you what, I might shave this thing, put it in a Ziploc bag, and hang it as a mural on the wall, baby. This one, it was worth it, and it shows the growth and the grind from the entire year.
I understand that's what that was all about. And I want to start right there, Travis. You've had years where you've won these and it looks easy. I know it isn't, but it appeared so. This felt different. The journey was different to get here. The struggles were seemingly many. How does that add to the satisfaction of it?
Man, that means everything. I couldn't be more proud of these guys for the fight, the heart, rallying together when everybody was counting us out. When Vegas had the odds against us, we came into Vegas and beat them, baby. And it's a beautiful, beautiful scenario, knowing that everything that this team's been through, man. And man, I hope we can keep this team so we can do it all over again.
You and I have talked, not on the air, but just about the idea of the appreciation of what it is you all get to do, because this is rare, right? This doesn't happen a lot, and I know you're present in that, and you understand that. And you don't get unlimited runway, any of us, to do the things we do. So given where you are in this journey, not just as a player, Travis, but in life, how does that add to your personal enjoyment of this?
Man, I stopped chasing stats a long time ago and started chasing legacy and what my my heart was at, and where I wanted to be as a professional, man. And I couldn't be more proud to just be a part of a team with these guys and be a part of the greatness every single day and the drive every single day, man. This game is so beautiful when you do things the right way and you put in the grind, you put in the hard work, and you reap those rewards, man. It's just it's a beautiful atmosphere, and I just couldn't be more proud of the guys. And even at this point in my career, man, winning makes you feel like a little kid all over again, baby.
I bet it does. And I can't remember if it was on New Heights, your very successful podcast with your brother, or if it was in one of the media sessions this week where you were honest about wanting this maybe more than anything you'd ever wanted in your life. And given that it's still scoreless and it's tense and there's fumbles, like, was that what the emotion we saw out of you on the sideline there early? Like, I mean, the Yeti was roaring. What was that all about?
Man, I was fired up, man. I was fired up, and we weren't hitting on all cylinders. And I had to give Big Red a love tap there and let him know that we were all here fighting for him no matter what.
Okay.
Yeah, you know it. I just had to tell him how much I love him real quick. And I put so much trust in him and how he goes about being a head coach, as a leader. He's one of the best leaders in the game, man. And I can't thank him enough for giving me opportunities year in, year out. And this third one, or this second one back to back, the third one overall, baby, this one's for him, no doubt.
At some point, you know, there's so many layers in this, and there's so many things that happen, but in the end, it's hard to ignore that 15 gets the ball and the guy just doesn't lose a lot. You and I have talked a lot about that over this run. How do you frame what that man does when the ring is right there in front of you guys?
He's the best football player we've ever seen, baby. And I'm so dang unfortunate that he landed here in Kansas City while we were starting to build this beast of an organization, because he's absolutely catapulted us into another stratosphere, and the best to ever do it, man. Crown him. What he's done this year, what he's done over the course of his career up to this point, nobody's ever done. And I'm just, I couldn't be happier for him, and I love my guy, man.
Well, I'm gonna close with this. You're in a city that's built to stay awake all night and keep it going until you guys decide you're done. In general, where does the rest of this night go for you, Travis? You and your family and your people?
Oh, follow your nose, baby. You're gonna find some fun out here. It's gonna be an absolute blast. The Vegas atmosphere was electric all week, man. I couldn't thank the fans for both the Niner Gang and Chiefs Kingdom for showing up, and every NFL fan out there, man. You guys made this so special for me, and I'm about to go party my tail off.
Thank you so much.
Well, I appreciate you, man, and I thank you for taking a minute out of the celebration. Go get to it, and be well until our paths cross again, okay?
I owe this one to you, baby. I appreciate you, SVP, for everything you do for sports, baby.
Right on. Be well. Enjoy the night. Man didn't owe me a thing. Grateful that he would take the time. Kansas City solidifies its place among the all-time dynasties in this sport. Scariest part is how young the quarterback is. They're the fourth franchise to win 3 in 5 seasons, joining New England, who did it twice, Dallas and Pittsburgh. Meanwhile, it is a bitter pill for San Francisco to swallow. On the losing end again. Here's Coach Shanahan on the emotion of this moment.
I don't care how you lose when you lose Super Bowls, especially ones you think you can pull off. It hurts. But I mean, I don't know, when you're in the NFL, I think every team should hurt except for one at the end. We've gotten pretty damn close, but we haven't pulled it off. We're hurting right now, but it doesn't take away from how proud of our guys I am. I'm real proud of them today too. There's not much to say. You let guys deal with it. You gotta feel this. It's not something that just words or anything makes it feel better. You sit there and you deal with it, and you got to do that for a while. But I'm so proud of Brock, how he shows up every week, how he plays. He had an unbelievable year, and he did a hell of a job today.
When you have a good offense like the Chiefs do, and what Mahomes can do, you know, for us, it's like, all right, we have to, you know, score touchdowns, and we had opportunities to do so. I think shot ourselves in the foot with, you know, just penalties and the operations and stuff. So I got to be better in terms of, you know, leading the guys and just, you know, I think how I handle things in the huddle and telling them, you know, what to expect, stuff like that. So, but yeah, at the end of the day, I think we had the team, the offense to score touchdowns, and I think I failed to put our team in position to do that.
Tim Hasselbeck, one last time, and with us all season long, now we get to talk about the most important game. Man, there's so many things here. But we'll try to narrow it down to the most important stuff from your perspective. There were stretches where Kansas City couldn't do a ton offensively, but when they got it cooking, there was one play in particular that they leaned into. It was what?
I think they discovered something, and you showed it in the highlight. They hit the Niners with a zone read. So you have a zone run, and then you have a zone read, which means the quarterback could keep it, and then they had an arrow attached to it where it basically turns into option football. And they're reading Bosa. So this is in the middle of the third quarter. They do it. Bosa clamps down, and then Mahomes rips off this big run. Well, remember that, because now we get much later in this football game, 4th and 1 in overtime. It's a slightly different formation, but it's the same thing, Scott. There's the run.
Yep.
The quarterback can keep it, and then you've got Kelsey going into the flat.
Yep.
They're reading Bosa. He's going to squeeze down once again. So when you got to have it, put the ball in your best player's hand. Let him read one of their best players on the defensive side of the ball. Now, the game winner. What do you think we're going to get? We're going to get a very similar look. You're going to have a run, and then after this motion, there's the flat, and the quarterback's got the ability to keep it. We're going to read Bosa, who's coming off of the edge. So in the most critical moment, after running it in the third quarter, they do it again. This time, they account for Mahomes as the runner, and Hardman's there for the score. I just think it's one of those situations you mentioned, like not really getting things going offensively for much of the game. It's kind of the brilliance of Andy Reid, because you uncover something and then you go back to it in a critical moment, go back to it again in a critical moment, you end up winning the football game.
Think about this from the Chiefs' perspective. You lose Greenlaw, how does that change their ability on defense? He's one of the more impactful players. Debo was out for a little bit. George was out for a little bit. Kittle was out.
Yep.
But I'm sure that, like Chiefs would say, we had guys banged up too. It's just there's so many. Again, there's just so many layers. We don't do nuance well in our business. And so Brock Purdy as a topic, I'm sure everybody will take their swings. As Stanford Steve and I were talking watching this game, the guy left the field leading the last couple of times he had the football. In the end, it wasn't enough because they only got field goals. As you take inventory on his very first time on this stage, how would you frame what he did?
I thought his poise was remarkable. Thought he was a good decision maker and played with a calm about him the entire game. He led 2 game-leading drives in the fourth quarter, right? To take the lead in the fourth quarter. Then he did it again in overtime. I mean, in that stage, against that quarterback, with that type of pressure against the second, leading defense in terms of scoring defense in the NFL this season, that's remarkable. And so I think any question that you would have about, is he good enough to win a Super Bowl? I know they didn't win one. I guess here's the nuance. They didn't win one. There's no question he's good enough to win one.
Demonstrated as much. Again, they led when he walked off the football field the last 2 times he touched it. But you settle for 3, and then Mahomes goes and ends it, and now Mahomes has 3 in 5 years, and he's 28 years old. So, understanding that we aren't great at nuance and we aren't great at being reasonable, I'm open ears to any unreasonable feeling you might have, because I don't think anything literally, Tim, what could you say that's unreasonable at this point? What do you say about what he's doing?
What I thought was unreasonable was somebody beating Brady's record of winning 6 Super Bowls. Like, there are some records, I think, as quarterback records, say Brett Favre and the consecutive starts. Like, the rules of the game have changed.
Right.
We're like, I just don't think that'll ever happen again.
Right.
When I see Brady get to 6 Super Bowls, I think there's no shot that someone could ever catch that.
Right.
This guy's not even 30 years old. He's halfway there. Like, so to me, I just feel like some of these records that maybe we thought wouldn't be broken.
He's 7, right? It's 7 for Brady because he got the
1
one in Tampa. He's got one in Tampa. Got one in Tampa. Just want to get the bookkeeping right.
So that's what I mean.
So it's even harder.
It's even harder. But like, I'm sitting here thinking, this guy's not even 30 years old yet. And like, I think that he can accomplish it because, look, he could play till he's 40. So it's maybe the best start to a football career that we've ever seen from somebody.
I don't think maybe is the word. I think you could, again, there's facts and opinions.
Yep.
And our opinions get framed, hopefully, by facts. The facts of what he's done already make what you say, like this trajectory is the only one there is like this.
And I would say this too. Everyone kind of wants to run Andy off at 66 to say
why?
Well, why? And he's having fun. Like, I don't know why he would stop. And so like the pairing of those two, like, I think we're going to see a lot more of that for years to come.
There's 2 ways you can go with it. You can either kick it off or you can receive it. And I'm not sure there's a right answer necessarily. Ours ended up being the right one, but that easily could have gone the other way. So, that's what we felt was the right thing to do. I'm never going to question Kyle because he's brilliant, and that was just something that we chose, and through our studies we felt was important.
What goes through your mind when they say they want this ball to start overtime?
They're crazy. They're crazy. Yeah. Because the overtime rules has changed where both teams get the ball, no matter who scores. So, originally you want to let the other team get the ball, stop them holding the three, so you know where you got it. Or if you stop them, they punt it, then all you have to do is kick three.
The important thing about what Kyle said is we wanted the ball third, meaning if both teams scored a field goal or a touchdown, then it becomes sudden death. They could have won it possessing it third. Speaking of third, this is the third Super Bowl championship that Jones and Reed celebrate together. Jones has been with Kansas City his entire career. Quite a moment there. Some different twists and turns in the story, but it ends the same with the Chiefs Super Bowl champions. Ryan Clark joins us from Las Vegas. And Ryan, I want to start with the defense, something on Monday Night Countdown and here all year long we've talked about, and it showed itself again when push came to shove and some critical third downs with San Francisco driving late in regulation and then in overtime. Spags and that defense dials up pressure. How significant was that in the outcome in the end?
That was huge. Scott, I mean, when you look at this game and the way it started, with the way Christian McCaffrey was moving the football up and down the field, you thought that this might be the day and the sort of game the San Francisco 49ers wanted to have. But as the game got tighter and Patrick Mahomes and that offense was able to move the ball, we saw Steve Spagnuolo dial up the pressure, and none bigger than late in the game when they're forcing Brock Purdy into a throwaway in the red zone. But you saw it throughout the second half. Trent McDuffie was amazing the entire day. We watched backers from the second level put pressure on Brock Purdy, and when the defensive line needed to step up, they did as well. Steve Spagnuolo once again showed us why he is the best big game defensive coordinator of our generation.
And Patrick Mahomes showed us why he's the best athlete in the world. It's absurd, man. You played this game. He does things that just can't possibly be this easy, and the tool belt is unlimited. What tools in the end were the ones that helped separate him and this team?
You know, if Patrick Mahomes was a superhero, he'd be Batman, because he has that dad bod, right? And he makes all the people at home feel like this isn't that difficult. Because Batman was just a regular man who chose to be a vigilante, but he had a utility belt. And in that utility belt, he had all kinds of gadgets and gadgets that could get the job done. That's what Patrick Mahomes has. If he needs to use his legs like the 2 times on the last drive, he can do that. If he has to get out of the pocket and extend plays, he can do that. And early on in the game, we saw that he can roll to his left, throw back across his body to the right side of the field and hit McCole Hardman in stride. He is the best quarterback that has ever played this game. No, I'm not saying he's reached Tom Brady yet, because Tom Brady has 7. But when you look at the start of Patrick Mahomes' career, we can say we've never seen nothing like it, and it will not be hyperbole. When the San Francisco 49ers didn't get that ball in the end zone, we all knew it. You said it before we came on. Patrick Mahomes is inevitable. You have to go kill him, because if you don't, you only get one chance, and you better be like Iron Man and take it, because if he gets the ball back, you're done.
Lights out, man. Lights out. We're done. This season's done, and at the end of this long season, I tip my cap. I always used to say to Stuart Scott, we laugh with each other. I'd say it's easier to say I got love for you than just to say what I want you to hear me say. I love you like a brother. Ryan, you know that, and I thank you for the journey.
I love you too, family.
My man, Ryan Clark. Super Bowl 58 ended with the ball in this man's hand. McCole Hardman joins me after he and the Chiefs win. Little kids, we do this, right? Whether it's basketball, 3, 2, 1, shots in the air, whatever you're doing playing football. But this is the Super Bowl, and you win it with your catch. What happens in your brain and in your soul when that moment becomes real?
Hey, man, I literally blacked out, man. I ran the play, and when I caught the football, I blacked out, and I seen Pat running towards me. I'm like, oh, yeah, we just won it. And it came reality and a feeling that's so indescribable.
It kind of looked like that, like when you're holding the ball up, like in your brain, right? You're trying to process, wait, did we win? I mean, I get that the rules are wild, but like very quickly it's obvious that the confetti's falling, and then what's the experience like at that point?
Oh, it's undescribable. I mean, it's a great feeling, you know, winning this game. You know, the Super Bowl, it's celebrate with your teammates. It don't get no better than that. And just to do it in that fashion, in overtime, coming back down, I think, 10 points, I believe, and winning in this fashion, it don't get no better.
And for you personally, every man on that team has his own journey to this moment, but yours, as we know, you were there, and then you weren't there to start, and now you end there. When you reflect on all that your year was, your personal journey, what's the most satisfying page in the story?
Just Kansas City welcomed me back and actually traded for me. You know, it was a lot of ups and downs in the beginning with the Jets, and now that, you know, Kansas City, you know, Beach coming back and get me, I couldn't appreciate it more. And Chiefs Kingdom welcomed me back with open arms. Still had some ups and downs, you know, but just to end it this way, I don't think it, you know, I want it any other way.
The story from the outside looking in, we see the challenges, the struggles at times, but the group has done it, right? You all have done this before, and now you've done it again. Can you explain to us sort of the level of belief that existed within your locker room about what you might be able to do throughout these playoffs?
Oh, our confidence was through the roof. You know, we had the belief that we could beat any team. You know, we went to Buffalo, beat Buffalo, went to Baltimore, beat Baltimore. It's like, what else do y'all want to see from us to tell you that we actually can, you know, win the whole thing? And I believe everybody just, you know, down us, making us underdogs. They just, you know, add fuel to the fire. So our confidence, I believe we knew we could do exactly what we wanted to do as long as we came together as a team and do the right things.
How much of that confidence is born out of the fact that you've got 15 under center, and when push comes to shove, he mostly just does not lose?
Hey, man. Pat is one of the ones, man, you know, especially in a situation like this. He's done it, you know, time and time again. And I guess I don't know how many times he got to prove to y'all that he's that guy. And whenever we get to a press situation like this, we already have Pat and his decision making. So whatever he want to do, we good with it because he done proved himself, you know, day in, day out. And we look at him as a leader and we trust him whatever he want to do. And we're going to go from there.
I don't feel like people doubted. I mean, I'll own this myself, McCall. I just said I want to see the guy. Hey, I just want to see the guy go on the road at some point. Don't make faces at me like I thought your guy wasn't great. I just wanted to see you guys go on the road at some point, right? Because I think the best in any sport at some point need to look adversity in the eye and then stare it down. You guys clearly did that, but I don't feel like anyone was acting like he was anything other than who he is. Is that fair?
I don't know, maybe not you, but it's definitely the people that was like, he never played on these road games, and can he do this and do that? It's like, man, I don't know how many times he got to prove it to y'all, but luckily we went on 2 road games this year with Baltimore and the Bills in Baltimore, so hopefully, you know, that narrative kind of slow down a little bit now.
Well, hey, listen, I'll be honest. I mean, I know how the receipts work. I picked San Francisco, and I said I'm going to feel like a dummy when they lose because of 15, and here I am talking to you, and you caught the touchdown that ended it. Congratulations. It's every kid's dream, and it's your reality. So enjoy this night, and congratulations on the ring, all right?
Yes, sir. Appreciate you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. So after this victory, Mahomes declared the Chiefs are never underdogs, and he's got a fair point. Doesn't make a lot of sense to make them that. Never lost as a playoff underdog in his tenure. 3 of those postseason games came in a row this postseason. Twice in the Super Bowl, 3-point victories for KC in each of them. We welcome Louis Riddick to the program from Las Vegas, where the Chiefs are champions once again. I want to get to the role Patrick Mahomes plays in this, which is what you kind of forecast way back when it all got started. But I have a question about a specific layer to this game that I think might get lost. This Niners defense is doing a great job. They're bottling up the Chiefs. They've got the lead. They get a pick to start the second half. Don't do anything with it. A great punt. Get the ball back. Don't do anything with it. How critical was that stretch of time where they had a chance to perhaps create a lead that might have been insurmountable and didn't?
I mean, it's very significant. It's kind of like one of the underlying themes of the game. Most people will remember is the fact that in the end, Patrick Mahomes makes a great play after a drive where he converts on a 4th and 1, and he's sitting in the gun and he runs for it. But the fact of the matter is the Chiefs defense really stiffened up, Scott, in the red zone in particular. I think about you know, the overtime possession where Chris Jones kind of alters Brock Purdy's throwing lane and he isn't able to maybe complete a pass that may have been a touchdown in the end zone that may have forced this game into a double overtime type of situation. And it was the Chiefs defense time and time again, especially in the red area, where these guys really tightened down and battened down the hatches. And when it got to third down in the red area in particular, that's where Steve Spagnuolo really went to work. Every time up here in the booth, we said, look, here's the time where pressure is coming. They are going to absolutely force Brock Purdy to speed up his process and make a perfect play. And look, he made some great plays in this football game, but he wasn't able to make the perfect play at the perfect time against some of the pressures that they dialed up. And you have to tip your cap to Kansas City's defense, because you know what? It's been that way all season long. They hold down the fort, hold down the fort, hold down the fort long enough for Patrick to figure out, along with the rest of the offense, how we can make enough plays to win football games in critical moments.
You and I had a real fun talk the other day off air in Las Vegas about us and media and our inability at times to find the nuance, right? It's just the thing that's sort of the headline that screams the loudest. But when Patrick Mahomes goes down the field and does what he does in this case, the guy you dubbed the Maserati early on, I'm willing to listen to any and all that anyone has to say about him. What's fair, what's reasonable, Lewis, to say about Patrick Mahomes already in his career?
Well, I'm going to correct you. I called him the Ferrari. I called somebody else the Maserati.
Ferrari, Maserati, I get confused.
No. But you know what? It didn't work out with the other guy, so I'm not even going to mention that. But I'll tell you this. What stands out to me about him is when you talk about force multipliers, when you talk about guys who tangibly affect the performance of other players, the level of accountability, the level of preparation, their level of attention to detail in critical moments, in the way that they affect it is they don't want to be the guy to mess up or let down the guy who they know is going to come through in those critical moments. We talk about those kind of leaders all the time. We talk about those kind of players that ideally that's who we're looking for. Ideally, who we're almost like it's some kind of mythological creature that doesn't really exist. Well, now it exists. It truly exists right now. We just saw it again tonight in Patrick Mahomes. I guess I would crystallize it and really kind of sum it up by saying this. He has such an effect on this organization, not just on the football field, but off the football field, in the way that they prepare, the way they scout, the way they practice, the way they play games, the way they win Super Bowls, that he is an absolute bargain to the Kansas City Chiefs at $500 million. There's nobody probably in the history of the game I'd count on more than him, because of his combination of physical ability and mental ability and ability to get everyone else to raise their game. It's unbelievable to watch.
Just to finish up that conversation you and I had in Vegas, you know what he is? He's all cake, all substance. Doesn't need any icing. It's all cake. There you go. Number 15. Lewis, always appreciate the time with conversation, whether it's off air or even better yet here for our viewers on air. Be well until our paths cross, okay?
You bet. Thanks, Scott.
There are a lot of different ways you can define a dynasty. Some will say yes to no, and to others. At the end of the day, there's no question about it now. With that win, with 3 championships in this era, plus another Super Bowl appearance and all the winning that they've done, the Kansas City Chiefs are not just the team of this time. This is a dynasty that ranks with the great ones in the history of the sport.
Absolutely, and I think Jeff had a little bit of Freudian slip right there, because it does feel like destiny. Whenever Patrick Mahomes is out there, and you had that feeling, and I think that's how a lot of us chose who was going to win this game, is like, where's 15? Where he at? That's who I want to have the ball at the end.
Look, but football is defined by dynasties, right? And you can go back as far, the 50s were the Browns, and the 60s were the Packers, and the 70s are the Steelers, the 80s are the Niners, the Cowboys. In the 90s, you had back-to-back Patriot dynasties, if you will, and now the 20s belong to Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid and Travis Kelce and the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah, we're in the Michael Jordan era right now.
There you go.
We're in the Michael Jordan era for Patrick Mahomes. It's literally Patrick. On this show, we always try to, put Patrick Mahomes with others like Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson. Let's stop it right there. Let's stop it. It's literally that man right there, Patrick Mahomes, and everybody else. And it's the same thing with Michael Jordan during his time, where he had the Jazz and all these other teams that are fighting for a championship, only to fall short to Michael Jordan. That's where we're at with Patrick Mahomes.
I think all of these guys are going to be trying to find their way in. But ultimately, you're going up against 15, man.
The legacy conversation is going to be among the most important, if not the most important, that comes out of today. And those two drives at the end, when they need the field goal at the end of the fourth quarter, and then when they need it in the overtime, those two drives by Mahomes.
It's the Matrix. I mean, literally, like he's playing like the Matrix. Like, you've ever seen a movie? Everything slowed down. It's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. And he just sees everything differently than everybody else. He's pulling the ball down when it makes sense. He's putting the ball to the right receiver when it makes sense. Whatever play needs to be made, he continues to make. And if you're Steve Wilkes and you're sitting on the sideline, man, hey, man, there ain't nothing else you can do. You did it all. You didn't hold anything back. You tried nothing worked. Why? Because of 15. And by the way, it wasn't just his arm, y'all. The dude pulls it down, on the 4th and 1, runs it for himself. On the 3rd down extended plays, like he just continues to make play after play. And it's like the game is at a different speed for him. Absolutely incredible.
He was the Chiefs' leading rusher last night. You were making that point in our meeting, Dominique, this morning, that as you were rewatching that last drive.
Rewatching the game this morning, and I felt sorry for Steve Wilkes. He's a very good football coach, and he was trying everything. And Mahomes had an answer for all of it. And I think in a meeting, Jeff said that he'd never seen players hit the switch. It does feel like at a certain point in that game, Patrick Mahomes like, hit the switch, and the Matrix came on, he saw ones and zeros.
This is the 4th down season on the line. How about that decision? Is that a called play?
It's an incredible play. I think he has an option when he gets on the edge. He made the right choice right there. But this one, that's Fred Warner.
Yeah.
That's 54, the best linebacker in football, right? Yep. Patrick Mahomes runs around him like his name's Lamar. That's incredible.
Let's go through some of these. This play right here, Jeff, you were talking about all morning long. Again, bear in mind, that's 4th down and the Super Bowl to go.
That's exactly right. And as he gets it, you see he had decided, and that's what I'm saying, when the game slows down for you, he could dump it to Kelsey. He's got the little snag, come in and hook it in. Instead, he's going to pull that thing down, make sure he gets it. Because, again, it slows down for him, and it seems like in every situation, he makes the perfect decision. Not a good decision, the perfect decision, and everybody around him just feeds off. I mean, look, Kelsey's giving the first, everybody's fired up, and like he said, they knew they had to get it, and they knew who to trust to do it.
How about that play? And then there's the long run as well. So there's this one here, and then there's this long run here that we're talking about, Damian Woody. You watch him here breaking free of the pocket. That's a 19-yard run.
You know, when we talk about, like, we had a discussion about game manager, game changer. That's a game changer. When literally, like, forget the X and O's. Right. I'm just going to go out here and make a damn play to go ahead and extend the drive and keep my team in it. That's exactly what he did. He did that basically from the last drive in the fourth quarter and in the overtime where he completely took over the game.
I mean, he's one of the few players who we're talking about this all-time career stuff, legacy is already in the conversation. We're talking about him racing with Tom Brady. But the thing about him is I don't think he's ever really had a bad game, except for maybe the second half of Cincinnati. Other than that, even the games that he lost, that Super Bowl he lost, we're like, damn, that's the best loser I've ever seen in my life.
Everybody's coming for you.
The conference championship game that he lost, we're like, man, D4 stays on side, they win that thing. The man is perfect in the biggest moments.
He had 333 passing yards last night. He led his team with 66 rushing yards. Quick math tells us that's 399 yards of offense for Patrick Mahomes last night, who is quite simply, look, we can start talking about, and I know that I have been accused a time or two over the course of my career of engaging in hyperbole. that has been mentioned in connection with me. Let's just say it. Greatness is about a lot of things, and certainly it's about longevity and achievement, and he hasn't been around long enough for any of that. But he's the best player you've ever seen. I don't care how old you are. You've never seen anybody do it better than that guy has done it since the moment he stepped foot on the field, and again last night.
You know what I think separates him? Because we all talked about this when Wood brought up the Jordan era, right? For all of us watching. I played with one of the greatest to ever do it. He played with one of the greatest. I played against one of the greatest to ever do it, right? And Tom Brady and Peyton Manning. And when you think about what he's been capable, or what he has done in the biggest moments, more of it falls to him, and he continues to make that play. Like D. Wood was saying, when you're talking about the last drive of the fourth quarter and then overtime, he was not going to be denied. He would take it all on himself, and again, we've seen him. It doesn't matter if one of his teammates drops it. He owns all of it, and I think so when he hits situations like that, he just does it differently. That was what was so special to me last night. It's the only only one with the shield, baby. That NFL, and look at that. I mean, that is insane. We're not talking about comparing you to NFL. We're talking about every sport and the greatness in all of it.
This is in his first 7 seasons. Bear in mind, he's done it in 6 because he didn't barely play his first. Now, here's the next. Double-digit Super Bowl comebacks. He has won 3 Super Bowls. In all of them, he was down double digits. He's got 3 double-digit deficit comebacks in Super Bowls. All other starting quarterbacks in history have 4 combined. Tom Brady has 2 of those. Here's everything for his career. He has been a starter for 6 seasons. He's been at least to the AFC title game in every one of them. He's been in the Super Bowl in 4 of the 6. He's won 3 championships. He was the MVP in each of them, and he was the league MVP twice in his career. So when we talk about this, if you're waking up this morning thinking, is there anything we can say that overstates it, that overdoes it? The answer is no. There's nothing you can say that is too much for Patrick Mahomes.
I'm reminded that he's so far ahead of any schedule, because if you think of what we do normally with quarterbacks, we're like, hey, is he a starter? Yeah. Oh, is he top of the league type of guy? Then they answer that question. But he can't win a championship. Then we start having that question. That's around year 4 or 5. Right. This guy's in year 6 as a starter. He got 3 titles already. That's why we keep saying the only people we can compare him to is GOAT, because he's already met all the check marks that you normally have for a quarterback this early in his career.
And as far as trying to put the game last night into some context, D. Wood and I were having a discussion for about, and the game was much more than 3 hours long, of course, but let's just say an average football game is 3 hours.
I can't wait to hear how you say this.
Well, the first 2 hours, not so exciting.
But what was it? What was it?
Well, what term did you use?
I said it was like a mid-off. Like it was it looked like 2 mediocre teams going at it. It was a mid-off. Yeah.
That's exactly how Greeny framed it.
No, look.
It's a mid-off, right?
You don't know that? Is the mid still selling? I know all this stuff. Anyway, so the point is, that was the first 2 hours.
Yeah.
And then the last hour happened.
Oh, right.
The last hour is the best hour of Super Bowl history. And you got Brady's comeback. You have a few you have the Seattle-New England game. You could start putting that into perspective, but I don't know how much more you could possibly ask for when literally every single play through that fourth quarter could have decided. San Francisco going down, the huge defensive plays, the touchdown drives that turn into field goals. Mahomes obviously finding a way to crack it at the end. Some of the huge mistakes that we can talk about as the day goes on. That final hour, if you will, last night is as good as the sport can possibly be.
At some point, I want to appreciate how good the Chiefs' defense was, but it's still mind-blowing to me to see the Patrick Mahomes. There wasn't like, I keep watching the end of that game over and over again, looking for the schematic breakthrough that allowed Andy Reid to open this up for Patrick Mahomes. He was running the same stuff all game.
Right.
And then there's something about Patrick Mahomes in those moments. And we always see it in the postseason. All of a sudden, he runs a little bit more, and he adds an extra dimension, and it's not a surprise. They had spies throughout the course of this game.
Right.
The pass rush, they reduced their effectiveness of the pass rush because they're afraid to let Patrick Mahomes out. And every adjustment that they make, he has an answer for it, and it feels like every game and every moment he's able to overcome it.
Yeah, I think when we were, Wood and I were talking about this after the meeting, and I think he accounted for like 89% of their offense in the fourth quarter. And I mean, that is when I listen, y'all, like running, you're the leading rusher. You throw it all over. You literally take your team on your back and go make all of these plays. I think that is what makes it so special. Because again, to your point, it wasn't because it's for lack of looks. Yeah. We're changing things up. We're trying to do things differently.
Last night was the first night in NFL history with the new overtime rules that were put in place essentially after the legendary Mahomes-Allen game. There are a lot of people critical or at minimum questioning Kyle Shanahan's decision to take the football first when the 49ers won the coin toss in overtime. What do they say?
Yeah, major component in why they lose the football game. Going into overtime, we were in the booth and I said, no way that you take the ball first. You want to give Kansas City the ball and make sure, because what happens is you give the other team another down. Right when they took it, I said, you're giving Mahomes 4 downs. That you have no shot. You know, I don't care how tired the defense is, because I've heard people say, well, the defense was gassed. Figure out a way to go out there for one more potential stop. And the worst case scenario is Patrick drives them down the field, you get the ball back, and then you still have control of the game. You can still, at some point, if you want, go for two. So, mistake by Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers.
You've done a great number of college games for us. There's a similarity, right? In college overtime, teams always want to go second with the ball because you know exactly what you need.
Control the game.
And that's what the 49ers didn't get. Do you think they got that wrong last night?
Yeah, I agree, because you got them to fourth down. And so if they had the ball first, you get them to fourth down, they kick. Right. Either they punt back there or they kick the field goal down inside, then you get the ball with a chance to win. And I think a key point to what Dan said was you also still have control. You can go for two if you go down and score. So at the moment, I didn't hate it. Kyle Shanahan seemed to have a good rationale for it. Like, it's not the reason why they lost, but it is those little edges that you give up.
It is a reason why
I would have never given Patrick Mahomes 4 downs in Andy Reid. That's what you do. When you take it first, you give Mahomes 4 downs. To your point, they had it.
Yeah, I think when you hear why he did what he did, again, it made sense. I was the same way when they first did
it. Where did he say why?
So let's play it. Let's play it. So you're going to hear first Chris Jones, who was a Kansas City side, who was surprised that the Niners took the ball, and then you will hear Kyle Shanahan's reasoning. Go ahead.
They're crazy. They're crazy. Yeah. Because the overtime rules has changed.
That's just something we talked about with. None of us have a ton of experience of it, but we went through all the analytics and talked to those guys, and we just thought it'd be better. We wanted the ball third. If both teams matched and scored, we wanted to be the ones who had the chance to go in, and we got that field goal, so we knew we had to hold them to at least to a field goal, and if we did, then we felt it was in our hands after that.
Well, let's just make sure it's clear what he's saying there. If after the first 2 possessions, the new part of the rule is that the second team is guaranteed a possession, as Kansas City was last night, even if the Niners had scored a touchdown. If after those 2 possessions, for example, if the Chiefs had kicked a field goal on that drive where they won it, now it is next score wins. So now the Niners would be the first team with the ball with a chance to win without it being matched. That's the thinking.
Yeah, 2 things. One, Kansas City's defense was phenomenal the whole game. So to think that you're going to go and have a scoring drive once within a 2-series stretch is pretty exacerbated when you've really only had your trick play that was the touchdown outside of that. And the second thing is, down if the thought was, well, we wanted the ball first, I would have gone for it. Now, you're 4th and goal from the,
Also, I would have blocked Chris.
No, you're 4th and 4 from the 9. You're 4th and 4
from the 9.
Yeah, you're 4th and 4.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's go through that sequence for you, because what Dan is talking about is critical. All these decisions. Look, you want to be an NFL head coach. These are now decisions that are going to be questioned until the end of time. You took the ball. You have a 2nd and 4 from the 9-yard line. You run the ball and get nothing. Then you throw the ball on 3rd down, and that's the play we just showed you, where Chris Jones inexplicably comes unblocked.
He saved 3 touchdowns last
Yes, he did.
But my point is, and then, so this is it. This is the 3rd down play.
Yeah.
Chris Jones unblocked. He has to throw the ball.
And that's a touchdown.
Yeah. It's a touchdown if
Jennings bottom.
If Chris Jones is blocked or just someone gets in his way, that's a touchdown.
So the point of it is, are you saying you think there's an inconsistency in the decisions to take the ball first, but then not go for it on that 4th down? If you go for it on 4th, let's go through it. If you go for it on 4th and 4 and you don't get it, now Kansas City has the ball very deep in their own territory, but a field goal wins the game. Those are the decisions you're making.
Yeah, if you're going to take the ball first and go for it there, or at least try to be aggressive, I think you go for it on 4th down. The truth is this: Kansas City got the ball back in that 2-minute drive to end the game, went right down the field. You didn't stop them; they ran out of time.
Right.
They had started to gain momentum and mojo. So if you're Kyle Shanahan and you're thinking, I want the ball first, it's go and score, and then put the pressure on them to have to need a touchdown rather than just a field goal.
You see the analytics on your screen. You said it earlier. One of you guys said it earlier this morning. Is that if you could also run the ball on 3rd and 4?
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah. If you're going to do it that way, that was one of my big things. If you're going to do it that way, you have 2 downs to get it. So run it on 3rd down, and then you can throw it or run it. Because McCaffrey's your best player. Give yourself a shot on that day.
That, Jeff, is it felt like every big run last night, Kansas City won against San Francisco defense. I was getting texts, why aren't they running the football? Kansas City's defense was phenomenal.
They played good,
downs.
But as they're driving down on that drive, McCaffrey is playing extremely well. You're pushing guys around. They're doing those things. If you're going to do it that way, that would be my only hiccup to Washington.
For me, I thought the 49ers would go for it on 4th down only because Patrick Mahomes was what I always said, like in the Matrix at that time. Like the 49ers defense wasn't stopping anyone, so I figured, okay, they're gonna just go for it.
Kansas City was completely shell-shocked. Yeah. Their body language was terrible. They were walking on and off the field. Obviously, the Kelsey bump, the body, they looked overwhelmed.
Because you know why? Because they were getting smacked.
It was like shocking to see. Overwhelmed. And all you saw every time, the defense would run on and off the field and the offense would just like lollygag off the field. It was weird to watch. To your point, then the flip switched. The flip really switched on the MVS touchdown. Right when they got the fumble on the punt return and the MVS touchdown, it went to overturn.
I guess there's two different ways to look at it, because the 49ers clearly play a role in losing the game last night. So we can dissect all these individual decisions, and they are open to scrutiny. That's the reality of a game of this magnitude. There's also just the simple overriding fact. San Francisco should have put this game away in the first half. They had opportunities to. You got McCaffrey fumbles the ball early, a bunch of stuff that turns into field goals, the muff punt. They looked so much better than the Chiefs did for the first, whatever it was, 2 hours of last night, and they let Mahomes
That's the whole Shanahan thing, this whole conversation. You're going to lay to the feet of the coach, but the coach can't hold the ball if you're McCaffrey on the first drive. You can't get your foot hit on the punt with the Peter. Like, all of those things can't happen, and you completely blame the head coach. At some point, players were responsible for a lot of the mistakes that happened that cost them the ball game.
Well, think about the number of them, right? I mean, you've got the terrible extra point kick that everyone is blaming on the kicker. Usually a blocked kick, or frequently is not the kicker's fault. Everyone seems to agree that one is his fault last night. You have the muff punt that completely, Dan, to your point, changes the momentum of the game. And you have opportunities early, a bunch of penalties, like a bunch of things. It felt like they should have been well more than just 10-0.
Yeah, up in the booth, I went to Lewis and Chris Fowler, and midway through the second quarter, I was like, this is where the game feels bad if you're San Francisco. Because I think the total yards in the first quarter were 125-6. I mean, completely dominated the game, and I was like, it's 3-0. And obviously they go down the field, Kansas City, right before the half, they make it 10-3. And then Patrick comes out and makes a couple plays in the third quarter to cut it to 10-6. And then I understand where you're coming from, Greeny. Like, should have shut him out or taken control of the game. You can't kill this team. We said all year long about Kansas City. We knew the defense or the offense was underwhelming. The defense was always going to keep them in the game. We're going to talk about Patrick a lot. The defensive performance and Spags. It's clear. Patrick's the best player I've ever seen. Steve Spagnuolo is the best big game defensive coordinator I've ever seen. I think he's one of the best in the history of the NFL.
We're going to dive deeply into that coming up.
Can I just say one of the, I get the MVS touchdown, that kind of thing. When Mahomes throws the interception in the third quarter, you have 3 drives by the 4. This is where I blame Shanahan as the play call. They run 9 plays. 8 of the 9 are passes. Like, at some point, and listen, we can talk about, but
this is the MVS touchdown. But you're making a point right before this. San Francisco could have put it away.
At least you're putting more pressure back on the Chiefs. They did not do that. And again, for what everybody. McCaffrey is your best player.
Jeff, I find it a fascinating conversation, though, because it was very clear that Spags was putting people up at the line of scrimmage.
Right. Here's what I will say. Just watching the game, I would say the first, quarter and a half, the 49ers were bludgeoning the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yes.
And at the time, they were only up like 3, and I'm just like,
I agree. The running game, you attack the running game in that portion if it's going to work. You don't know that it's going to work. We want him to be aggressive and take the game away. And I also think that if you watch the 49ers are not a third down team. Correct. They hate third down. Yeah, sure. They want to throw and complete the ball on first down. So if you run a pass play, you're the 49ers, the best time to do it is on first down. Yeah. So if they do it on first down and it's incomplete, now you want them to run it now. Like, it feels like a game script thing that dictated it, and then afterwards we count them all up and say, oh, they should have kept running the ball. When in actuality, if you watch him in those situations, I don't think any of those decisions were
I totally agree with
the yardage. Second down and long, you can still run the ball, bro. This whole idea that you have to throw it. Not when you got the best back in the game, dude.
Yeah, but not when you're a bad down.
You don't want to get to third down. You don't want to be at 3rd and 7, 3rd and 6.
But the best player on San Francisco's offense yesterday was Purdy. Like, I don't mind putting the ball in his hands consistently.
He played really well.
Chris Mad Dog Russo. You'll find him on his Sirius XM channel. It's called Mad Dog Radio. Also High Heat on MLB Network. And yes, he's on First Take on ESPN. He knows what it's like to be part of that ESPN family that I let go of 17 years ago, Chris. How are you?
Hello there, Danny, and I missed you last week. I wanted to come by. You had an audience there and everything else. We couldn't work out the schedule. You know how much I enjoy coming on, and I missed it, so we make up for it today. How things going, okay?
Everything's good. Let me start with this. The 49ers would have won if?
I think the 49ers would have won the game if they did a little something off that interception in the third quarter. They had momentum. The game was 10-3. He throws the pick. They get a first down at the Kansas City 44-yard line. Even a field goal there, going up by 2 scores, I think they may have won the game. I thought that was really an opportunity. Those 3 plays, they ran the ball, they threw the ball, they had a penalty, and they threw the ball constantly. Dan, did you know that they had the ball at 10-3 and 10-6? They ran 6 plays, and 5 of them were passing.
Yeah, no.
I probably would have run the ball a little bit. I think that is where they gave Mahomes a chance to hang in the game. And I think you and I have, you especially, we're old. We've seen all these guys play. You give this kind of guy that kind of amount of time, he's going to eventually figure it out and how to beat you. And I think that's what kind of happened to San Francisco.
Do you look at Mahomes differently today?
No, I don't, Dan. You know me. I said the last month or so, he's the best quarterback I've ever seen. And that includes Brady. That doesn't mean he had as better career as Brady, 7 titles. But as far as just playing the game, I'm taking nobody but him. Hey, that includes Montana, Unitas, Otto Graham, you name it. I think he's that good. And yesterday, he didn't have 1 drive. He had 2 drives. I mean, he had the 1 drive to tie it, and then he had another drive to win it. I mean, he almost like he did Joe Montana against Cincinnati twice in the same game. A guy is an unbelievable player. He's the best quarterback that I don't think I'm not telling anything you don't know. You want to argue that Brady's still better because he beat him twice head-to-head, 7 championships to 3. You could argue that. I'm not debating it, but as far as my thought process from a quarterback, from what I've seen, he's the best quarterback in those spots. I pick him to be my guy if my life was on the line.
Yeah, he's the GOAT in waiting. He's in the on-deck circle. And you do have to acknowledge Brady's greatness over 20 years and, 7 Super Bowls that you end up winning. Half of his career you're playing in the Super Bowl. But I'm wondering about, we acknowledged or anointed Tiger. He was the GOAT in waiting with Jack. I don't know how far into his career where we went, uh-oh, Jack, be careful with all your majors. I don't think we ever acknowledged LeBron as the GOAT in waiting with Michael Jordan, did we?
No, we did not. That's a very good point. Now, LeBron, remember, also lost a couple of NBA finals early in his career. San Antonio beat him 4 straight times. No offense to LeBron, but that was, and then he had a bad series against Dallas. You remember that when he lost in 6 games at Nowitzki?
Yeah.
So if you did all the celebration stuff and everything. So LeBron got off to a little bit of a slow start in the finals compared to Jordan. Jordan's first final against Magic, he won, 4 or 5 years into his career. So, I mean, it's a little different. So right out of the gate, he was working behind Jordan. Tiger played great right away. Mahomes is only 28 years of age. He's already won 3. You're right, Tiger stalled. Part of it is his own, injury, his own issues. I don't know if Mahomes can get hurt. Don't get me wrong. I mean, who knows? But I think he's got his act together off the field where he's not going to get himself any trouble. I mean, you actually think he's not going to win at least a couple of more of these things? I mean, they were talking about 3-peat before the game was basically over last night. They won at that 3rd one. I think he may not get to 7. That's a hard number to get to. But I'm not evaluating this just on the amount of titles. I know you can. If that's the case, Russell is the best of all time. So in basketball, I don't want to evaluate it quite on that level. I'm just evaluating at the peak of his career. I'd rather have him than Brady or Montana. And part of it's running, scrambling. Look at the way he scrambled last night in the 4th quarter or in the overtime. He had 2 huge runs for 30 yards. One on 4th and 1, he got an 8-yard run, and the other one he had a 17-yard run and got him down to the 29-yard line. I love the way he plays. And I'll tell you right now, Dan, if you bet against him, you're going to lose. I bet against him against the Bills. I should check that. I bet for him against the Bills. I bet on him against the Ravens. And I bet on him last night. 3 times in a row. Games could have gone either way. He was probably the difference in all 3, especially in the first and the last. And, you win. And he's just so... And the fact that they were not favored in this game, I mean, is ridiculous. I mean, they were getting 2 points. How could he be getting 2 points in a Super Bowl? So I bet him and I won. Thanks for me.
Situational football, he's as good as anybody I've ever seen. And that is, what do I need to do in this moment? And that is, situational running. He's not known as a running quarterback. But it feels like we come away in these big games where we go, he kept the drive alive with his legs. And I thought he was more Brady-like this year than any other season because they didn't have a high-powered offense. He sort of was like, we have to keep up with our defense. We have to score enough, that our defense is really what is great. And if you didn't get them this year, when I thought that they were a good team, but yes, absolutely vulnerable, I just wonder what it's going to be like, the next couple of years. And we have a dynasty here. In modern terminology,
yes, we do.
This is a dynasty.
100%. He had to win the extra playoff game this year in minus 40-degree weather. He had to win 2 road playoff games. He hasn't had to do that before. I agree with you. He can be a game manager when he wants to be, which is important. And also think about this. He throws the interception in the early part of the 3rd quarter. They've only scored 3 points. No big deal. He forgets about it. He goes right. I thought that, you know what, Danny? I did say the drive, that punt, that fumbled punt was a huge play in the game.
Yep.
I mean, that's when the game got good. The game was awful.
Yes, it was.
Awful. It was a terrible football game into that punt. And then everything went nuts. It was 10-6. There was nothing going on. There were 8 negative plays, 4 apiece. And then it hits the kid's leg. The kid doesn't fall on it. Chiefs automatically score, take the lead. And that is when that game became haywire. And that's when it became dramatic. That period right there.
The Niners taking the ball to start overtime.
Yeah, that's a mistake. That's a mistake.
Why?
Don't you think so?
Well, in the moment, I thought I understood what the philosophy could be. I didn't know what Kyle Shanahan was thinking. It's, okay, we can put pressure on Mahomes. Hopefully our defense, worst case scenario, they kick a field goal. Now we can win the game with the 3rd drive of overtime. So we have it, they have it, now we get it. But people are starting, there seems to be this story that's evolving. Did the Niners understand overtime?
Well, 2 things on that. First off, I forgot about the scenario, too, because it's the first time we've ever seen it. We've never seen this before. They haven't had an overtime. They had the 1 overtime, and in that scenario, both teams didn't get the ball. So I got a little confused. There were 12 seconds to go in the first overtime. I forgot that just kind of ran in.
Yeah, but Shanahan was involved in the other overtime game.
Yeah, that's true, too. He was involved in that. The problem that I have with him, first off, I don't want to give Mahomes 4 downs. That's the first thing. Second thing is, it's like having a great closer. You're on the road. It's 2-2 in the 9th. And because the bottom of the lineup's up, you see if you can buy an inning and then use the closer when the heart of the order comes up in the bottom of the 10th. Let's get to the bottom of the 10th. Before you worry about the bottom, let's make sure you get out of the 9th inning first. You might score 10 runs in the top of the 10th. Why do you sit there? You don't know if there's a 3rd overtime that's going to be needed, a 3rd possession. So why get wrapped up in it? Get the ball, kick off, maybe on 4th and 10, he's got a punt, and he got a hell of a shot. And I don't want to give him that 4th down. And he did convert a 4th down on the scramble. Now, here's a good question. Let's say that was 4th and a yard, Kansas City's first possession at the 30-yard line. You think Reed punts? What do you think he goes for? He probably goes for it, right?
At Kansas City's 30-yard line?
Well, the first, that when he went for it there, it was like at the 35-yard line. The 4th and 1 where he got the 8-yard, he scrambled for the 8. Yeah. That was a 4th down run. in overtime. Let's say that's the first possession.
Oh, okay.
Does he punt or does he go for it?
I don't know. I don't know what Andy would do there.
He has to go for it if he's down by 3.
Yes.
You make them make a decision if it's their first possession, if you put him in that spot.
Vegas as a Super Bowl city, what grade would you give the city?
Well, considering the fact, first off, the weather was awful, but, that's not their fault. There's so much to do. I went to U2. I heard you talking about that a minute or two ago. I love the Sphere. There's plenty going on. And my wife was with me. She went to the Mob Museum. Ferris wheel, the gondola. There's a million hotels. You can't help but find a good restaurant. It's relatively compact, so it doesn't take you 9 million hours to get somewhere. Allegiant is right there, in downtown, so that works out as well. I mean, I think very good. Listen, the West Coast is harder. If you got to get up first thing in the morning, the travel's a little tricky for guys like you and me who live back on the East Coast. But that's, it could be the other way for the folks who live on the West Coast if the game's in Atlanta. So, very, very good. I don't think there's anything. I mean, it's a lot of people that's going to be there anyway. So not only do you have the Super Bowl crowd, you got a lot of other people to begin with. And I leave it to me to catch a bug. So I have been under the weather since basically Friday morning. So that, but when you sit on the tables and you play blackjack, and try to draw a 5 against a 10 with the dealer sitting there with the 16, you're liable to not feel good. So there you go. But yeah, hell of a spot. It sounds like you loved it too, right? From that standpoint.
Yeah, I mean, and I always tell my guys, nobody cares if the weather is not good. Like, you're at the Super Bowl, make the best of it, and we were outside the whole time, where it was in the upper 30s, low 40s when we were doing our show. In fact, Joe Montana came on, and he goes, I didn't know you were outside. He didn't have a coat. I go, Joe.
Wow.
We're on the pool deck. What part of, did you think it was an indoor swimming pool? And I gave him, he was promoting pneumonia medicine while he's outside without a coat on. I went and got a blanket and we covered up Joe Montana.
Oh my God. Oh my God. And you're right about the cold. I always thought one of the funnest Super Bowls I ever was at was Minneapolis.
Great job.
Snowmobiling. They prepared you for it. Everything was compact. The hotel had an indoor basketball court. I mean, I always felt that was one of the better ones, and it's cold there. So it's an excellent. I was there twice. Obviously, I was referring to the first time I was there. Was there the second time too? They've had 2 there. But yes, that's the cold is part of the deal. Again, I went to the Golden Steer one night. Place was jammed.
How great is that place?
Did you go or no?
Yeah, I brought my wife. We sat in the Sinatra booth.
There you go. We were back in that room. I had 24 of them sitting there.
Yeah.
With the Sinatra stuff and everything else.
Yeah.
And CBS did a great job yesterday with its prelim, because that My Way with the families, that was really good. You see, that was excellent.
Yeah, I love that.
And the CBS at 1 o'clock, the retrospective on the NFL Today was
love
good
that too. Love that too. Once again, I brought this up to McAfee, Jim Nantz. I'll bring it up to you. Brent Musburger should be in the Pro Football Hall of Fame, the Pete Rozelle Award for contributions to the game, and he's not in the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
He got it. Did you hear Nance?
Yes.
He got it. He got it this year. He just got in.
No, he said we should get him in.
Oh, I thought he said he was in.
No, because I brought it up to Nance, and I said we got to get him into the Hall of Fame, so he brought it up during the game.
Oh, I thought he meant the fact that he actually got the
No.
vote. How is he not in? I've said that 1,000 times. That's the biggest disgrace in the world. Brent Musburger, who's covered the NFL since 1963 and put that NFL Today on the map for 15 years, and he doesn't have the Rozelle Award? I was under the impression that man said it on the air that he got it. Oh, he did.
And it's a media award. He started the pregame show.
Absolutely right, Danny. Who got it this year?
I don't know. Do you know who got it this year, Paulie? I know Andrea Kramer's gotten it. Jim Nance has gotten it. Chris Barman might have gotten it.
Joe
Joe Buck, I mean, Brent Musburger started it all. And he was talking about gambling before anybody was talking about gambling. Although I thought maybe that was going to keep him out, that the NFL, now they've embraced gambling, they should embrace Brent Musburger. Yes, Paul.
100%. I thought he was in. Now you're telling me something different. I
Yeah.
thought Nancy's
Need a
referring
campaign
to
here.
his-
Yeah, in the past
He's
few
got
years, Dick Ebersol's gotten in, James Brown's gotten in, Tom Jackson, Al Michaels, Jim Nantz a decade ago.
How does James Brown get in doing the same job that Brent did, but he started this in the 60s?
John Facenda, on and on. John Madden, of course. Many, many more media people.
Yeah, okay. So if you want to pick up the crusade,
Oh, I'm going to pick it up, and I screamed about that before. Good job on your part. I was under the impression it is an absolute unmitigated disaster that they can't figure out a way to get Brent in the Hall of Fame. He is the NFL today, and he is the pregame show.
Yes.
Case closed.
Yes. All right. You're going to be fired up. You're going to be fired up this afternoon?
Oh, if I can't do a talk show today, I like you, I should quit. If I can't get on today to talk for 3 hours, I'll promise.
Thank you, buddy.
Okay.
Thank you, Dog. That's Chris Mad Dog Russo, host of Mad Dog Unleashed on Sirius XM. You can see him on the Baseball Network, High Heat, and he's on First Take, usually on Wednesdays with Stephen A. Smith. He won a couple of Super Bowls. He's been an MVP, and he's a Hall of Famer. Steve Young joining us on the program. All right, am I talking to Steve Young, Niner fan, former Niner, or Steve Young analyst?
Dispassionate Steve Young. We're going to look at it from a 30,000 feet. We'll zoom in as much as you want, Daniel. I'm ready for you.
Okay, where do you want to start? Where did the game change in your opinion?
The game changed in the preseason, and I've talked about this about, I don't know, myself 1,000 times when the rules changed, and defenders can't launch anymore. There's more space in the offense, and the players that are gonna run championship football now and into the future. I said it 3 years ago. Are the 5 or 6 guys who are sophisticated throwers of the football, but yet can go and get 60 to 100 yards in a championship format, and that's who's going to win every time into the future. And so last night it ended up being the same thing, with the game on the line, moving with their legs, making it happen in that key, and that's what the game is today. And it's wide open. And so for me, it was like, this is how it goes. You're going to lose to Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow. Lamar Jackson's trying to transition. Justin Herbert's trying to get some help. Maybe C.J. Stroud's going to join the group, and so it'll be 6 people who are going to win Super Bowls, and they're just going to trade it out. I didn't think Patrick Mahomes would win them all, but those are the guys that are going to decide it. So yesterday, to me, at the end of the game, it felt like it was the same old thing.
The philosophy of the Niners to take the ball to start overtime. How did that bother you?
I mean, look, if you look across the field and Patrick Mahomes is there, and look, the way I look at the game, I just explained it to you. I don't want him to touch the ball. And the only chance I have to do that is go down and score a touchdown. And we got a dynamic team with a lot of talent. Why be afraid of that? Why to try to play the odds? Let's take the ball and end the game, and don't put it in Patrick Mahomes' hand. The idea that you're going to give it to him, to me, Dan, if you're going to start overtime and say, hey, look, Patrick Mahomes, you take the ball. It just feels, for me, I would not want to do that. I would tell my coach, if I was on that sideline and we had that choice, I'd say, give me the frickin' football. Let's go do it.
Now, this is, from an outsider looking at this, it felt like Kyle Shanahan wanted Brock Purdy to win that game. That he wanted to prove that Brock Purdy was not just Mr. Irrelevant, that they threw the ball a lot more than I thought they needed to.
Yeah.
Is that a fair criticism of Kyle Shanahan?
It's fair. Well, I mean, you think about it, you held Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs to 3 at halftime and under 20 in regulation. That's the dream scenario. That is the scenario where you win it 9 out of 10 times. You hold Patrick Mahomes under 20, you'll win it 9 out of 10 times. And the fact is they didn't. And so they got to look back at what they did, especially those 3 big drives out of halftime with the lead. They threw the ball 8 or 9 or 10 times, I want to say. And he must have felt, look, Kyle's the kind of guy, I don't think he's trying to prove anything. I think he's trying to win. And I think he's trying to, he's going to put the ball in people's hands in an innovative way. But yeah, I thought they'd run the ball and run it more effectively for sure.
Yeah, but I have to go back to the Atlanta Super Bowl. All they have to do is take 3 knees, and then they kick a field goal, then they win the game. He has Matt Ryan going back to pass. The biggest play of the game, he got sacked. Like, there was...
Don't go there. Yeah, don't go back there because that's just too painful. I mean, it's like threw up in my mouth just thinking about that. And I wasn't even a part of it. That is just, that's what you don't want to go back. Let's stay. Don't. You're starting to leak oil now. Let's stay with yesterday, bro. Let's not go too far. Because that's too painful. That one is the most painful thing I think I can remember in sports. So I don't want to go there.
Well, the Lions losing to San Francisco, being up 24-7.
Well, I mean, you knew the 49ers would come back, but when Coach Dan decided that he was going to be himself and not go up 27-7 is the most egregious, painful, inexplicable insanity that I've ever seen in my life. And he'll say, well, that's not what I do. It's like, look, bro, this is championship football, contextual football, artful coaching. Come on. And so they can only blame themselves, the Lions.
We're talking to Hall of Famer Steve Young. I brought this up a couple of times, and it really hit home last night. Situational football. I don't know if there's anybody better than Mahomes. I don't run, but I will run, or I'll take that pass. This wasn't a great offense. I mean, if you're going to get the Chiefs...
This is the down here. If you're going to get the Chiefs, this is the time.
Yeah.
No question about that. But that goes back to my original point, Dan. If you can be a sophisticated passer in football and you can run and you can develop that maturity to know when and how, you cannot be stopped in today's game. It's impossible. You've been the best defense in the league, you do all this stuff, it doesn't matter. That guy or those guys will run the league into the future and no one's going to stop him. That's championship football. So he is that guy because he was Superman early in his career. And you can feel he put the cape on. He loved to put the cape on and run around and do all this kind of stuff. And Andy told him after they lost to the Bucs, look, we won't win championships if you try to be Superman too much. Go back and be Clark Kent. Go back and do the commodity work that quarterbacks need to do to call the play, get the ball out, drop it out for 3 yards, drop it out for 4, do the stuff that really kind of gets offenses need that continuity. And then yet, anytime you really need it, go ahead and put the cape on and go figure it out. And that's why they will get more dangerous because they'll retool better than they were this year for sure. And then the other teams that I mentioned with those guys that can do that, they need to get better. And if they do, they'll just trade Super Bowls for the next 10 years.
We saw Kelsey and his coach have a little moment there. I mean, this is the Super Bowl, and Kelsey's like, "Oh, you guys saw that? Like, there's cameras on everybody and everything." How often does that happen? That players, I mean, I don't know. Could you imagine Belichick? You know, that Brady did that to Belichick?
Bad luck, and Travis knows it. He's lucky that they won because he would have heard about it for the rest of his career. But I think that's the magic of Andy Reid. Andy has a knack at being able to deflect something like that and just move forward. I bet he went in the halftime and made a joke about it and said something like, Travis, you okay? You look a little bit apoplectic out there. You need some heart medicine or, so I'm sure he kind of played it off that way because that's his magic. And that's how he keeps people moving forward. He doesn't have that confrontation, the words that are said that can't be taken back. And so he allows for that space, and it shows perfectly in the Chiefs kind of pantheon of all the things that they get done with all the personalities they have. And then Taylor Swift and everything else that happened. Andy Reid is that guy to take that all in and find a profitable way forward. So huge credit for Andy to have that happen and then have it not be the thing that defined the whole game, because most coaches and most players, they end up in a conflict and they can't get out of it.
And I was thinking about this last night that, we have Mahomes' GOAT in waiting. We don't look at Andy Reid's place in history. That, yes, Bill Belichick is here. Where's Andy Reid?
Right there. I mean, wins, championships now. And just, I think the context for what I just told you, look at his coaching tree. Look at the whole league is dominated by people that have come from Andy Reid or around Andy Reid as he kind of seeks I call it the spirit of abundance that he has in coaching. Can I help my assistants go get great jobs? Can I train them? Can I give them everything that I have so they can come back and compete against me? It was the theory of Bill Walsh, and so it's kind of gone through Mike Holmgren and Andy Reid. And so it's not only just what he's done on the field, it's what he's done for the game. And so in that way, come on, get in line, Andy Reid. I mean, he's a Hall of Famer, no question, but is he the greatest or one of the greatest? Yeah, no question.
Now, was he a lineman when you were at BYU?
No, he was a graduate assistant. He had finished his coaching career, his playing career with BYU, and so he coached me I was on the JV, Dan, my freshman year. They had a JV back then, and I was the JV quarterback, and Andy was the coach because the graduate assistant someone had to go coach the JV, and so we were running the Wyoming wishbone to get ready for Wyoming, and I was running the wishbone, and I was killing the defense, and he goes, "Well, let's run it in our JV game next week." And I go, "Oh, great, Coach Reid. Thanks so much. I'm freaking trying to learn the BYU offense. Let's go run the Wyoming offense." And he and I used to go at it, a lot of fun stuff. You can imagine what Andy was like, even at a young age. He was a guy that understood quarterbacks, Dan. He was a guy that could speak the quarterback language, even from an offensive lineman, which is unusual.
All right, you can't take yourself, but you can take any other quarterback.
No, I'm taking myself.
No, you can't take yourself. You're off the board. All right. You have a final drive to win the Super Bowl.
In today's game?
Today's game.
With the guys on the field today?
Let's take everybody who is not playing now, because then Mahomes would be your guy.
Well, in today's game, you need someone to go get those yards.
Okay, of people who played the game who are no longer playing the game. One drive.
Oh, but again, the game's changed now, Dan. It's not like you can't just be a sophisticated thrower or an incredibly sophisticated thrower of the football. You have to be in championship football, go be able to get the 60 yards. What did he get, 66 yards yesterday? Spit him out. Could he have needed 80? Yeah, he can go get them. So who is that guy that can go do that?
Okay, so who are you taking who is not playing the game anymore?
Well, there's not that many guys that can go spit out 80 to 100 yards in a championship format. And so who would that guy be?
It'd be you.
Well,
So could Montana?
You think like this is a setup? This is a setup.
No, it's not. I do believe that you came too early in your career. If you played today, you would be even great.
It's hard to watch.
Yes,
it's hard to watch because the game's kind of coming.
Okay,
I agree with that. But Joe Montana, Dan Marino, John Elway, like they're all.
Elway could have done it.
Yeah, could Elway go run for 100 yards?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, then there's your guy.
In his early in his career, before he had the knee issue, Marino couldn't have done it. Montana?
He can spit out some yards, no question. He can get it done. Absolutely.
Aaron Rodgers.
In today's game, Aaron Rodgers, absolutely. I mean, Aaron Rodgers is, if he can get healthy again, he can jump in the fray because he was taught in a more sophisticated era and could take advantage of it, just like Matthew Stafford's going to keep trying to do. That's the anomaly. It's like a shortcut to Everest. You're climbing, and all of a sudden there's a shortcut. The shortcut is those guys that can do that, or you're taught in another era, or you have an incredible array of talent in free agency that's once in a generation. Those are the guys that can take the shortcut.
All right, Brock Purdy calls you up today. What do you tell him?
Brock told you last week after the championship game, I'm not the biggest, I'm not the strongest, I'm not the fastest. So he's going to do it in his own Brock Purdy, and his superpower is processing. And he processed very well yesterday. He's going to continue to, he's going to be, what he is and who he is all on display, and it's like you said, he's favored for the MVP, one of the favorites for the MVP next year. It's all that kind of stuff. And so I would tell Brock though, in today's game, make sure that you go get those 60, 80, 100 yards and just maybe adjust your game so you make sure that you can go get those.
Niners might be the greatest team to never win a Super Bowl.
This year was amazing. They have a collection of talent that is once in a generation.
But that window, Steve.
It's gonna close.
Yeah. It looks like it's wide open.
They're gonna have to adjust. They're gonna have to adjust. But teams adjust. Look at it. But again, there's what, 5 or 6 guys in the league. Everyone else is looking up in the league to those guys that are going to win in championship football. They're just going to trade out the Super Bowl. And then, for the NFC, the guys because they're all in the AFC. In the NFC, You have to just get there and have to beat that guy one time, which I think you can do. But everyone in the AFC is going to trade paint until, for the foreseeable future.
Is that like a classroom there that you're showing? It looks like you're in
My office. Well, my long-term partner is on the other side of the building. We've been in there 25 years in the business.
Yeah.
For COVID, I have all my helmets that I trade traffic in for my my charity golf tournaments. That's how we make our budget every year. And they're always piled in the corner. He's such a neat freak during COVID. He's I'll hang them all up. They're hanging all around the whole thing. It looks the goofiest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, it kind of looks like you're in a library at a grade school or something.
Yeah, no, this is the office. This is where the magic happens.
Do you have a Super Bowl ring nearby?
I do not, but with enough warning, I can get a couple 3.
Okay, maybe next time you're on. Do you have a favorite? Was it when you carved up the Chargers?
The biggest one, yeah. I mean, they get bigger every time. It's sad that we thought they were big back in the day. We didn't realize they could do a 2-finger job. Like, we'll just get them, make them huge.
Well, I came up with this idea, and I think somebody decided to do it, and that is have a ring within the ring, so you can wear something out that gives you, your wife doesn't wear engagement rings, so you can get a ring within a ring.
Yeah, but Dan, the whole point is that you roll. It's like, hey, do you have a table? And you kind of pass your ring across the face, and like, wow, what is that? That's the whole point. Well, you want to understate at Super Bowl?
Yes, because I want you to be able to wear it.
In the Premier League and the relegation, like what
No. When you're out to dinner, you're not a flashy guy.
Well, I'm not. I actually don't wear it, but I mean, I think what the whole point is that if you're going to wear it, you make a good point. If I had a smaller version, I might wear it more often.
Yes, like a class ring.
I hear you. It is a little bit obnoxious.
Yeah, it is, and that's not you. That's not. Yeah. How about we start a business?
Yeah, come on in.
And we'll call it. That has a nice ring to it.
And it's got a nice ring to it. Is the name of the company?
Yeah.
Or 2. It's got a nice ring to it, or 2, and then you open one up, and then a smaller version comes out.
Or 4 if you're Joe Montana.
Yeah, exactly. Or 7. which was insane until last night.
I know.
And now suddenly it doesn't seem as insane.
Do you think Mahomes will get to 7?
In today's game, again, Dan, probably more likely than in past generations because of what I just described.
Yeah. It's crazy.
The Super Bowl is going to be amongst 3 or 4 guys. You just let them trade out. It's not like you can get a great defense and go for the Everest, or are you going to process you got to have that guy. So, yeah, maybe more so than ever. Maybe 9. I mean, in today's era, why not?
Yeah, no. Good to talk to you.
You're the best.
Thank you, Steve. Steve Young, Hall of Fame. We just, you know what? We need to get in front of Mark Cuban. What's the name of that show?
Shark Tank.
Shark Tank. Hi, I'm Dan, and this is Steve, and we have this idea for a ring company.
So much to discuss, so much to break down from Super Bowl 58. So close to being the first ever double overtime game in the history of the Super Bowl.
Oh, man.
It went to overtime, as we all know, after starting scoreless through 1. Go figure that. But the bottom line is, at the end of the day, exactly what we thought we'd be talking about if the Kansas City Chiefs had won the football game did. Because we have seen a dynasty in full bloom being born. And I know that makes no sense. How can it be just born and in full bloom? Well, it has been in full bloom for every single year since Patrick Mahomes became a starting quarterback. He just completed his 6th season as a starting quarterback in the National Football League. And we watched it all blossom. We watched it all bloom for him. But the last 2 years, slowly but surely, has put the stamp of dynasty on this team, because we just saw the longest drought in the history of the National Football League between back-to-back championships end last night. NFL Network, as I mentioned all week long, this was my 21st Super Bowl that I covered for them, and in a row, all in a row. And, you know, I was saying to folks, hey, when I first started covering this Super Bowl back in Super Bowl 38, then I was walking around and seeing people saying, hey, I've been to the last 21 Super Bowls. I'm like, wow, you're old. Now I'm that guy. But when we first started, it was the first of back-to-back championships by Tom Brady and the Patriots. The one in Houston where they beat the Carolina Panthers in the last second, and the one where they beat Andy Reid's Philadelphia Eagles in Jacksonville. Back-to-back championships, 3 and 4 years. Tom Brady was doing things we'd never seen anybody do before the age of 29, and we were talking about them as a dynasty. And guess what? The Chiefs not only matched it, but did one better. You bet. Their dynasty is full bloom and just got born together last night. Certainly when you look at the numbers do not lie, folks. What we are seeing is all-time stuff, and not just for football, North American sports. Since Patrick Mahomes became a starter the last 6 seasons, put it up, look at this. Look at what's this on the screen. They lost the AFC Championship game in his first year to Brady, won the Super Bowl, then lost the Super Bowl to Brady, lost an AFC Championship. Joe Burrow raised his hand. He entered the chat. And then they've won the last 2 Super Bowls. This is what you dream of when you're like, you know, we're going to trade up for somebody in the draft. We're going to draft the kid at quarterback, and we're going to see what we can do with him. But this, I think, even far exceeds. This is just the first 6 seasons. This is what I mean by we've been watching it blossom, but now it's in full bloom, and it was just born again last night. Because, again, when you go back-to-back, you could even have an argument. Are you dynastic because you just won 2 years in a row? That's on the back end of this 6-year run. And then you take a look at the most playoff wins over a 5 seasons. Just cut off the first year of that run. Last 5 years, they have 14 playoff wins in 3 Super Bowls. That's 2 better playoff wins and the same number of Super Bowls than the 14-18 Patriots, Tom Brady's second dynastic run with New England, when he was that 40-year-old in the midst of that stretch. And then the Cowboys, the triplets Cowboys, same number of Super Bowls, but 3 more playoff wins. 3 more playoff wins than the first dynastic run of New England. From that 03 Super Bowl run that I was talking about when we were first born of NFL Network in Super Bowl 38, all the way to their undefeated season that wound up with a loss at the end. 11 playoff wins over that 5-season span, just 2 Super Bowls. Chiefs better. And then one other number to throw out to you. You want to throw in regular season wins and playoff wins together. The Kansas City Chiefs now have, over the last 6 seasons, 90 wins. 90 wins. Unbelievable. They're the only team that's ever had 90 such wins in that stretch over the last 6 seasons. Most regular and postseason wins, the Chiefs have 90. The Bills have 69. That's the only closest team in that 6-year stretch. They're 21 better. And over the last 5 seasons, including the playoffs, their point differential is plus 838. And this was the worst year Andy Reid's had as a chief coach. Just a plus 77 point differential going into the Super Bowl. So now we all know it's just a plus 80. So they didn't add much to that total this year. Next closest team is the Ravens at plus 730. The Niners, who have been terrific in this stretch, plus 523. The Chiefs are lapping the field. Lapping the field. After the game, Andy Reid was asked about Dynasty, and this was his response.
Yeah, it's a little bit surreal. Like, back-to-back is rare for this football team and this organization. So it's, you know, I got asked so many times, is it a dynasty? I don't know what a dynasty. I mean, you guys, you're the, you know, you have the thesaurus. So, I mean, you can figure it out. But it's a great win. It's because I know how hard it is to do, and then how hard the season was, the ups and downs of the season, and how proud I am of the guys for just hanging with each other, staying positive with each other. The defense, the young guys grew up, but nobody ever pointed fingers at the offense when the offense was growing, and it all kind of came together during the playoffs and worked out well. And great leaders, and Patrick and Chris and Trav, and the job, you know, that they've done. They're passionate players, man, and I love that. And even if they chest bump me to the other side of the 50, I mean, I appreciate it. I just love that the guy wants to play and wants to be in there playing, and he knows I love that. So it makes me feel young.
Let's talk about Travis Kelce going up to him and barking at Andy for taking him out of the game in a running play that Isaiah Pacheco coughed up. The ball inside the red zone. That lit up Twitter for much of the first half and Usher's halftime show. Look at that shot right there. Great photo. I mean, just in Andy Reid's face. We'll discuss that later on. Travis is going to the Hall of Fame. He's now up there and sometimes even more surpassed than Jerry Rice in the history of postseason receptions for a tight end. He's going to the Hall of Fame. Chris Jones, whose third down pass rush up the middle in overtime forced a field goal by San Francisco. Same Chris Jones who threw Josh Allen's pass protector into Josh Allen's foot space to save a touchdown in the divisional round game. He's on the way to the Hall of Fame. We all know about Mahomes, and we'll get to him in a second. Andy Reid's going to the Hall of Fame too. We all know that. The only question is how rarefied will be the air when his bust goes into Canton. Because he now has the same number of all-time Super Bowl wins as Joe Gibbs and Bill Walsh. One behind Chuck Noll, halfway to Bill Belichick. Reid and Belichick, the only coaches ever to have 3 Super Bowl wins after turning 60. And what's the through line in all this? Just so Andy Reid can rest easy. I looked up the dictionary, not the thesaurus, of the definition of dynasty. What's the best definition of dynasty? Nobody's changed that on the old Google machine yet to a photograph of the Chiefs. But the definition is a succession of rulers of the same line of descent. Succession, we all know they've won back-to-back. Rulers of the same line of descent. Catch the Rich Eisen Show every single day on the Roku channel, 12 to 3 Eastern, for free.
Chiefs over the Niners in overtime. It wasn't a great game. It was a great finish. And sometimes we mistake the two. It's like, man, that was a great game. No, it wasn't. But it was a great finish. Interesting finish. And this is how it sounded for the Kansas City Chiefs on their home radio network.
McKinnon is in at running back. First down and goal to go. Play action fake. Right side throw. Touchdown! Kansas City! McCole Hardman with the catch on the right side. A 3-yard touchdown pass in overtime. Kansas City wins the game. And the Chiefs Kingdom has started its own history class. Because for the first time in 6,944 days, there is a back-to-back Super Bowl champion, and it is the Kansas City Chiefs.
Somebody was doing some homework prior to that touchdown.
Somebody was prepared for that call.
The Niners weren't prepared. This is how it sounded on the 49ers radio network.
7 seconds, 6. They are going to snap it. Mahomes going to roll to his right, throws, touchdown. The Chiefs have won the Super Bowl. McCole Hardman. As they roll Mahomes right, McCole Hardman is wide open. And the Chiefs win the Super Bowl back-to-back years. Another heartbreaking loss for Kyle Shanahan.
That's courtesy of KNBR, the 49ers radio network. All right, we'll have a poll question here. And Seton, what are we going to go with first down?
Well, we got a couple of them here, Dan. The 49ers lost because Paul sent this one. The blocked extra point, the decisions of their coaches. Mahomes got the ball last. Neither Niner.
I think they're all under the umbrella of that's why they lost. But what would be the one that would stand out more than any? I hate, looking at the coaching staff here, but it just, I was puzzled at times with what they were trying to. It's almost like Kyle Shanahan in the second half wanted Brock Purdy to be the MVP. It felt like the play calling was, we're going to have you win this. Instead of just saying to Christian McCaffrey, why don't you run again? Hey, why don't we get it to him again? Andy Reid brought up something interesting, that he was calling plays for players. Basically saying, get the ball to this guy, or you take it. Whereas it felt like San Francisco wasn't doing that. They were calling plays instead of just saying, get the ball to Christian McCaffrey. George Kittle was non-existent. Debo was in and out of the lineup, not completely healthy. Brandon Ayuk would have had the game-winning touchdown, but give credit to Chris Jones running up the middle, hurrying Brock Purdy. It just felt like their play calling was more guided towards Brock Purdy than it was Christian McCaffrey. And I was a little bit surprised with that. But, the block here, came down to defense. It came down to Kansas City's defense versus San Francisco's offense. And Kansas City's defense lived up to the billing. San Francisco's offense did. Because if I would have said to you, hey, 19 points, San Francisco get 19 points, before you go into overtime, what do you think? I'd sign up for that in a second. San Francisco's defense played pretty well with Kansas City. Still, though, this isn't a great Kansas City offense. This was supposed to be a great San Francisco offense. Patrick Mahomes didn't have a 1,000-yard receiver and didn't have a 1,000-yard rusher. You can't say, oh, can he do it without Tyreek Hill anymore? He's got receivers who drop the ball. Through all of that, he did just enough. Just enough. And once again, I thought San Francisco was probably the better team. I was not betting against Patrick Mahomes. And that's why I took the Chiefs, because of that last drive. And we can talk about the philosophy of, Kyle Shanahan taking the ball in overtime. We'll talk about that. And he tries to explain that coming up here. But here's Super Bowl number 3 for Patrick Mahomes. And he talked about winning.
Is this one the most satisfying based on where you were, losing 5 of 8 at one point in the regular season?
1,000%. I mean, just the
the attitude of the team to never give up, always believe, and to continue the fight. It's special, and I'm proud of the guys, man. I mean, we battled through and through all the way through the playoffs into the Super Bowl, and just like our whole season, it came down to the last play.
Yeah. And it's almost like it was a foregone conclusion. But if you look at the body language of the Niners, because the clock is running. And then all of a sudden, I mean, that was a simple play. I mean, there wasn't anything special. It's just like, here it is. Oh, there's the game. Yeah, Paul.
That's what really surprised me at the end. It was 1st and goal at the 3 or 4.
Yeah.
And the clock's running down. And almost like Nance and Romo thought they were going to let the clock run out, reset, and go back to the other side. It's like they said, hey, man, let's just get a playoff real quick here before the Niners have a chance to set up, because we have 3 more shots at the end zone. And the clock was running. I thought they were going to let it go.
Yeah, it was surprising. But I think, I mean, you had Mahomes there. And I'm watching the clock, and I'm going, you got to hurry. You got to hurry. And then I realized, you're good. Yeah, I had a couple seconds to spare there. But I thought it was an interesting game. It was a weird game. I didn't think it was a great game. But they don't hand out style points. Yeah, Brady won a couple of Super Bowls when he beat the Rams, and he also beat the Rams. He beat the LA version and the St. Louis version, and it wasn't pretty, but it was a win. And it came down to, can you make plays? Chris Jones, who basically had to beg to get a new contract or a 1-year deal. And when you needed him the most, he made probably the biggest play of the game. When he went up the middle with Purdy, and then because Ayuk is there for a touchdown, you want the players who make plays when you need them. Mahomes did, Chris Jones did. San Francisco's big players, they did not. All right, this first hour brought to you by the great folks at Tire Rack. TireRack.com. Great to see them. When we were out in Las Vegas, spent some time, went to dinner with them. The easy-to-use tire decision guide. Free road hazard protection, mobile tire installation available in a lot of areas. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be. All right. Any other poll questions, see, before we zero in on it?
We have another option of basically the same poll question, which is the main reason the Chiefs won last night is, well, you guess who this was written. Patrick Mahomes is great and Brock Purdy is not. Andy Reid outcoached Kyle Shanahan.
Wow. Who's mean-spirited today?
The Chiefs are just the better team. Okay. Or the magic of Tay-Tay with a side of Blake Lively.
Got to factor that in.
I'll take some Taylor Swift with a side order of Blake Lively, please.
Ice Spice thrown in there, too, as the beverage, perhaps. Yeah, okay.
Todd, are you being mean-spirited today?
A little mean-spirited. But I think those are all valid choices.
Okay.
They sound mean-spirited, but if there's some truth to it, it's not that mean-spirited.
Yes, Seton.
To me, everything, like every single one of these options originates in one person. Like, why did Brock Purdy have the ball in his hand so much and not run it? Okay, right. The Patrick Mahomes getting the ball last, which was, who made that decision?
That would be Kyle Shanahan.
Right. That just, man, I just don't understand what the 49ers were doing.
Are they going to be the best team to never win a Super Bowl? Because, you know, you start to look at these windows, and man, do they close quickly. You're like, oh, we got a guy who's, on a rookie deal, and McCaffrey is still great, and then you start to look at, okay, Trent Williams, how much longer is he going to play? George Kittle, how much longer is he going to play? Fred Warner, who's wonderful. Greenlaw, that injury, coming back from a torn Achilles. That was really devastating for San Francisco. Because, yes, you lose him. You're like looking over and you're going, wait a minute, where is he? He's on the sidelines. First of all, CBS, incredible that you had a camera on him. And you see from behind, he's ready to go on the field, and then he stops, and then he gets ready, and he goes back on, and then he goes down. And Paulie immediately goes, Achilles. And I thought, oh my God, non-contact, that's it, done. And you were playing well. He's so impactful on that team. So it's a loss, but it's like it's the Super Bowl. It's devastating. I mean, he's one of your, 2 leaders on defense? And then all of a sudden you lose him. And I thought Bosa put a ton of pressure on Mahomes last night. Chase Young was sort of there involved. San Francisco was getting what they needed to get. And at halftime, And I remember my wife saying, "You still like the Chiefs?" I said, "I love the Chiefs." If I could have bet at halftime of who was going to win that game, it was going to be the Chiefs. There was never a doubt in my mind. Now, when it started, I thought, uh-oh. All right. And then McCaffrey fumbles. And I go, okay. But at halftime, I thought, I lit up a cigar. Like, I felt that confident. It wasn't a red Arbach cigar like victory, but I'm like, all right, I'm going to sit back. I like Kansas City. It wasn't pretty, and there were times where you go, San Francisco should win this game. It's just you got 15 over there, man. Yep, yes, he.
There was, going into halftime, I was like, this is a disaster. This is terrible for the 49ers.
Yeah.
Because you have to put up way more points than that. And I just don't understand why your decision is, hey, Brock, I know we have like the best rusher in football right here, but I want you to throw the ball almost 50 times and try to, try to win us the game. I mean, dude, run it. The dude's getting 6 yards of play. Put it in McCaffrey's hands.
Yes, Paulie.
One series that really stood out. Remember this start of the third quarter. Mahomes gets the ball. He drops a snap, and they mess that play up. The next play was incomplete, I think he completed. And then on 3rd and 12, he overthrows Kelsey and gets intercepted. And you're like, oh my gosh, the Niners are going to storm right back. The Niners went 3 and out and didn't get any points after a Mahomes interception. I remember thinking they had a chance to step on the gas there. And that whole third quarter went sideways for them right after that.
What do we have, 2 overtimes in Super Bowl history? And Kyle Shanahan's been involved in both of them. It's tough.
And had a lead in both.
Yes. Yes. You know, you want to wear that offensive genius label. You know, this is when you prove that you're worthy of that. Regular season is wonderful. There's a lot of great regular season players and teams and coaches. Man, when it gets tight, what do you do? And last night, San Francisco had the opportunities. I was inundated with numerology prior to the game, during the game, after the game by Fritzy. Fritzy has another numerology that you're going to drop on me today.
I am. I was just thinking that Mecole Hardman gets the winning touchdown. 6 letters in his first name, 7 letters in his last name. Add that up to 13. That seems to be the big number for Taylor Swift. Also, the losing team scored 22, and she's feeling 22. That's one of her songs. There's just a couple more things on top of the numerology we got bombarded with for the last 2 weeks.
Thank you, Tom. Well, yeah. It was like I didn't need it, but I was glad that I was getting that throughout the game. Pre-game, had a lot of numerology. Yes, John?
And Kyle Shanahan last night lost to a team that scored a final of how many points?
25.
And what is the difference between 28 and 3 in the Falcons in there with the Patriots?
20.
25, yeah. 13s, 25s.
All righty.
All right, back to you in a few.
Okay. All right. Yeah, Paul?
There is one thing we haven't talked about yet, and I waited as long as I can. There's a young man to my left who loves his Niners, who flies the colors, really loves the team.
Do you have any Niner colors on today?
What team?
Yeah.
Man, it was hard last night.
Yeah?
The loss was difficult.
Was it Mecole Hardman last night for you?
It's too soon.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, yeah, Paul.
Marv, was there a point in the game where you thought to yourself, I think we got it?
No, never.
Or even a little bit, like, when they're driving down the field, 2-minute warning, and it was like 3rd and 5, and all they did was a first down, and they're probably going to kick a field goal to win it?
No, never. Not once. Not once. I was like, when the game is over and the 49ers have more points than the Chiefs, because now, and I hate to be a prisoner of the moment, this is Brady, this is Jordan. Like, you were saying it all week.
Yeah.
The 49ers are probably the better team, but I just can't bet against 15. It's very Brady-esque. Anybody that's out there that's a fan of a team that's lost, besides the Giants, to Tom Brady, it's like, look, Atlanta can speak to this. And Kyle Shanahan's the common denominator. Go ahead.
Keep your head up.
I was upset for a full 10 minutes, then I went to sleep.
Do you give the ball to Mahomes first so now you know exactly what you need to do to either win the game or tie the game? And that's what Chris Jones said after the game, that Andy Reid and the Chiefs had told him and the defense during the summer to basically say, if we ever get in this situation, get ready, because we're going to put you, the defense, out on the field first. Then we will know what we have to match. And if it's a touchdown, we're going to not only go and score the touchdown, we're going to go for 2 and end it. Amazing. So that would have been the plan had the Chiefs won the toss to start overtime in the same way that they had won the toss to start the game. And so that is the way that everybody's talking about it and looking at it now. I just wanted to put it out there because I didn't have a problem with Shanahan taking the ball first. I didn't. And as a matter of fact, you want to talk, and I understand that there's a lot of criticism of Shanahan's play calling. If there's any criticism of his play calling, it would have to be McCaffrey only touching it once after scoring the touchdown in a span of about an hour on the clock. Now, I understand that Kansas City had the ball towards the end, and then there's halftime, and they got the ball first, but they started throwing it in those possessions at the top of the third quarter.
After the interception, too.
Other than that, you know, they weren't playing to not to lose. When they got the go-ahead touchdown, and by the way, missing the extra point on that go-ahead touchdown led to the overtime possibility that actually hit and everything that happened here. I thought he had his Dan Campbell moment from the Kansas City 15. They went for it on 4th and 3 and threw it to Kittle instead of tying the game with a field goal on the spot. Scored the touchdown, and if they had gone up 17-13, that would have changed the entire dynamic. They missed that extra point. They did not convert that extra point, and man, was that a huge development. So, and I thought Shanahan's play calling was terrific in that overtime. It was Chris Jones who just came free on 3rd and 4. Chris Jones saved the day, because if you look at that play, a couple of guys were open. Purdy would have had his choice. So you just have to sometimes tip your cap to the Niners defense, to the Chiefs defense, and then that Mahomes scramble
he had
on
2.
3rd and short.
He had the 4th and 1.
Come on. Well, the 4th and 1 carry was kind of just, let's see if Bosa crashes and then I'll pull it.
Yeah.
You know, if he does.
He had 2 big runs.
The other one was that was the backbreaker that put him in the red zone.
66 yards rushing.
I'm telling you, this is, a comment like John Harbaugh and a lot of coaches would have gotten and taken the ball first, I think.
The strategy makes sense.
But you just saw last night how it all plays out. If you get the ball second, you got all 4. You can play the game like Madden, like an 8-year-old plays Madden.
Well, you know you go for it on 4th down. Yeah, exactly.
Until, though, you get into the field goal scoring zone. Now you got to think about it. Which is why on that 3rd and 1, when Mahomes broke contain and put it in the red zone with his legs, that was a killer. Because if they were able to sack Mahomes there, like they had done so many times during the game, been able to maybe lock down Kelsey and Rice like they did many times during the first half, if they were able to put the Chiefs in a position of saying, are we going to go for it on 4th and short here? In overtime? Down 3? When we got the butt kicker that can send this thing to a 3rd possession? Now the Niners have the ball in sudden death, which is the point of why they kicked it off in overtime figuratively by taking the ball. I thought a really wild scenario here is that if you're the Chiefs and the Niners are like, we'll take the ball, do you go on sides and shock them, try and get the ball? Now it's sudden death and all you need is a field goal to win it. And if you don't get it, well, then it's a short field and, the Niners will put up whatever points you need to know you have to beat anyway. You're getting the ball second. You know what you'll have to do. Sure, you're kind of coughing up the benefit of what almost happened, but a defensive holding bailed the Niners out of a hole to start overtime where they wound up in a 3rd and long, and it looked like they were going to punt and go 3 and out. Yeah, you're coughing up that opportunity to have your defense just go 3 and out, have a nice, quick defensive hold, get the ball, and now you're in a sudden death situation where you just a field goal will win it. You're kind of foregoing that when you attempt an onside kick. And we all know an onside kick in this day and age now is so very difficult,
But that's
odds-wise, to pull it off.
That's when people know it's coming. I was kind of thinking
But
the
the
other
short term
way.
doesn't matter is what I'm saying.
Right, I was thinking the other way. You kick the field goal, you go up 3. Now the Chiefs are expecting you to kick off. You onside there, recover, game over.
Well, I mean, now you're giving also Mahomes a short field to just tie the game or win it.
Yeah, same situation.
You're losing the momentum, too, after just scoring. There's just so many ways about this.
Yeah.
That I was kind of, I'll be honest, I was kind of surprised, you know, when I looked down at my phone heading to the airport and I'm reading all the conversation, like Shanahan blew it by taking the ball to start. I mean, there's a benefit to taking it and there's a benefit to kicking it off. And unfortunately for the 49ers, they stalled inside the 10, and the Chiefs did not, and that's the end of it.
It also just felt like throughout the whole game, the 49ers let the Chiefs hang around.
That was my point, too, about the Shanahan play calling. If you want to
could have been 20-3, or they should have been up 2 or 3 scores throughout the whole game. It weren't.
When you have an opportunity to hold the Chiefs before and after halftime to just 3 points.
Yeah, you should be killing them.
That's exactly what you need to have happen. If you lose the toss and the Chiefs defer, you know what their gambit is here. Certainly, if they're behind like they were, they can come back quickly, or they can boat race you by scoring on each side of halftime. And instead, they only got 3, and then before halftime, and then they threw a pick because Bosa was everywhere, and Mahomes forced it. He forced it, and you get the interception, but then you go 3 and out, and you lose yardage. And then
stupid.
You get the Chiefs again punting, then you go 3 and out again. That was the moment. That's where, when you are going against a team, and everybody thinks because the Chiefs were as vulnerable as they've ever been, and as flawed as they've ever been in this dynastic run, that you still don't have to be on your P's and Q's, and that any little mistake you make can be used against you by this dynastic team. Just because that dynastic team was so flawed that they don't immediately hit you back with the ultimate retort of a touchdown. But you still allow them to gather their steam. You're going to regret it.
Yep.
You've got to hit them with a staggering blow and potentially, dare I say, knockout punch. Then. Otherwise, you're letting stuff like what we're talking about in overtime happen. Catch the Rich Eisen Show every single day on the Roku channel, 12 to 3 Eastern, for free. And in the post-mortem of Super Bowl 58, when it comes to the San Francisco 49ers, I will just say this. If I had told you going into the weekend that the 49ers were going to lose this game, would you have said the reason why would have because Brock Purdy didn't meet the moment? Yeah. If I asked 10 people that, right, or 100 people that, what would be the percentage of people who would say it's because Purdy didn't meet the moment, it was too big for him, and so on and so forth?
I don't know, 4 out of 5, probably.
4 out of 5, right? It would be about 80%.
Yeah, somewhere. It'd be high.
Guess what? He was terrific. He was terrific.
Terrific.
He was,
terrific is strong.
Chris, he
terrific
was
is strong.
terrific.
He played good enough to win the game, but not quite good enough. He did the exact same thing that Garoppolo did.
No,
he had Debo for a touchdown and overthrew him.
Here's what I will say about that. That yes, he was open. Mahomes missed a ton of throws last night too. And the thing is, both defenses were so on point last night.
They were hitting.
And they were not just hitting, they were covering.
Yeah.
They were covering. And I guarantee you that all 22 crews that are out there over the next 24 to 48 hours will be talking about how remarkable the cornerbacks for the Kansas City Chiefs are and how Debo was getting jammed, and Ayuk and Debo had what, like 5 catches for 1 yard at one point combined in the
Debo
third
dropped
quarter.
a couple over the middle,
and
too.
so again, Purdy was thrown into some tight windows, and you have to tip the cap to the Chiefs' defense. Leo Chanel knocked the ball loose from McCaffrey when it looked like the Niners were steamrolling towards points to start the game. He also blocked the extra point. Chris Jones, a free-running Chris Jones right up the middle, will force an incomplete pass on any quarterback, including his own. And that's what happened on the 3rd and 4 in overtime that led to a settling field goal to start overtime that we all know the Chiefs cashed in to win it. Purdy was under duress. Purdy made an incredible throw that got called back due to a hold because he was breaking contained to his left, and he kept the play alive. He threw it to a wide-open Kittle on the opposite side of the field.
That was early in the game,
He also made a stutter step move going to his right, juked out a defender, and Juszczyk was open and had a Dez caught it moment. If you remember, he caught it and then put the ball out and hit the ground, and you thought, well, that's an incomplete pass. No, because they changed that rule.
Plus, he was already out of bounds by the time the ball dropped.
Juszczyk made a heck of a play, but so did the quarterback. This dude was taking it in the chops. The throw he made to Jennings. The throw he made to Kittle. They put the ball in Purdy's hands on 4th and 3. Instead of going for the game-time field goal, they're like, Purdy, make the throw to Kittle. He did. He did.
He's a good player. He got him exactly where Jimmy G took him.
I think that's unfair, but that's your opinion, and I think a lot of people will share it. I think that's an unfair opinion. I just think that the Chiefs' defense is championship quality, and Purdy held more than just his own. In his first career Super Bowl start, he came out on point in that first drive. On point. He was comfortable. He looked, by the way, easily his best game of the playoffs. Easily the best game of the playoffs in the Super Bowl. So you gotta, tip your cap on that 3rd down. If the Niners had anything back, could take anything back, I mean, could take a lot back. But one was the 3rd down coming out of the 2-minute warning at the end of regulation. If they had picked up that 1st down, the Chiefs had only 2 timeouts left. They would have burned them. And then the Niners could have taken it down to about $120, and then there would have been the real play call of Shanahan's life. Like, what do you do on 3rd down after you've caused the Chiefs to burn both of those timeouts? Or do you throw it when you know the Chiefs are going to have to burn timeouts? I mean, that's where they had the Chiefs dead to rights. They were able to play call their way and execute their way into a situation where they come out of the 2-minute warning, and this thing was theirs. They could have done exactly to the Chiefs what the Chiefs did to the Eagles last year, which is take it down to the nub and leave them with no time left after a field goal and win the Super Bowl. Now, I understand the Chiefs had the benefit of a defensive penalty to help them out in it, but maybe so could the Niners have had it too. They got a defensive penalty to give them a fresh set of downs in overtime, didn't they? But instead, I mean, you got to tip your cap to Spagnuolo. He sends Trent McDuffie wide open at Purdy, and that thing was dead from snap. And the Chiefs now had 2 timeouts and just a 3-point deficit left, and they damn near won it in regulation at the end also. And then there's this. Is it Purdy's fault? This is what's going to really hurt the Niners, and I get it. This is not Purdy's fault at all. But this one came across my my desk just moments ago here from NFL Network Research. The Chiefs trailed 42 minutes and 5 seconds in the game. The only team that won the Super Bowl that trailed longer was the Super Bowl 17 Washington team against Miami. They trailed 42 minutes and 57 seconds in that game before winning. The Chiefs, in overtime, became the first team in Super Bowl history to win after trailing 4 separate times in the game. 4. The only other team to win a playoff game in which they trailed 4 more times in the last 10 postseasons was also the Chiefs. You know when that was? This year's playoffs. That's what happens when you have Mahomes, who's now 9-2 in games in which he's trailed in the playoffs at least by 7 or more points. Everyone else, as I've told you last week, is under 500 in their careers in such situations. But the one thing that would kill him, if I had told you, what if I told you, as San Francisco 49er fans, would you have signed for this one? The Chiefs would start Super Bowl 58. Punt, red zone, fumble, punt, field goal, that's your first half possessions. Sign for it, right?
Absolutely.
Then the second half possessions, interception, punt, field goal, punt. You signed for that too, right? Problem is that second punt was the muff punt. And once that happened, Chiefs scored a touchdown. They finished up their following possessions. Their 5 final possessions was punt and then get it back on a muff. Touchdown, field goal, touchdown. Changed the whole game.
Right.
That's not Purdy's fault. Now, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute.
Chances.
Hold on a minute. Though, as I keep returning, the early part of the third quarter is when you needed to have these body blows and then staggering hits.
They should have been up by so much where the muff punt really wouldn't have mattered.
So, is it play calling? Is it Purdy? I don't know. I'm not an all 22 guy. All I know is I'm sitting in the end zone watching this game in person, and I'm like, this kid is tough, and man, does he make throws? Does he make throws?
Bottom line is he's better than 30 other quarterbacks.
I think so.
Today,
his season was unreal,
but the one,
and he did not shrink in that moment last night. He did not. He did not.
If I'm a Niners fan, I'm happy. I would think so.
Would you? Look, I'll just point it out. By the way, this and he already has the blame it on me post-game approach. This is what he had to say after Super Bowl 58.
When you have a good offense like the Chiefs do, and what Mahomes can do, for us, it's like, all right, we have to, score touchdowns, and we had opportunities to do so. I think shot ourselves in the foot with, just penalties and operations and stuff. So I got to be better in terms of, leading the guys and just, I think how I handle things in the huddle and telling them, what to expect, stuff like that. So. But yeah, at the end of the day, I think we had the team, the offense to score touchdowns, and I think I failed to put our team in position to do that.
I love the kid. I think he's got the stuff. And at this point in time, though, just throw him on the other pile of quarterbacks that are seemingly unfortunate to be playing in the time of the Mahomes, Kelsey, Reed era. That Burrow was able to pop through once and Brady twice. So I'll ask you this, Chris. You answer this too, TJ. If you can go get Cousins and just tell Purdy you're now the backup, would you do that? Because Purdy's making backup money. You can do it.
Absolutely not.
You can go out and tell Cousins, come to San Francisco, let's win a Super Bowl right now. We'll pay you, 40, whatever, $50 million a year, even though he now skips the line. You have to take this into account too. It's not fantasy football. He skips the line on a bunch of people that are waiting to get paid in that locker room who have gone the distance and put it all out there, blood, sweat, and tears for this organization. You be telling them, hey, we'll get to you at some point, just not this year, because we had to go give Kirk all his money, and Brock Purdy is easily benched because it doesn't break your cap. It's not like you're benching somebody who's making $20 million a year. Do you do that?
No, I think you got to run it back.
Okay, I do too. Right?
I mean, Brock Purdy, I think, is going to be there for the next decade.
I saw that last night, man. I'm like, not for a second, and I thought, wow. The guy who didn't look great in the rain against Green Bay, and the guy who, with the rest of the offense, struggled in the first half against the Lions and needed to pull it out of his orifice to get to the Super Bowl, he just doesn't have it. The moment's too big for him. I didn't see that at all, man.
Do you think they have Cousins this year instead of Purdy they win the Super Bowl?
Like what? So Kirk Cousins is in that moment last night, not him?
Chris,
I don't think it was him.
Chris, you're a big fan of
I don't think it was him.
Kirk Cousins' flaws during prime prime
I
time
understand,
games.
but Kirk hasn't played, under this Shanahan system.
It's still a prime time game,
and
right?
with all these.
I did not look at that. Again, I'm not an all-22 guy. I bet you we'll see more about how good the Chiefs' corners are in the all-22 community over the next 24, 48 hours than Purdy missed it. He missed this throw. He missed that throw. I'd wager on that.
This point in overtime, Brandon Ayuk is so wide open, but Chris Jones is unblocked.
Unblocked?
Like, what are we doing?
95?
What are we doing?
If the Chiefs could have chosen one guy to be unblocked on that do-or-die play, they'd have chosen 95.
I've watched this play 100 times in the last few minutes. He's so...
Right. That's not 13's fault. That's not 13's fault. Unless we learn there's some sort of protection he could have called.
Maybe.
At the line.
I mean, Ayuk is just standing in the end zone doing jumping jacks.
I did say at one point, just to be funny, during the game that Juwan Jennings was the best quarterback on the 49ers team, but I was just...
At one point, MVP was literally down to Juwan Jennings and Harrison Butker.
No doubt.
And Jake Moody before Juwan Jennings had caught the touchdown pass. Yep. I know. Catch the Rich Eisen Show every single day on the Roku channel, 12 to 3 Eastern, free. We are all paying rent in Patrick Mahomes' world now. His accomplishments are second to none. And I'm saying that in a world where Tom Brady exists. Look at what Mahomes has done in just 6 seasons as a starter. 4 Super Bowl appearances. Only Brady and Elway have more. He's tied for 3rd with Terry Bradshaw, Joe Montana, Roger Staubach, Peyton Manning, and Jim Kelly. 3 Super Bowl wins. Only Brady, Montana, and Bradshaw have more. He's tied with Aikman in that regard. 3 Super Bowl MVPs. Only Brady has more. He's tied for 2nd with Montana. Only others with multiple Super Bowl MVPs is Bradshaw, Eli Manning, and Bart Starr, who took the first 2 of such things home. Keep it up there. 2 NFL MVP awards. The only one with multiple MVP and Super Bowl MVP awards other than Patrick Mahomes is Tom Brady and Joe Montana. He now has as many. He has now he's got 3. Brady has 3 MVPs and 5 Super Bowl MVPs in his 23 seasons in the NFL. 22 as a starter. He now has as many NFL MVPs as Montana and as many Super Bowl MVPs as Montana, who played 15 seasons. Mahomes just 7, 6 as a starter. In terms of winning an MVP as the NFL MVP and also the Super Bowl MVP in the same season as he did last year, the only ones to do that are Kurt Warner, Steve Young, Emmitt Smith, Joe Montana, Terry Bradshaw, and Bart Starr. No one's ever done it in multiple seasons. Just you wait. His 6 AFC Championship game appearances, all consecutive. That's a record. In terms of starting a career as a starter, Brady has 8. But that didn't start his career. It's one more than Ken Stabler, Hall of Famer. The NFL record, 5,614 total yards in a season, was from 2022. Oh, by the way, he's a 2-time passing touchdowns leader, 6-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro. And don't forget, he had a redshirt season. He didn't play his first year until the very end. Unreal. Unreal. Now you're like, wait a minute. It's something you've never seen before. Brady's in front of him in so many respects. Not by this age. Not through age 28. Nuh-uh. His 74 regular season wins through age 28. Way more than Brady's 58. He's now 5 playoff wins clear of Brady through age 28. 1 more Super Bowl appearances, as many Super Bowl wins. 1 more Super Bowl MVP, and Brady had yet to win a Most Valuable Player award at this point of his career. All hail Patrick Mahomes. Period. End of story. And I'm sure there's a lot of fatigue right now about Mahomes.
I mean, tough.
But it's tough.
Yeah.
And play that soundbite if you don't mind. It's the first one that you played for
amazing.
me pre-show, Hoskins. And he says it in such a sweetheart of a way, right?
The voice.
Well, it's the voice and just him being him.
Yeah.
Because he's kind of got he's a mixture of Brady and Steph Curry, you know? Yeah. And Jordan.
Good one.
All rolled into one. And Tiger.
Yeah.
Like he's now up there with Kobe.
Yeah.
Serena. Like that's the sort of Serena. Thank you. All of them.
And Mike Tyson too, because his voice doesn't actually match.
Okay, very good. And he can throw a punch figuratively. This is what he had to say afterwards. Go ahead.
I hope people remember not only the greatness that we have on the field, but the way that we've done it. I mean, I feel like we enjoy it every single day. We have fun. We play hard. And it's not always pretty, but we just continue to fight to the very end. And I know you get fatigue of the team sometimes, of one team winning. But we try to enjoy it and just enjoy the moment that we have together and enjoy just kind of what we can do every single day to bring the best out of each other.
And just to put it on a point, just exclamation point this, they went back-to-back in a season where they started with Travis Kelce hurt and Chris Jones holding out. They had all sorts of problems trying to figure out who other than Kelce was going to catch the ball until a rookie wide receiver and Rashee Rice stepped forward. Okay.
Did I see he set the record for rookie postseason catches?
They also, correct, they also had, a second-year running back in Pacheco, who's the first ever running back to start a career with back-to-back Super Bowl wins. Tony Dorsett went to 2 straight Super Bowls, but he lost the back-ended one. They had injuries galore on defense. They didn't get the 1 seed, didn't get the 2 seed. They actually were on the road for the first time in the playoffs, and they had to go through the 2 seed and the 1 seed in the AFC before going through the 1 seed in the NFC. And this is all after they're supposed to be hungover or distracted due to Taylor Swift's presence. How'd that work out for all those tinfoil hat nut jobs?
Well, it was in the script. I mean,
so this was the year you were supposed to get him, and you couldn't get him. This was the time. And now they want to come back to be the first ever three-peat. Look out. Catch the Rich Eisen Show every single day on the Roku channel, 12 to 3 Eastern, for free. But now that the Chiefs are Super Bowl champs, we know who the Super Bowl champs, we also know who they are playing at home next year, because that information came out just a few weeks ago. So put it up on the screen. These are the choices who they might play in a banner-raising situation. Now, recall last year when we did this, nobody was saying the Lions. Nobody. And then they chose the Lions, and then it turned out to be a wild affair that the Lions won.
Is that your case for the Texans?
So here, let me just read out. Here are the division opponents of the Bengals, the Texans, the Saints, the Bucks, and the Lightning Bolts, along with the Ravens. So they've got a choice of either Harbaugh. They've got a choice of the Texans and C.J. Stroud. They've got a choice of the Saints, the Bucks. Here's my choice. I don't think they're going to put Lamar in that house to start the season.
I think it's a no-brainer.
That's a Sunday night.
What's your no-brainer?
Chargers.
What's your no-brainer?
Honestly, I agree with you about Lamar. I don't think they want to see one of those two teams start off 0-1. I thought maybe the Saints.
Here's what I'll go.
That's right.
By the way, I think having Jim Harbaugh's first game back,
no-brainer,
in front of the whole country,
okay, you're right.
No-brainer,
is a no-brainer. I don't think they like division battles to start it.
Yeah, that's true.
I think they kind of stay away from the division battle. So I'm thinking Joe Burrow's first game back. The only guy not named Brady, the only active player to have beaten Mahomes in a playoff game. Him coming back, putting the Bengals in the house in Arrowhead that night. Now that's something the whole country, I think, would tune into as well. as opposed to just the curiosity of a coach. I think Burrow versus Mahomes would be now that's a piece of filet mignon for a Sunday night game or a Monday night game or a late window on CBS. I'm sure Jim Nantz, if he's out there watching after being promoted for what the football would be like, hold on a second, that sounds like my game.
Plus the
with
mayor
Romo.
of Cincy saying those comments about.
Well, I just think,
City.
again, all that stuff aside, just Burrow coming back, he's the only guy who has beaten Mahomes in a playoff game active in the league. We'll see. Catch the Rich Eisen Show every single day on the Roku channel, 12 to 3 Eastern, for free.
Amina, let's start with you. How was Mahomes able to turn this offense around in the second half?
I think the final couple drives were really a microcosm of what the Chiefs offense did this season in terms of him getting the ball out quick when he had to, and then in key moments using his legs. He had the most scrambles this year that he's ever had in his entire career, and they don't win this football game unless he uses his feet in high leverage moments. He had 8 carries, all were against nickel, all perfectly timed decisions. You had the triple option you saw there earlier, and he keeps it when the defense overcommits to the run, and then the scramble in overtime. What struck out to me watching him was just the utter lack of hesitation as the pass rush collapsed upon him. And that's really been the case with Patrick Mahomes, right? His entire career when it comes to running, it's that situational awareness. Look, we live in a moment where there's some of the greatest dual-threat quarterbacks ever, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, but I would argue on a down-to-down basis, Patrick Mahomes is as impactful a scrambler as any quarterback in the NFL, and it's why they won the football game.
Oh, what a beautiful time. Pat legs in the playoffs and big games, MK. You are absolutely right. There was one run, because we talk about Patrick Mahomes and his talent, but there was one run that I thought solidified and kind of started this team going. And it was that third down run when he had to go get 4, right? And you run through 2 tackles. Now, this is against everything we tell quarterbacks, but Pat understands the moment. He understands what this is going to do to galvanize his team as well. Before that 4th and run play, on that one we showed when he picked up the first down, you know what I did, y'all, when I was watching the game? I looked straight at the sideline. And you would have thought the Kansas City Chiefs had already won the game when Patrick Mahomes ran through 2 defenders to go get a first down. So more so than his talent, which we obviously know, it's the mental fortitude. It's the ability to galvanize everybody around you and their confidence in them that you're going to win the game because I'm your quarterback.
You know, Big Fella, that 3rd and 4 run, real quickly, it leads to 3 points. The one that you point out when he drops his shoulders, they end up getting a field goal. And obviously that's huge in that game. I think outside of the legs, what they did schematically when it came to some of their motion, either to or with Kelsey, and watch how San Francisco defensively struggled with it. So 3rd quarter, they motion Travis over, and they're really just trying to gain leverage off the linebacker. But pay attention to Ward up top, okay? Because he's going to have vision playing what we call that palms coverage. And he's going to end up having the out route by Travis Kelsey, but getting in on the action. Right after the punt, we're going to go to a very similar look, okay? You're going to get Kelsey on that in and out sugar motion. Ward is up top once again. He's going to come off the line of scrimmage the same way. The corner's going to go back. The safety's going to stay to the bottom of the screen. As the back Pacheco widens, the corner stays out there, kind of anticipating that out route by Kelsey. And there's that switch release vertical by MVS. These 2 are huge, okay? You motion watch San Francisco defensively. Look at, they are switching sides completely from one to the other. Burks gets hung left backside. That's a check down to Noah Gray that goes for 13, and one of my favorite, 3rd down and Travis Kelsey. Down 3 in the 4th quarter. Look at again. Look at all the communication by San Francisco. They're running Logan Ryan. Burks, the safety, drops back down. What are they going to do? Push Watson vertical. Kelsey comes underneath. Look at Logan Ryan. He's completely lost because of all that. And I thought all that motion use, and not only just the motion, but like the way they were using it and putting, you know, in many ways, Logan Ryan and Burks in conflict and forcing them to switch sides of the field. It got them 3 or 4 easy first downs.
It stinks that Dre Greenlaw was out, too. That was one of the reasons why Burks was in that position. By the way, Mahomes loved the motion. He had an 89 QBR on plays that featured motion compared to a 29 QBR on plays without motion. Why not do motion? It's the best thing in the world. All right, let's get to some top stories off this game. Adam Schefter joining us now. And Adam, Mahomes wins his 3rd Super Bowl. Now turns into an offseason where his contract could be back in the news. What do we need to know there?
Well, right now, Lloyd, he's scheduled to carry a cap figure of $58.6 million for the upcoming season. The Chiefs are looking to get cap space, added cap space. The first place they're going to do it now and in years to come will be with their quarterback who's got the cap figure, who will have the ability to redo that contract, who we know is going to be in Kansas City, and that's the luxury of having a franchise quarterback. You always can go to him to redo his deal. We also know that he's going to have Andy Reid and Travis Kelce to work with next year as well. Both men vowed that they would be back for the 2024 season, despite any speculation that has surrounded either of them about their futures, the potential to retire. Reid says he's not ready to retire. Kelce said he'll be back, so we'll take them at their word, and they'll be back in 2024. The question is whether these particular players will be. There you see some of the key free agents that the Chiefs have this offseason with Jarius Sneed, Chris Jones stand out of that list, as do Willie Gay and some of the offensive linemen like Donovan Smith. So there are some key free agents that they want to bring back, and that's where Mahomes' contract comes into play. And then if you look at who they might open the season with in 2024, because they're going to have the home opener, there are their upcoming opponents. Of course, the league can schedule any division matchup in the AFC West. Those would be attractive. Maybe Jim Harbaugh's first game, but maybe the league can turn to the Houston Texans or Baltimore Ravens or Cincinnati Bengals. Any of those opponents make sense in week one. The league has a whole bevy of options to turn to for the kickoff classic in September. Whoever it is will be intriguing, and I'm sure it'll be a great matchup as we begin to see what the script holds in store for the 2024 season.
See what you did. Shout out to Taylor Swift for being a generational talent in her own right, wanting to be there supporting someone she cares a lot about. This is fun to see those two together and just the pure joy of the celebration.
I think it's awesome.
It's awesome.
Yeah, I think it's great.
Hate is gonna hate, but you know what? They're loving life, and they should. Let's read and react to some Super Bowl performances. Let's start with Travis Kelce, who was visibly frustrated in the first half after catching just one pass for 1 yard. He got up in Andy Reid's face, but then he came out on fire in the second half, catching 8 of his 9 targets for 92 yards and 5 first downs, including 2 critical catches to move the sticks on 3rd down in the 4th quarter. Kelce was pumped after the game.
Never doubt in my mind, baby. Never doubt in my mind. We knew when they had to kick a field goal that it was on us. We got the best quarterback in the league, we got the best offensive mind in the league, and we got the most determination out of any team in the NFL, and you saw all of that today, man. Find a way through adversity yet again for 4 quarters, 5 quarters. Man, I couldn't be more proud of the guys.
Marcus, what changed in the second half for Kelce?
Oh, it was time to go. Dan pointed out the motion, but they also got him matched up in some man-to-man situations and ran away from defenders. You saw him on the crosser against Fred Warner for the big play late in the game, as you see here on the underneath. He was phenomenal, but this is the formula. This was the formula early in games when we watched Buffalo and Baltimore. It just happened to happen later, but it happened at the clutch time. It happened at the moment when you knew 15 and 87 had to make plays, and they were able to do it.
Brock Purdy is the 5th quarterback to be blitzed and be pressured on at least 40% of his dropbacks in Super Bowl history, the first since Jared Goff in Super Bowl 53. Those 5 quarterbacks, a combined 0-5 in the Super Bowl. It's hard to do. Dan's laughing at my voice. Here's Purdy after the game.
I mean, a lot of guys are quiet, and a lot of guys are still quiet right now. Not a lot has been said. It just hurts. You know, we have the team, obviously, to do it, to win the whole thing, and come up short like that. You know, the way things have been the last couple of years here, everyone wanted it so bad. So I think we're still trying to sort of gather, you know, our thoughts and everything right now. But everyone in that locker room loves each other, I'll tell you that.
You feel for Purdy. All right, Dan, how did the Chiefs keep him in check?
Everybody, you know, their defense coordinator's bags in his plan, but Chris Jones took away 3 touchdowns. They're going with the bootleg here. Watch Chris Jones put his right foot in the ground. Marcus knows this, and recoil. If not, use checks or Kittle are going to be huge chunks, if not touchdowns. Forces that little run and check down. Okay, now you're going to get this play action fake Debo down the right side. Everyone's going to go, Debo's wide open for a touchdown. How does he miss him? Because he's getting hit by Chris Jones, and the right hand is right on the throwing shoulder, and then the 3rd and 4 in overtime. Pay attention to Chris Jones. The guard steps down, paying attention to the linebacker, and it's a great job by Chris of not jumping and just, again, pressuring that throwaway. Brock was fantastic. You have to credit Chris Jones for really winning those 3 plays and taking away touchdowns from San Francisco.
You know, Christian McCaffrey also fantastic. He delivered in Super Bowl 58, recording 160 scrimmage yards on 30 touches. The issue was the other key 49ers offensive players couldn't get it going. Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, George Kittle combined for just 11 touches and 94 scrimmage yards. Mina, let's talk Deebo. How did Kansas City take him out of the game last night?
Yeah, last week we talked about how Deebo was the Niners' main target in 21 personnel. That was the case again last night, but Brock Purdy went 1 for 6 targeting him, in part because the Chiefs were all over the pass game to Deebo. A couple of those incompletions were due to pressures, but half of them, they had a beat on the in-breaking routes. You either had the linebackers dropping back in coverage or the cornerbacks just mugging him up. Super tight coverage. They knew that Brock was going to Deebo. They defended him well, and that's how you get that result.
Yeah, the Chiefs allowed just 6.6 yards per attempt to wide receivers this season, second best in the NFL, behind only the Ravens. Still the
So when Hardman scored, we were almost having a second halftime. An overtime, second overtime. So I guess, well, maybe it would have to go, if it'd have to go to a third overtime for there to be a second halftime.
Right. Yeah, because the Chiefs would have had to settle for a field goal there.
Right.
And then, you know, maybe we come down and trade punts and then no score in the second OT. And then
now let me ask you this question. You know how when you go to a concert and you cheer and they leave and then they come back and do an encore.
Right.
As a matter of fact, when Susie and I saw U2 in the Sphere on Wednesday night, Bono apologized for doing what he said was, he didn't call it typical. What did he call it? He just the fake construct of making you cheer for another song when we know we're going to play one anyway.
There's going to be an encore regardless.
He actually apologized for that. So the question is, like, would they have brought Usher back out?
They had to have. They would have had to have done a halftime, right? They wouldn't have just kept playing. They would have had to give these guys a break.
No, I think they'd have to keep playing.
Oh, really? They played 4 consecutive quarters without a break?
Keep playing.
They would have had to have done some sort of, like, 12-minute break.
Because it's not like we're cutting down the quarter time, right? He was still playing.
Did Usher leave? Did he leave?
No, I don't think so.
No, Usher's hanging in a box somewhere.
Now, could they have busted the roller skates out for one more time?
That part was cool.
I hear you.
Well, I think maybe they had a list set up. Like Jay-Z was there. They may have pulled him out. You know,
By the way, there were tons. Like you had Taylor Swift, Lizzo, Ariana Grande, Bieber.
Yep.
He was there.
Paul McCartney, you said, right?
Blake Shelton and Gwen Stefani. Right. Reba McEntire was still there. Lady Gaga.
Right.
McCartney.
Yeah, McCartney.
You had like a We Are the World situation. Like they could have just got it.
Yeah, that's exactly. That's what they do.
The making of We Are the World Part 2 is. You gotta
anything.
You gotta say, hey, we gotta pitch in so these guys get some rest.
And we know Taylor Swift had a few drinks in her, so
Right.
she could really let it rip.
And they were like, anytime they showed her, and they rarely showed her, but the couple times
they didn't.
They showed her
Niner fans in the stadium. In the stadium, Niner fans were like booing.
Of course they're booing.
Yeah,
She's a Chiefs fan. Why
Yeah,
wouldn't you?
she's the enemy.
But as soon as the first time they showed her, as soon as she was on camera, she just grabbed the beer and she shotgunned it.
Which apparently now on Twitter she's the horrible role model.
Oh,
because
good
she's
Lord.
a 34-year-old woman.
Whatever. But would they? So would the NFL just gone around and say, we need you?
Or just like, hey, you want to do it?
By the way, comedians. Sebastian Maniscalco plays the sold-out
That's
stadiums.
right.
He was there.
They could have done it.
Kimmel.
After the third
Carrot Top.
After the third halftime,
He was there.
WWE had a bunch of people there. We'll throw Bailey, Mercedes Moné,
Yeah, get a ring
Sasha
set up
Banks
real
down
quick.
there.
By the
They
way,
can have a
couple tables.
Rey
Slam a
Mysterio
couple tables.
can referee.
Next year in New Orleans, contingency plan.
Right?
Let's do it.
Lights could go out there.
Second
Never know.
halftime
Never
show.
know. Second halftime.
Second
halftime
show.
I better see
Got to prepare.
I better see No Limit.
No, you see, was it Cascade or Tiesto that was in the end zone?
No Limit.
I think Method Man was in Vegas too.
Well, the Woo's everywhere, Rich.
Well, I saw the
know.
Woo had a 2-day residency.
Yeah, the Woo has residency.
The
Going next month,
9th
I
and
think.
10th.
Staten Island in Vegas.
You Staten Islanders are everywhere.
So
Rich.
I had a longer residency in Vegas than them. 3 days.
Well, to start with, yeah, but they're going to continue for
I
Tyler
gotcha.
at your boy.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's how it could have started.
TJ,
That could have started the second halftime show.
Contingency halftime show. Good fantasy.
Jerry.
That's my man right there.
We kick Apple right out. It would be the Rich Eisen Show presents.
Oh, yeah. We're in.
If we can afford it.
I was like, how
You
much
want to
are we
pass the
paying?
hat around?
How much are we paying for that?
Apple.
I love it. Seriously, who would you have wanted to hear it from?
Oh, Ariana Grande. Because she needs to do it.
Mike, why do I not see
everybody we just
Yeah,
said?
because I've seen Lady Gaga do it. I've seen McCartney do it. I've seen Beyonce do it.
I haven't seen Taylor Swift do it. How are you
She's-
not going Taylor Swift?
No. Yeah, she'll have to have the
Well,
real
Rich,
one.
we're the
she
only
can't
ones
be
that
the
didn't see
second.
her in concert.
I know that.
Yeah,
So-
she's got to be the second.
world
She got to be
already
the main
went.
halftime. Ariana Grande would be perfect for that.
No, I
like,
want
follow.
Jay-Z and Beyonce. What are you,
No,
crazy?
I already saw them.
When did you see that?
When did you see
Beyonce
that?
already did it.
Jay-Z did not.
Well, Jay-Z, yeah, he was like after
Exactly.
the fact.
Ariana Grande out of everybody.
Yeah, she's phenomenal.
I know she
7
is.
rings, baby. Come on. Big.
There's
I'm
no
a
way
big
you're
fan of
driving
Ariana
down the
Grande.
street on the
Lizzo?
PCH
Totally.
How about
listening to
Lizzo?
Ariana Grande.
Now Lizzo would have too many other people like with her.
She's actually used
I mean,
the.
Usher
she
brought
used-
out like 4 different people.
Yeah, because half of the songs have them.
Lizzo used Minnesota Vikings in one of her songs.
That's true.
The lyric.
Well, if they were in the Super Bowl, then most definitely she would have came.
I
want the wrestling matches.
I look for performance.
I'm staggered
Because
by
I'm going to
that-
be honest
by
with you,
that-
I
by
wasn't
that
impressed
punch.
last night. And I've seen a lot of them live in the rehearsals. He was good.
Mikey just was.
I didn't ruin it. It wasn't. It just didn't. I wasn't. I was not. It's not in my top 10.
No, I thought the halftime show was kind of like the game. It started really slow and then finished awesome.
Yeah, it was like a Vegas show.
Gotta be-
And
with
like the Niners
beginning, man,
defense,
it's gotta be-
they were
it's
on
gotta be
roller
money.
skates at the end. Catch the Rich Eisen Show every single day on the Roku channel, 12 to 3 Eastern, for free.
A huge decision that you see there in overtime when the 49ers decided to take the ball first. With the new overtime rules, a lot of people thought that was the wrong move. We'll get into that in a moment, but first, let's take a listen to both teams talking about strategy there.
None of us have a ton of experience of it, but we went through all the analytics and talked to those guys, and we just thought it'd be better. We wanted the ball third. If both teams matched and scored, we wanted to be the ones who had the chance to go win, and we got that field goal, so we knew we had to hold them to at least to a field goal, and if we did, then we thought it was in our hands after that.
I didn't even know about the new playoff overtime rule, so it was a surprise to me. I didn't even really know what was going on in terms of that. They put on the scoreboard, and everyone was like, "Oh, even if you score, they get a chance still." So
You know what? I didn't even realize that the playoff rules were different in overtime, so I assumed you just want the ball because you score a touchdown and win, but I guess that's not the case. No, we haven't talked about it, no.
Mina, what should we make of all this?
Okay, well, first I'll start with what Kyle said. In terms of his thinking there, he talked about the analytics that San Francisco, how they arrived at that conclusion. When the rule was changed, I had some conversations with folks around the leagues on different teams, got a variety of different opinions. Seth Lauder, who covers analytics for us, also surveyed analytics departments on teams around the league and found a pretty even split. I felt at the beginning of the game, and I put this on the internet, so I have the record's out there. I'm not Monday morning quarterbacking. I would have taken the ball second so that you don't give Patrick Mahomes all 4 downs because he has the information of knowing, whether or not they need to drive the field. I also think, however, believing that if it's a tie, you want the advantage in sudden death, it's not crazy. It's why I think so many teams were split on this. What's far less defensible, in my view, is the fact that none of the Niners players were aware of the rule change. I mean, you're going to the Super Bowl. You got 2 weeks to talk about this. I was actually shocked to hear those players say that, especially in contrast with a number of the Chiefs players who described how they were familiarized with the rules and prepared for it. So that, to me, was actually more embarrassing than the decision, which I do think was defensible, even if it's not what I would have done.
Yeah, I mean, not only 2 weeks, you have 6 months to go over these situations as a football team in team meetings. So I was shocked. I think it's crazy. I felt that in the moment. I think it's crazy for 2 reasons. Number one, Mina pointed out, you don't give the quarterback and the football team on the opposite sideline, 4 downs. It changes every single play call, not only that you make, but what the other team could potentially make. If San Francisco had the ball second, maybe they run the ball on that 3rd and 4 instead of throwing the football. Maybe Brock Purdy doesn't try to just throw the ball to a safe spot and drills it to the receiver because he has to. And the other reason is in the analytics, I feel the same way that I did about the Dan Campbell field goals in overtime. It's more than numbers. Who are we and who are we playing? And how are we playing? Mahomes had just gone down the field in regulation in their 2-minute drill. Mark, they didn't stop them. They ran out of time, okay? And the fact that you are going against a defense that is playing lights-out football. So I think because of who you're playing has to be the kind of the swing of knowing, okay, he's hot right now and he's the best in the league.
Yeah, guys, I hate to even ask this question because I think it's very well noted that we're all big fans of Kyle Shanahan's scheme, his play calling, all of that. But Marcus, this is now the 3rd Super Bowl where Shanahan's teams have blown double-digit leads. Yeah. What did you make of his game plan?
Yeah, during that second half, I tweeted out that it's almost like he was playing to just be, it was very vanilla, and he was hoping that his defense was going to stop the Kansas City Chiefs. The aggressive nature of play calling was my issue in the second half. And when I tweeted it out, everybody was like, well, he ain't running the ball, so what do you mean run the clock? Kyle Shanahan, to me, felt like he was playing with caution. He felt like it felt like it wasn't the Super Bowl. It was a game that they needed to win to advance further. Man, open up the bar, man. Pour every drink you got in there to try to get points on the board. Because as much as we talk about the overtime decision, you made that call because you wanted to be aggressive. Your play calling was not like that, in my opinion, in the second half. We saw a throwback for a touchdown in the first half. We saw getting Brock Purdy on the move. We saw a bunch of bootlegs with getting him in space. In the second half, a lot of that went away, and I was scratching my head as to why he was being so vanilla offensively.
You know, I didn't have an issue with this play calling. I think there was some lack of preparation for the blitz, but you can really attribute a lot of those unblocked pressures to different players. Sometimes it was the offensive line, sometimes it was the skill players, whatnot. I did have issue with some of the issues or some of the decisions from a game management perspective, and I'm like a broken record. You guys have heard me complain about this at various times, not even this season, but over the course of Kyle Shanahan, who I admire so much as a play caller, his tenure in San Francisco. At the end of the first half, when the Chiefs were driving, I did not understand why he wouldn't call a timeout to get an extra possession. You had a kicker who we saw drill a 57-yard field goal. And this is just something I wasn't surprised because I've seen him do it a million times, a lack of aggression from a game management perspective. But I was disappointed nonetheless. And then when we look back at this game and see how close the margins were, a decision like that does loom large to me as a crucial error.
We talked about it on the broadcast at the end of the first half meeting, and Brock Purdy was hot. That's when they were starting to hit crossers, so I agree with that. Yeah. Marcus, here's my thing, though. The 4th down that he goes for in the red zone and they complete it to Kittle, that one surprised me. I thought he was just going to take the points and tie the football game. So,
but
go ahead.
Dan, to your point, hold on one second. To your point, I 100% agree, and that was a aggressive call. I'm talking about the nature in which you call play. Where is Kittle isolated one-on-one? Where is getting him against somebody and trying to create a mismatch or an advantage? Where is the Brandon Ayuk double move when you need to get a chunk play down the field? Where is the reverse to Deebo Samuel? Where is the Christian McCaffrey screen on the edge? Those are the things I'm talking about. I'm not talking about what, to your point, the 4th down was aggressive. I just didn't get enough of feeling like the 3-pointer needed to be made.
Let's get Adam Schefter back in here for some top stories. And Adam, brutal moment last night with Dre Greenlaw. What do we know about his injury?
Well, Laura, the moment you saw him go down with that Achilles injury and be ruled out, you knew that it was going to be a ruptured Achilles, and that's exactly what it turned out to be. Kyle Shanahan said after the game that he went down in this particular play, charging onto the field. Just a devastating blow to Dre Greenlaw, to the Niners defense, to everybody involved. Didn't come back and now faces months of rehabilitation to try to get back for the 2024 season, in which the Niners will have a number of key free agents. There are some of the names and the players that they'll be hoping to re-sign. Javon Kinlaw stands out of that group. Randy Gregory, Chase Young, a lot of players up front that they're going to have to make decisions on, and they're not going to be able to keep everybody, unfortunately for them, as much as they would like. And of course, we started this season with O's the Mentalist in Florham Park, New Jersey with the Jets when his first guest, one of his first guests, turned out to be then Jets wide receiver McCole Hardman, who he talked about the upcoming season and what they envisioned for Super Bowl 58.
Super Bowl Sunday. I want you to picture this. Take a step forward. And I want you to imagine you got a crystal ball in your hand. You see the future. Tell us, who do you see the Jets playing this year's Super Bowl? Say it. 49ers. I'm putting you on the spot here. We're going to win. You know we're going to win. What's the final score going to be?
31-21.
Yeah? Because when all the pieces come together in a season, it can be absolute perfection, folks. Because that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking the Jets and the 49ers. 31-21.
That's crazy. Hey, that's crazy.
I mean, Miko was part of it, Adam. Just on a different team.
Yeah, well, that was, again, the first team that O started with in his tour of camps this summer, and that was one of the very first players he called upon, and that was the first player he asked for a Super Bowl prediction from, and it just turned out to be the player that was dealt from the Jets to the Chiefs, who wound up scoring the game-winning touchdown. The Chiefs win, and of course, as we predicted, O's wins.
That's crazy.
So I know this doesn't sound right, but I'll just say it. When you're at the Super Bowl, things that immediately become of national conversation in the palms of your hands takes a while to filter into the seats. I had no idea that Travis Kelce went out to Andy Reid and barked at him the way that he did. And hit him and almost knocked him over.
When I sent the video in the group chat, that's
the first time I saw it. And then I immediately, go to the old X machine, and it was everywhere.
Because they only played it one time during the
They played
broadcast.
the replay one time and
bring
then
it up.
never brought it up again. It was kind of weird that it was never discussed.
Well, again, I wasn't part of watching the broadcast and seeing how things were all playing out.
You were stunned.
But I was stunned. Because I just know how much Travis Kelce loves Andy Reid. Remember how many times have we had him on this program and we talk about how when he first started he was a total hothead.
Oh yeah.
Right, and Reid kind of had to tame his inner hothead. But the hothead's still there. The hotheads don't really go away. But
early on, you didn't know if this guy is going to play himself out of the league.
No
Remember he
idea.
was he threw the flag at the official.
Right,
or
or
his towel.
Yeah,
or
the
something?
towel. Right.
Yeah.
We thought he was putting his team in problematic situations all the time.
Yeah.
Now Walter Payton Man of the Year nominee, and a man about town, and now one of the most famous people on planet Earth. And so I saw that. I'm like, what the hell was that all about? And then I know how, sometimes I hate being taken out of my chair in any way, shape, or form. And even though I get upset when I see, hosts apparently don't matter in some award show, right? I take it personally. So I'm trying to use any possible analogy where I can understand that he's taken out of the game in the Super Bowl, and it's a running play. He's not in either to catch it or block for it, and Pacheco puts it on the ground, and he snapped. He only had one catch in the game. I'm sure he's sitting there going, "What the hell?" Certainly, if he's thinking this could be his last game, well, who the hell knows?
Was there ever a chance that really happened?
That's all you're hearing about it.
I think so.
Yeah.
And Chris kind of nailed it. You nailed it when you're like, he could go into the Hall of Fame. Two kids from Ohio going into Canton together on the same day.
Sign me up for that.
Where they have maybe they could turn their enshrinement speeches into an episode of New Heights. set up a podcast set off to the side.
Right. Let them go for
The two of them-
45. Who cares?
Would the Hall say no to that?
Absolutely not.
Like, and they reveal their bus at the same time, and they talk about growing up together. You know, having fellow enshrinees on as a guest. I don't know. I mean,
Then they rival Jerry Jones for the greatest party in the history of Canton.
oh my God!
Yeah, that party.
Oh my
Oh, yeah,
word!
Jerry Jones.
I mean, I
Step
wasn't
aside.
there, but from what I understand, what you told me, that's going to be an impossible party.
I don't know.
If
None of
anybody
these
can
guys.
do
They can do
If
it.
anybody can challenge him,
Taylor
I think it
Swift?
might be
I don't
these
know.
guys.
Sing.
Taylor Swift
Sings.
performs?
Yeah,
I know.
Justin
Come
Timberlake
on,
is like.
guys.
Not to put any pressure on or turn this thing me sounding like Romo, but who knows? Maybe the babysitter's watching the kids that night. I don't know. This is like 6-7 years into the distance.
Wait, is she
maybe.
Oh, no. 6, 7 years.
Oh,
In the distance. In the distance.
all I heard was
In the
like
distance. You gotta
DJ.
wait. You still gotta wait 5 years. By the way, that's for the Hall. It's 10 months for a child.
yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes
9
nine.
is a
By the way,
misnomer.
everyone says 9 months pregnant.
Not 9.
We learned the hard way.
It's definitely.
Well, actually, we didn't learn the hard way.
I didn't learn
Susie
that.
and Sarah learned the hard
I
way.
had nothing to do with it.
I remember the first time when
had a
Susie
lot
was
to do
pregnant with
with this,
Xander,
Chris.
she's like, this 9-month stuff? What? Certainly since Zan was like setting up shop in there.
My body
Like, I
didn't
don't
change
leave.
one bit.
At any rate.
I don't know.
I digress.
Yes.
Here's your eviction
But it
notice.
just was so stunning to me. So this is what Andy Reid had to say about this. He made light of it.
Yeah, he caught me off balance. I wasn't watching. Cheap shot, but that's all right. He did good. He was really coming over to just go, just put me in, I'll score. So that's really what it was. Well, I love that. I mean, it's not the first time, so I appreciate him.
Well, they can laugh about it now. I mean, if they had
Well, I
lost
mean-
the game, I'm sure it'd be a much bigger.
But I guess we don't have to worry about that, do we?
Exactly.
They don't either. Kelsey after the game?
I was just telling him how much I love him.
There you go. But then he did go on a soliloquy about how much he actually loves it.
But of course, social media being what it is, now everyone's turned on Travis Kelce. He's a horrible human being. He's an abuser, apparently.
No, but
it's
A.J. Brown tweeted out that he'd get thrown out of the league if he did that.
No,
And
Which, by the way, I think there's a conversation.
wide
for that.
receivers have a totally different.
Well, no. Why? I thought you said white.
Well,
No, that
either would have been
A.J. Brown being a black man doing that to his white coach, I think, goes a lot differently.
and
it's
wide
worth talking
receivers
about
as
it
well have a different
big
mentality.
time today.
I mean, look, obviously, the story would be
Just look at
completely
T.O.,
different.
all the stuff that we talked about with him back in the day.
So, but as Chris Long said earlier on, I think Travis would be the first to tell you once he's off to the side, as would say any wide receiver who loves his coach. White or of color would tell you, heat of the moment, lost myself. Catch the Rich Eisen Show every single day on the Roku channel, 12 to 3 Eastern, for free.
They say age isn't a number, it's an attitude. And 65-year-old Andy Reid's attitude is winning. Riding off into the proverbial sunset after his 3rd Super Bowl win hasn't even crossed his mind.
I honestly haven't even thought about it, but I get asked it. People keep asking me. And I keep saying, why did Belichick and Pete retire? Those guys, they ask those old guys that question. I'm the old guy now, so I guess I'm going to be asked that.
Once upon a time, Reid was known as a great coach who, despite playoff successes, just couldn't win the big game. After the Eagles let him go in 2012, the Chiefs acted quickly. His first year in KC, the franchise won 11 games. In 2017, the Chiefs drafted a quarterback in the first round. And today, it's about as perfect a situation a coach could have. Stable ownership, one of the greatest to play the position, and a young, smart GM running the front office. Forget retirement. Reid is thinking three-peat.
That'd be something. I just asked that to this guy right here. I said, has anybody won it 3 times? And he goes, no. I said, all right. We'll see. I've been very fortunate. I've been around some great organizations and good teams. And this group here and organization are tremendous. And if somebody said dynasty, tagged it onto it, I'd be very proud of that.
3 Super Bowls in 5 years, the last 2 back-to-back. Reid can comfortably say dynasty. He also now joins an exclusive club of coaches who have won 3 or more Super Bowls, including Bill Belichick and Chuck Noll. And with Mahomes just hitting his prime, Reed may approach their records sooner than you think. I'm Michelle Steele, ESPN.
With the Chiefs winning the Super Bowl against the Niners and nobody in this game wearing purple, and Taylor Swift being in the building, and the Chiefs winning anyway, and the conspiracy theories and the tinfoil hats need to be put away. It's time to start the new one. Because that logo was first put out last year after the Chiefs and Eagles were over, so that's been out for a long time. The New Orleans Super Bowl has a logo. So what do we got?
Oh, that's like
Chiefs Packers. Chiefs Packers.
That's neon. That's Seahawks.
But it's green.
That's Seahawks color.
Yeah.
It's green though. Green? No? Seahawks? Okay.
That's like neon green.
All right, I'm in. Any other red AFC
Rams. That could be.
There's purple in there too. It looks like there's some purple in there too.
For red AFC team.
That could be yellow for
Besides the
Rams.
Chiefs. Other than the Chiefs, is there another red AFC team?
Yes, Texans, Bills have red in it too.
Patriots a little red.
Look, it's the Saints. They're definitely going. They're at home. We're going to pick that up again. Both team in the Super Bowl.
How about this one?
Cowboys, you're right.
Jets, Bucks.
What?
Nobody's watching.
Yeah, maybe the AFC team's green. How about that? How about that for a tinfoil hat? Put that in your tinfoil hat and smoke it. Catch the Rich Eisen Show every single day on the Roku channel, 12 to 3 Eastern, for free.
He probably knows everyone who works there by name. 3-time Super Bowl MVP Patrick Mahomes joining us now on SportsCenter. Patrick, a new playoff overtime format. Take us to the coin toss last night before overtime. And Fred Warner and the Niners, they win the toss. They elect to receive. What was going through your mind with that decision when you're on the field?
Yeah, I mean, at the time, there's two ways to do things, and we would have probably kicked if we got the ball, but for what they said, they wanted the ball in case there was sudden death at the very end of the game, and both teams scored, and so we just knew that what our decision was. We had talked about it. We had talked through it since training camp, and then we talked about it all through the playoffs, and we're very well prepared, and that speaks to the coaches, and it prepared us to go out there and win the football game.
So you go 8 for 8 on that game-winning touchdown drive. What was the plan if the Niners opened overtime with a touchdown and then you guys answered with a touchdown? Would they have had a third possession? What were you guys going to do?
No, we were going for 2. I don't know if Coach Reed wants me telling everybody, but we would have went for 2 for sure.
All right, there you go.
We'll use that next year when you're undoubtedly there again. I know that you said last night in our post-game coverage, Patrick, that this is the most special of your 3 rings just because of the path. And I just want to know from your vantage, what is the most improbable part of this run?
Yeah, I think it was just to see the championship mindset our guys had. I mean, we really continue to battle through adversity, continue to come to work every single day, and just continue to get better. And I think that's a big thing. And sometimes in the NFL, things don't go your way. You know, how are you going to make yourself better every single day to try to be great? And I think that's what made it so special to me. Is I saw all the hard work the guys put in.
I think, Patrick, maybe on paper, people would say things tend to go your way. There's a lot of conversation happening about you today. 3 rings, and you're only 28 years old. And we hear a lot from the GOATs about what motivates them to stay on top, right? Jordan, those perceived slights. Brady, his draft position. What is propelling you at this point in your career?
Something that's always kind of took me to another place is just never have any regrets. Don't have any regrets at the end of your career, and that's how I've kind of lived my entire career and my entire life. Is I'm going to go out there and try to maximize the opportunity. And I know I was blessed to be drafted by the Kansas City Chiefs to have one of the greatest coaches of all time, one of the greatest players of all time in Travis, and I'm just going to go out there and maximize these opportunities and try to win as many games as I can. So when I look back at the end of my career, I know that I did everything I could to win as many rings as possible.
Patrick, later in Jordan's career, he had the ability to manage the game and then take over late when the stakes were at their highest. How would you describe your approach during this postseason compared to past playoff runs?
Just knowing the team and knowing the flow of the game. I think that's been the biggest thing. Is we have a great defense, and I don't think it got talked about a little bit there at the end, but they were great the entire season. And I knew if they kept us in the game, we would make plays in the end, and that's kind of what happened in that last game. Is they kept us in the game that whole entire first half. We were able to get something going after I threw that silly interception at the start of the second half. we got some offense going. And the defense shut the door and made some timely big stops to hold them to field goals, and that's what got us the win in the end. And so it was a true team effort, and I think that's what it takes in order to win Super Bowls.
Okay, you mentioned team effort. There was a heated moment last night between Andy Reid and Travis Kelce on the sideline. We also saw an intense conversation between you and Rashee Rice at the end of regulation. What is it about this team's culture and your relationships that allows for those types of disagreements to happen, yet you guys can move forward?
I think it just shows the love that we have for the game and for each other. I mean, to be that passionate and to go out there and want to win and want to be out there making plays and want to do whatever it takes to help the team, that's the type of guys that you want. And just like families and just like brothers, man, you're going to have some fights here and there, but you come together even closer after that. And that's the type of team that we have, the brotherhood that we have is we can let our emotions show, and then we can reel it right back in and be better for it. And that takes a special group of guys, and that's what we have in Kansas City.
We're showing Kelce right now. I'm not a lip reader, but I think in some ways he maybe said, I would like the ball more. And certainly he got it in the second half. Patrick, how integral to the outcome of that game was getting him in motion down the stretch?
Yeah, they were doing a good job. The 49ers were really kind of hitting them off the line of scrimmage, not getting them any releases and having help with them. And then moving them around, I think, just got them some more free releases, got them some more room to work with. And then he made it happen. I mean, there was a lot of tight coverage. He made some tight contested catches. And he continued to work with the football after he made them. And so it's a true great player, a true great competitor, rising to the occasion.
You mentioned that you've got the greatest coach of all time, Andy Reid, and we know he likes to eat cheeseburgers after these Super Bowl wins. You're making a habit of championships yourself, so any traditions that are developing after these victories now?
Yeah, I think the best is just enjoying it with your teammates that night, the night after, with those guys in the locker room or the after party or wherever that is, coming to Disneyland like I'm at right now, and then going and enjoying the parade on Wednesday. So it's a nice little tight schedule that we don't get a lot of sleep, but we enjoy the whole thing.
Patrick, one of the things that really stood out is your legs. Like you look like a mobile quarterback. We've seen this in the last 2 Super Bowls, too, extending plays, and that was critical in that 4th down conversion, also that 3rd and 1 in overtime. What is it about you being able to understand to slide at the right time and also when to run?
Yeah, when you get to the end of the year, man, I mean, in the Super Bowl, you get to lay it all on the line. And so some situations I might not run in the regular season. I just put my head down and try to go get those first downs when we need them. And that's just how we roll in Kansas City, man. We're going to compete to the very end. We're going to lay it all on the line. And I'm a little faster than everybody. I say it all the time, I'm a little faster than people think I am. I just don't run. I don't run pretty. So I'll continue to work on my running form, and maybe people will give me some respect about my speed.
You don't have to run pretty. You run effectively. That matters the most. But I do have to say, speaking of which, for a guy with your level of popularity and fame, you do not have a consensus nickname that the public calls you. And based on what you call your scrambles, I have one for you. How about Lil Boosty?
Little boost. I'll think we can take that and run with it. We'll see what happens there.
Pun intended. Pun intended. Pun intended. Wait, real quick, Patrick, before we let you go, is 13 now your favorite number as well?
It's not my favorite number, but it worked for us this weekend, and it'll have a special place in my heart for sure.
All right, but before one final thing. Favorite ride at Disneyland with the kids now, considering you've been there and you're a regular?
Oh, man, I mean, anytime you're at Disneyland, you got to try out all the rides, and I think my favorite is, what's it called, Toontown, where you can ride all those rides, and that's my favorite area, and Sterling hasn't been by me the entire time. These interviews started, she's been through the whole entire park.
I love it. Absolutely. Well, let's get you out of here so you can go back and hang out with your family. Patrick Mahomes, 3-time Super Bowl MVP. I hope you can get some rest. I seriously doubt you've had a chance to, so we appreciate your time here on Sports Center. Congrats.
I appreciate y'all. Appreciate y'all.
With one of the closest, one of the tensest, one of the most enjoyable Super Bowls ever. Kansas City came from behind in overtime to beat San Francisco 25-22. Patrick Mahomes led the Chiefs on a 75-yard touchdown drive to win it. Wilbon, what did you make of how the Chiefs won?
Tony, I'm going to start with Chris Jones. I'm not going to start with Patrick Mahomes. We can always start with Patrick Mahomes for the last 3 years and maybe the next 10. But I'm going to start with Chris Jones. Because there are a couple of plays that, at a time in which defense has essentially been legislated out of pro football the way I like it and the way I've known it, Chris Jones disrupted Mr. Purdy and just prevented him from waiting on receivers to clear, prevented him from being able to be in a position to step into a throw, which he'd done otherwise. Chris Jones, I mean, those defenses, and then defenses, that's my impression, Tony. People can talk, and we'll get to this, about what, you know, the 49ers coaching staff and Shanahan didn't do, and what the defense. The Kansas City Chiefs needed a muff punt to score a touchdown in regulation, which all the great smart pundits seem to miss as I was listening today. They couldn't score without a muff punt, could not score a touchdown. That's right. Went 16 or 17 possessions going back last week without scoring a touchdown. The great Kansas City offense. So the San Francisco defense deserves credit. Mr. Coach Wilson is a unit. And Chris Jones, the disruptive Chris Jones. They're going to have a touchdown, Tony, in overtime on third down and change the complexion of that game. The 49ers are. If Chris Jones doesn't disrupt Purdy. Chris Jones, that's my impression.
So I find myself probably agreeing with you overall. The way the Chiefs won against San Francisco was the same way they won at Buffalo and at Baltimore. They played really great defense. They didn't score a lot. They scored what they needed to score, because when they needed to score, they hand the ball to the greatest player on the planet, and that is the formula. That's how it works. I was struck by a couple of things during the game. One was defense on both sides. So I think that Steve Wilkes and Steve Spagnuolo earned their money. And two was the lack of many, if even any, pass interference calls. And I'm not talking about holding at the line now. I'm talking about where the pass is going to be caught. The officials let both teams play, and I enjoyed that. And I felt at halftime, Mike, because I was rooting for San Francisco, though I thought Kansas City would win. I felt at halftime San Francisco had not scored enough points. I felt they had to be up like 17-3. And that it would come back to bite them, which it did. Clearly, the most critical play of the game is the blocked PAT. And because it changed the number from 4 to 3. Well, but it changes the number from 4 to 3, which means you can tie the game with a field goal instead of having to get a touchdown in order to win the game. And that came back to bite them as well. But my other feeling was, Mike, and you mentioned the muff punt. I believe that San Francisco's mistakes were more impactful than Kansas City's mistakes. Yes. Right? Didn't you feel that way?
Tony, two special teams plays lost the Super Bowl for the 49ers. And the muff punt, I mean, the muff punt 7 points because the Chiefs couldn't score. Yep. They couldn't score a touchdown before that without the aid of that miscue. So, man, but it was Tony, it's one of the great Super Bowls ever. Can we agree on that? It's maybe the greatest? It's in the discussion, right?
I don't think it's the greatest. I can list 3 or 4 others that I thought were greater, but it was a great game. It started out not as a great game and ended up fabulous.
Ended up great. It had the great halftime. Yep. I'm taking Usher. I'm putting him up there with Prince and Bruno Mars and Beyonce. Everybody was great. Everything was great from soup to nuts to me. Let's move to the bigger picture.
Really, better than Up With People in the 70s, Mike? Better than that, honestly? Up With People? You don't remember?
Oh, I don't. Thank God I don't remember. I'm going to big picture. Oh, my God, you scared me. The Chiefs have now played in 4 of the past 5 Super Bowls in 1 year. Historically, Tone, what does and will this do for Mahomes, Reed, and the Chiefs franchise?
So I'm not going to sit here and say anything brilliant that you haven't heard before. It officially makes Kansas City a dynasty. The amount of wins in the amount of years. In the Super Bowl era, we've got the Steelers, we've got the 49ers, we've got the Cowboys, we've got the Patriots, and now we've got the Chiefs, and that's it. That's the list. What it does to Mahomes is it confirms what we thought, that he is a great talent on a football field. 15-3, I believe, is his record in playoff games. He's now got these Super Bowls. I mean, I just, my sense of Mahomes, and it goes back, Mike, it goes back to when he was a rookie, going into his second year, when Andy Reid understood, I got a real good quarterback in Alex Smith, and I'm going to let him go, because I want to hand the ball to this kid. And that is not much different than Bill Belichick saying of Drew Bledsoe, I got to let him go. because I'm going to hand the ball to this kid. Because part of great coaching is recognizing great talent as it's about to emerge. Now, is Mahomes Brady? No, Brady has 7. No, stop. But Mahomes is 28 years old. If he gets another before he's 30, then you can say he can chase Brady. But he's not Brady now.
No. By the way, let me go back a little bit. Backpedal a little bit. You're going to get yourself in trouble locally. Because the Washington franchise, then known as the Redskins, won 3 Super Bowls in 5 years.
Different quarterback.
Now. Huh?
No, it was 10. No, it was 9 or 10.
No,
Mike, it was 9 or 10.
82. 83, they lost that one, 87, 91. Okay, you're right. More like
and 91, 92.
That's a lot of Super Bowls. That's a lot of Super Bowls. Yeah. So anyway, and you live there, they're going to run you out of town. Now, Tony, people dine out on 1 Super Bowl victory. 1. They make careers in broadcasting and commercial making. You can dine out on 1 for forever. Oh, my God, 3. What 3 will do, 3 and perhaps counting. I mean, let's face it. I mean, we talk about Mahomes being 28. Andy Reid might not be there for 10 more years, but he might be there for a couple of more Super Bowls. He could be. So, wow.
Mike,
I mean, it's
Mike,
set
hold
him
on.
up.
Mike, Andy Reid's got to stand next to Patrick Mahomes for 6 to 8 more years because he can maybe catch Belichick if Mahomes does that. You just call Jake from State Farm and say, I'm going to be here for a while. Get these commercials rolling.
And I'll take Kyle Shanahan over every other coach in the league, all of them, except maybe Andy Reid. All of them, right now. Kyle Shanahan, come on in. What do we have to pay you, and who do we have to get rid of? The people are, I told you this morning on your podcast, I didn't even want to turn television on, because I know the overreaction to everything, the overstatement of everything was going to just make me angry. And this whole overtime slap is making me angry because Kyle Shanahan went and explained what he was talking about. If you go these 2 possessions, the 3rd possession, if each team scores evenly in the first 2 possessions, the 3rd possession is your winner. And that logic is fine to me. It's a bad PR move. That's what happens. It's bad PR because then the 49ers players are on the record as saying, we didn't study this stuff all week. That didn't cost them the game. Chris Jones cost him the game because Purdy couldn't step into a throw to make it a touchdown. And even then, Kansas City, which couldn't score, had to score a touchdown to win the game, and they did.
That's right.
The 49ers are great, Tony. They played evenly with a 3-time Super Bowl winner in overtime. I don't want to hear any bashing of Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers. I don't want to hear it.
What bothers me particularly about this show is that I am supposed to come back now and probably debate you, and I'm not going to do it. A lot of people are throwing stuff at Kyle Shanahan, and I'm not, like you, going to be one of those people. Kyle Shanahan, he didn't kick the extra point that got blocked. He didn't rough the punt. He didn't do that. He's been to a few Super Bowls. Here's who he's lost to when he's been in position in a Super Bowl as a coordinator or a head coach. He's lost to Tom Brady and Patrick Mahomes. In tennis, those will be called good losses. I'm pretty sure those guys are the only guys in the last 25 years to go back-to-back with Super Bowls. And I agree with you as well. I would have taken the ball in the overtime. I look at the 49ers. To me, they are definitively the best team in the NFC. They got a real good young core. I think Brock Purdy shows you can win with Brock Purdy. I mean,
he should get better.
I won't blame Shanahan. Do people say that Marv Levy's a bad coach because he lost 4 Super Bowls? No, they don't.
Stop.
No, Stop. I'll take Kyle Shanahan and soberly. Let's take a break.
Stop.
UCLA is hiring Deshaun Foster as its new head football coach. Is that a good choice?
Tony, I think so. UCLA Hall of Famer as a player, running backs coach, played 7 seasons in the NFL. He's a UCLA guy. Good for them. New Alabama OC Ryan Grubb left to take the same job with the Seahawks. Okay about you?
It's a little odd to me if you think of yourself as a college coach. You know, look what Sarkisian did. Look what Kiffin did in that job. But if you go to the NFL, maybe you have different aspirations. Maybe it's just different. Kyle Lowry reportedly joining the Sixers, and Spencer Dinwiddie joining the Lakers. Which is the bigger deal?
Kyle's a Philly kid. He's always dreamt of playing for the Sixers at some point. Good for him. I wonder what it means for campaign, though. In his days in Philly, he just got there in a trade. I don't know. A lot of point guards. Hornets president Mitch Kupchak is moving into an advisory role. What does that mean?
Probably means he's on his way out because Michael Jordan doesn't own the team anymore. You know, I've known Mitch Kupchak for 50 years. I covered him when I was at Newsday, when he was in high school. Last one. Will the Cavs win their 10th straight tonight?
Woo! They should. At home against those Sixers. I don't know if Kyle Lowry will be suited up, but they should win tonight, Tony.
Played golf with Cupjack once. Had a really good time. We're out of time. Try and do better the next time. I'm Tony Kornheiser.
And I'm Mike Wilbon. Same time tomorrow, knuckleheads. You can get the PTI podcast on the ESPN app or Apple Podcasts. And now, here's Sports.
Slated Bel Air, Wilbon. Bel Air.
PTI.
I've been playing this way for years. I've always been shooting threes, handling the ball. I didn't look up to players for me to do that. I inspired myself in doing whatever I wanted to do.
Have you had a chance?
All right, I am done for tonight. Yep, I'm officially done. I've officially listened to that playlist. So that is it for another live stream of this game. So, yeah. Took some screenshots. As you can see, yep. Took some screenshots of the, truck and trailer. This one's funny. He's looking at it. It's like, oh, look what you got there on your truck. Yep. And this is from last year's Super Bowl, as you can see right here. Yep. So maybe whoever made this might update it to the next one. Yep, look how long it is, too. Look how long it is. There's my truck headquarters. Yep, I've driven from Los Angeles all the way to Kansas City. And, I think later this year, Missouri, the state of Missouri might be released so we can see all of Kansas City, the rest of the city. Because that city is mainly in Missouri, so... yeah. But, yeah, guys, I think that's it. So, this marathon of this game has come to an end. So that is it for a while for this game. Because I want to move on to other stuff on this channel. And, in a few days... it's already the February 13th as of, it's past 1:30 a.m. So in about 5 days will be my 12th anniversary on YouTube. So I still haven't decided what I'll be doing, but I gotta try to get an idea on what I want to do. I mean, I'll do something special, so. But yeah. So until then, some more regular videos coming out. And then I think next week I'm going to start a new live stream series, mini-series. As well as another series of another game. Alright. So, yeah. Thank you for watching. If you watched some of all of the truck simulator streams that I've done from the past 2 weeks, thank you very much. For those of you that played this game. And just want to say a quick reminder for those of you that play this game, the Hall and Hearts event, which is basically the Valentine's event. This ends on the 18th of February, so it's very simple. You just got to do 14 deliveries with this cargo. It's very simple. It doesn't have to be a long delivery. You can go to any city. And yeah, so I got that done. Just to get it over with. Anyway, I need to go to the bathroom and I need to eat something because, yeah, I feel like I'm a real driver now. Because I didn't take any breaks. Yeah, no breaks this time. So that's it. Let's see. Let me count how many live streams I've done of this game from the past 2 weeks or so. Let's go back here. Or really 4 weeks ago. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Wow, that's a lot. That is a lot. And I'm glad the past couple of streams I didn't have any issues where the stream would stop on its own, so that's good. And this stream is over 5 hours, just like the one from last night, so that is it for American Truck Simulator for a while. I'm gonna take a break playing this game, so wow, 428.3 hours of playtime. So for the last time, for now, thank you for watching. Have a good night, and I'll see you next time for other stuff, other content. Good night. Nope. It won't let me end the stream. Oh, now it will. Alright.